Wow. Fuck, guys. Fuck. I have to buy a laptop. I keep on looking, and there's like a problem with each fucking oh god. For what? For streaming when I'm away. Like I just don't. There was one I thought that was decent, but it's like 9 days to deliver from the original website, so I can't do that. I need like a next day, motherfucker. I found one that was probably decent for £1,000, but I might need to go up to 1,500. Just go to a store. I mean, I can go to I'm on the website of the store. I don't just want to go there and have some fucking spotty 17-year-old salesman trying to hustle me and shit. I need to know what I'm getting before I go, obviously. Do not go to PC World. We don't have PC World in Scotland. We have Curry's. I think Curry's and PC World became one thing. Whew. Unfortunately, it might have to be this fuck. Oh, God. Wait, hang on. Unfortunately, it might have to be this piece of shit. Because this will come next day. I can order this for tomorrow, but it's just so... The most I've ever spent on a laptop was £700, and that was a long time ago. It was like 8 years ago or some shit. This is the fucker. What do you have at the moment? I have some bullshit, is what I have. At least this is smallish. 14 inches, which is decent for traveling, but... I don't... why... It's not this much more expensive just because of the 32 RAM. DDR, sorry. It's a touch... Why do I need a fucking touchscreen? Why do they think I want to fondle my screen? Are you planning on traveling with this? Yeah. It's overkill. Okay, here's the question. Does anyone know if I need more than fucking 16 RAM for OBS? Because I don't think I do, but people are telling me I do. What? Will 16 RAM be fine for OBS? I think it should, unless I have like 50 tabs open. But you do. You do what? You mean I need 16 RAM for... I need 32 for streaming. Is that what you're saying? Ask a streamer vet. I asked streamer vets, and they're all like, "Oh, fucking no." Because they seem to all have problems with laptops. I'm like, oh, shit. Like, it's just for streaming, like, being like, doing like a... I'll probably just... If I've ever got tabs open when I'm on a laptop streaming, it's still DDR5. Well, that's what I thought. If it's DDR5, let's check Task Manager. What is OBS doing? Chrome is going absolutely ballistic. Because I got 51 tabs open. How do I... Wait, why do I have 51 tabs open? No, I don't. Why is it lying? What are these 51 instances of Chrome? Right, hang on, I'll close this for one. Okay, this is what it's telling me. OBS, memory 700, 53% GPU. Check performance. In use, 12. Does that mean it's fine? Or does it mean that if I get close to 16, because is it one of those things where they say you've got 16, but once you approach 16, like 13, 14, it starts crying? Is that the thing? Or I don't know. Is that what happens? You are never just doing streaming. I'm streaming with a couple of fucking tabs open on Google and maybe I don't even need Discord. Discord can wait. Hang on. Speaking of Discord. Ooh. Well, it's never easy, is it? Scroll down to GPU 1. I see GPU 0. It's more lenient than you think. I'm not paying an extra £500 just for fucking a bit of more RAM. That's insane. I don't know why I would need to know my GPU for this. I think 16 is fine. Okay. All right. I'm gonna might want a beefy graphics card though. You can't go wrong with more RAM. Yeah, but if the only option is to spend more money to get more RAM. So I think where I am now, hang on. Let's see what we're on now. Right. I think where we are is here. I think this one seems fine. This one has Ryzen 7, Windows 11, 1 terabyte SSD storage. I think this will be fine for £1,000. Like, there's nothing glaring issues here when it comes to streaming, is there? Fucking gaming bullshit. Okay. Look up ThinkPad. Oh, God. ThinkPad. I would spend at least $1,500 on a laptop, no less. Oh my God, you guys are fucking insane. Yeah. Why did I talk to you guys about this shit? Didn't you say you wanted smaller? 16's fine. You could rent a laptop for the trip? Oh, I could do that. What is this commie shirt? I don't know, that's not a commie shirt. It's just... I guess it is a commie shirt. Okay, fine. Okay, let's know with ThinkPad. This is what all the businesses get, isn't it? All the corporations and shit get like fucking ThinkPads for their offices. No, I don't care about ThinkPad. No. God, you get some of these like gaming laptops for like £3,000. Why? Oh God. The thing is if I spend £1,000, it just turns out to be shit. No. I dropped 1,200 on my Lenovo P70. Look what they have on sale. ThinkPad is very dad-coded. It's even got a dad-coded name. ThinkPad. I don't want to think, actually. What are the return policies post-Brexit? Well, I can get this all from my local store, so... I don't know. I know for music equipment in Europe, you have to pay a fuck ton extra now for imports, but that's lovely. The thing is, you get this so far, right? You got like yoga. That's a fuck this. Yoga. But I think if you want the 32 RAM, you have to pay a fuck ton, right? From this website, anyway. Yeah, I would have to get I'd have to get the shitty fucking Yoga Pro. This one's out of stock. This one actually seems perfect, but it's out of stock. Ooh! Get the newest MacBook for 3K and never use it. Yeah, based. Also, I need something that does next day delivery because I don't have much time. I can't do this 9-day bullshit like it is from the original websites. What editing software do you use? I don't even need to do editing on this laptop. I just need to stream. Okay? I don't need to look at fucking... I don't need to play video games. I don't need to have 50 research tabs open. I don't need to watch porn. I just need to stream. I don't need to use Discord. I just need to stream. Okay? Fuck. If it has at least one expansion slot. I never thought of that. Does it have an expansion slot? Does it really need 32 for streaming? I mean, fucking people say you need 32 for streaming, but I'm just... Why not a because I'm fucking traveling! Listen, if you've just joined the stream, okay? Just take 5-10 minutes to explore context, okay? Fuck. Okay, does this have extra slots? I don't think it would. It's a laptop. What the fuck? Do laptops tend to come with extra slots? People streamed with 8, 16 is fine. HB Pavilion. Nice try, Miss Mossad. Trying to get me to fund the IDF. Okay. RAM, 16 gig. Where would I know if it has extra space for more RAM? I don't think it does. Anti-glare, I like that. Yeah, it's not going to have slots. That's stupid. No Ethernet is kind of annoying, but I guess you wouldn't use Ethernet on a fucking laptop anyway. Oh god, I'd be a slave to Wi-Fi. Oh god. Arctic Grey. Can't argue with Arctic Grey. 1-year warranty? Okay. Charger. I need a charger. Bruh, I think this is fine. I don't know why people are freaking me out over this shit. This is fine. This will be fine for running some streams in a hotel room or in someone's spare room, right? Like this. And it's got bisexual lighting, so I'm sold. It's so... Oh my... Good luck with it. You're actually kidding me. Why does everyone have such strong fucking opinions? HP ZBook 15G3. Do I really want to buy HP? Do I want to buy... I feel like I've done enough for the state of Israel recently. If you want to open 20 tabs, then freeze up while streaming, go for it. Yeah, I don't want to open 20 tabs, not on a laptop. Because if I'm on a laptop, I only have one monitor. So realistically, if I'm going online, I would have to have a video ready to go and just react to it if I was going to do that. That's all I would do. Or I would just be talking. One laptop equals one JDAM. True. Oh god, I hate this so much. Test stream. Why don't you have a portable monitor? Half of these questions are troll questions. So I know I can get this laptop on the fucking Lenovo website. The problem is that it's 10-day delivery or like 9-day delivery time, and I can't wait that long. Like I need to just get it. Unfortunately, I could buy something when I'm in the States. I could do that. Just drive to Best Buy in the United States. Would it be cheaper in the United States? I need to get a new power. Yeah, fuck it. Oh god. Well, I just need a charger adapter, wouldn't I? Is the fucking power supply different? Wait, no. You can use a laptop that you got in the UK and bring it to the US and just get an adapter. I've got an adapter. God. Why am I getting all these stupid contributions? I don't know. Actually, the 32... Yeah, fuck. The 32 RAM is just too much extra money. Fuck it, man. No. Whatever you do, don't get advice from strangers. Oh, good idea. Listen, I just need a USB... Two USB slots. One for my mouse, one for my camera. Oh, one from... I can just use the laptop camera. I need a USB slot for my mouse and my mic. And I really hope whoever has my fucking Blue Yeti mic. Yeah, it's not here. I hope whoever has my Blue Yeti mic is still alive. I hope I know who still has my Blue Yeti mic. What about a keyboard? I'm gonna start banning people. What about a key... Is that the cool thing to do these days? Is to get a separate keyboard for your laptop? Because the ones that are there are just too shit, right? Okay. Pros. All right, pros. Ryzen 7. That seems fine. I've never heard anything wrong with that graphics cards are good, fine. Don't know about it. Is it good? Let's see. Seems fine. Don't care. I'm not a gamer. 2.5K display. That's a huge number. 120 hertz refresh rate. I think these monitors are 144, but yeah, it's not far off. Smooth motion. I like smooth motion. Okay. Perfect for game. Okay. 1 terabyte SSD. That's plenty. Okay, no problem. Juggle between tasks without lag thanks to 16 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. Okay. Look, it's saying I can juggle between tasks without lag. That means I'm never going to have memory problems, ever, with 16 RAM. What does 16:10 aspect ratio mean? Military grade testing. Just in case I ever come encounter someone in a tank. And I just hold it up. Or if a JDAM comes. Loaner box, you need 32 RAM in 2024. What? Why are they selling these then? What's the point? Full HD webcam. Okay, nice. Thunderbolt 4 port. Okay. What do you have sticking out the side of you? I swear to God, people who say 32 RAM I feel like they're just doing VR porn and playing Elden Ring at the same time and watching 3 streamers. It's just military spec, so operators can use it. Doesn't mean it's tough, just approved. Okay. No, that's actually a shame, because I was really thinking that it would help me withstand tank fire, that I could use it as a shield. I just need 2 Chrome tabs, probably. I can close a tab when I'm done with it. I'll just do this. I'll just get into the habit of closing tabs as I'm no longer using them, because I can always reopen them from the history. If you're streaming, this one will be fine. Just use Destiny as a shield. Destiny holding this laptop. And I will be unstoppable. The Al-Qassam rockets, I'll just go straight back. Okay. Oh, they don't include Microsoft Office. Cringe. 193 kilograms. I mean, I can leg press that at an angle. Dr. Strangelove, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. God damn. I could use Firefox. Firefox probably fine on this laptop, yeah. Probably have to get used to Firefox because it's... Okay, I've got this. This tab, just stay in there, okay? Do a donation goal for... No, I'm not doing a donation goal for 32 RAM. Fuck, it's a completely different laptop I'd have to get. And that's just bullshit. I will, however, listen, I will, however, do a thing, okay? So I'm traveling to United States. United States. On... When am I traveling? 22nd? Let me check. I've forgotten when I'm going. I think I don't know when I'm going. Oh no! I do know. Oh, here it is. Yeah, 22nd. All right. So I got 3 days of streaming. 3 days. You going to LA? No. Buy a gun when you get there. I mean, I tell myself that every time. I never do, though. Hang on, what the fuck? I swear to God, there was a way that you could edit a dono goal. Why can't you edit a dono goal? Why do you have to reset it and increase it? Oh well. Start with this. Okay. Shall I call it the Traveling Shill Fund? There you go, guys. So if you want to help me on my travels, you're more than welcome, okay? because basically any donors I get are going to be helping me out with that, okay? For the next little while. Not to mention Sundowner's microphone. Can't forget that. That's it? We'll start and see where it goes. I've got 3 days. We'll see where it goes. Because I can always edit it if it gets too big. Anyway. Oh, 2 of my mods have actually met up today. You know that? 2 of my old moderators have met up in England. Fucking England, of all places. Okay. Okay. Emergency rent fund. True. Ooh. Should I call it the Emergency Traveling Shield Fund? Maybe I'll change the name every time we get... I'm still baffled you waited this long to get a laptop. Well, I was also thinking there's an option to... There was an option to go and get one in America. So, in any case, I'm a very last-minute guy, you know? I didn't even... Oh, you guys, look at it. It's all coming in. It's all piling in so quickly. What the fuck? That's so kind of you guys. Shit. What do I even do with this fucking SLUR shit, though? Wait, hang on. There's Discourse, isn't there? It's all live stream fail stuff, isn't it? They've basically got every clip. Okay. Help a poor Jordanian and Lebanese fund. True. Okay, where are you gonna go? United States. I'm going to Florida first, actually. When you're going on Destiny's new podcast? I don't have any plans. No plans to do that. Okay, wait. Fuck. All right. Let's, Nikki P, thanks for the $5. Enjoy the land of the free. Oh, I will. I should bring my flag, my American flag. You go to Florida and you don't go on bridges?
I don't know to remove money.
Michelle, thanks for the £10. No, you can't, but nice try. I appreciate the effort. You can remove money from your own account, apparently, though. That's real. Will you go shooting? I don't even... It's not even like a tourist thing to me. I just don't give a fuck about shooting. I might go just to see what the fuss is, but I don't give a shit about shooting. I really don't.
My proud contribution to the Emergency Traveling Shield Fund.
Zach, thanks for the $10. I really appreciate that. God damn. Okay, wait, hang on. Where's the... Shooting is fun. I don't know if it's fun, though. I liked archery as a kid, actually. I'd really enjoyed shooting a little bow and arrow. That was fun. But I don't know why. I don't get that. Whoa. It's gonna... Oh, ooh. Your little earmuffs. And you're like, ooh. Fuck. Why? And you make a little hole in the circle that's far away down the corridor. Why? Fucking guntards. Are you gonna watch the Dylan Prometheus Unbound? Yeah, why not? Let's just get a... That guy is so fucking insane. All right. I'm sorry, just who... I am. How do you satiate the urge to kill? I mean, Scottish people do kill people. They just do it in a slightly different way. They tend to use the blade. We crush our beef by means of the blade. Okay, why Palestine? Oh, debating if Palestine matters more than Ukraine. Oh, he's on his camera now. Here he is. Our guy. Our fucking top left. Hang on, one sec. One sec. I'm sorry. I can't get over it. I can't. eh, eh, eh. Whoa, we're going to put my earmuff on. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, it's down there, down the corridor. Wow, down the big the long room. And there's the big circle with the little circle inside it. Let's see if I can hit the smallest circle. Let's see if I can hit the circle in the other. I hit the circle. I didn't hit the circle in the middle of all the circles. I hit the other circles. And maybe Barla next time. Maybe I'll try again. I'll get the smallest circle in the other. Fucking bullshit, man. I don't know. That's what I think of guns. That's what I think of the shooting range. That's what I think of the Constitution, all the amendments. Don't care. First Amendment's cool. I understand. I feel like I have sympathies for the First Amendment. You're literally describing archery. No, archery, you actually like use fucking strength and you have to use balance and shit. Archery's cool. And you also have the Lord of the Rings fucking theme tune in your head when you're doing it. Yeah, that's cool. Or darts. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an alcoholic, so I'm not that good at darts. Look, he's got a camera, Prometheus Unbound.
What they did.
I wonder if he's had any reflections on how fucking insanely stupid his opinions are. Like when it comes to his argument for why what Hamas does is good is that what? Because people fucking at least they die like men. I'm like, okay, God.
To the Soviet Union too for
Also, sorry, everyone saying cringe, cope, whatever. I'm sorry, like yes, Americans. I'm not like you, okay? Occasionally. Wait, what? Why does he 1 hour ago? This guy is milking the fuck. He's made a 2-hour, 50-minute video. History Speaks debate. What's he watching? Okay. Oh, he's watching the History Speaks debate. Actually just evil. The most slimy thing is his use of may and some. Imagine using this language for any other genocide. Okay, good.
You're right. Those Vietnamese rice farmers are threatening my freedom in Iowa, and we need to go in and take them out. If we don't take out the Viet Cong, then before you know it, Chairman Mao is gonna rule in D.C. Yeah, but what I did is my camera on stream is like this, and so
God, it's just as well. I did all that research in the Great March of Return to find out that President Sunday and fucking History Speaks were both completely full of shit. But that's okay.
The patches are all gathered here, and now everyone can see my bare walls, my inner sanctum. It's like seeing me nude.
I mean, all right. Anyway, yeah, we did talk.
Anyway,
box. It was a heated conversation, that's for sure.
For sure.
Hopefully, you can have a more civilized conversation today.
Sure.
Yeah. So to start off with, I got these questions I've written down for you. Mr. Dylan Burns, so in recent times, since we've seen all the protests around the globe that show solidarity with the Palestinians.
Was Destiny wrong about the Great March thing? He was wrong in mentioning that the Human Rights Report only analyzed it as a policing event. They claimed to use Israel's approach, which was to approach it as both policing and armed conflict between Hamas and the State of Israel. Yeah, they analyzed it as both. Apparently, but reading through the report, they don't really seem to be applying laws of armed conflict in a way that I've ever seen before. So it doesn't really make any, like, yeah, they claim to, but I think when they say that they only found one person who may have been participating on hostilities, which is the category for armed conflict, it was the guy who was literally firing a rifle. Like, the guy who was firing a rifle was maybe participating in armed conflict. And apparently everyone else attacking the fence, which is a military objective, both for Hamas and for Israel, that just didn't count, apparently. It's so stupid. He said they did use both, but one was used sparingly. I don't think that's what he said. I thought he said that they applied it as a policing event, but not as an armed conflict. They only applied it at specific points. Oh, I wasn't really, when they were both fighting, I wasn't paying attention. But no, for the bulk of it, they are just saying, like, didn't pose a risk or, like, imminent risk of harm, which is the policing event one. Yeah. That was kind of what they went for most of it. Like, whenever they have the lists of the biographies of the people who died and everything, it's like, at the bottom, it always has this obligatory, they were not posing any immediate threat to life or serious harm. Yeah. So, yeah, they do very much claim to be applying armed conflict in the way that Israel does, but I don't think they applied it in the way that I think a pacifist would. Definitely not in line with the recommendations that I read from the ICJ. Definitely not that way. Also, sorry, from now on, stop recommending President Sunday videos to me, please. I really don't care. I don't think he cares either. Like, his arguments don't make any fucking sense. He doesn't know fucking dick about any of the topics he's discussing on this conflict. Like, he's just there to fucking try to insert himself by morally grandstanding on the graves of dead Arabs. That's all he's here to do. I don't care. I think he probably thinks that if he's lucky, he can cause enough fucking antagonism to spark up a drama. It's interesting that all his fucking attack dog videos come to me after I block him on Twitter, which is interesting. Like, okay, but no, I don't know why I would feed someone whose entire fucking, like, job description is get people to pay attention to you, doesn't matter what kind of attention. I don't know why the fuck you would bother to, like, reciprocate that.
Doesn't that exemplify for you that the people fight l'esprit de corps for the freedom fighters, leftists, humanitarians, and etc., as it was in the Spanish Civil War or the fight against segregation or colonialism in the 60s, is with the Palestinians and not Ukraine, where you have big business interests, intelligence agencies, and the military-industrial complex of big countries fighting each other for supremacy. This is a very common thing back in olden Europe, where one European power fights another for supremacy. England versus Spain, France versus England, France versus Germany, Russian Empire versus Swedish Empire in the Great Northern War. So what I'm trying to say is that the Ukrainian war has all the earmarks of a war of competition between two great powers, two great houses. One is the remnant of the Soviet Empire, the Russian Federation, and the other one is the reigning supreme, the US Empire and its NATO allies. Not a revolutionary war for the liberation of people, their independence, or a great cause like freeing, treating Black people as human beings, or that kind of stuff. Bad, like a people's war.
Yeah, so I guess there would be two things I would say. One, I could apply that same standard easily to the war between Israel and Hamas by just saying Israel is America's ally. America wants an ally in the Middle East as it pivots out, and Hamas is the ally of Iran, who wants to challenge Israel and challenge American power in the region, and therefore the attack on October 7th had nothing to do with the liberation of the Palestinian people, had everything to do with Iran and Hamas further.
Oh, damn, he's doing the reverse Uno card. Oh, shit. The what about Iranian imperialism? Damn, never saw that one coming. I wonder if he's seen that. Okay, hang on. Let me read some donos, because I got quite a lot there. And not much time. Jen Sarek, thanks for the $5. Humanitarian Travel Fund. Wow, humanitarian, crazy. V2 Dan Man, thanks for the $9.99 for a laptop that can handle 51 tabs of Chrome. Wow. Ali L, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Ling Chi, thanks for the $4.99. Come to Philly, we invented freedom. Did they? I don't know anything about Philadelphia, apart from those cheesesteak things. They're good, though. Zinoj, thanks for the $5. Is the laptop for streaming or regular use? If regular use, iPads are infinitely better for travel, posture, no mouse, and just insane battery life. It's for streaming. I don't think I can stream on an iPad, right? Can you? Eddie Scribble, thanks for the £5. Eat copious amounts of disgusting American food. Oh, yeah, I will. Oh, I'm in the South. Means I can get Chick-fil-A. Disgusting. Villainy, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Rizius, thanks for the 25, is that Hong Kong dollars? Oh, cool. Thanks very much. The First Amendment only exists because of the Magna Carta, something the English made. Well, listen, I didn't want to take credit for it, but at the end of the day, we've lost our way in Europe because we... I feel like First Amendment would probably do us better than whatever the fuck we have now.
Their goals against Israel. I can super boil down and make these conflicts really reductive by just talking about kind of the realist worldview. But if we do that, we have to do that equally. We have to say that on the Israeli side, there are obvious like state interests for the United States, state interests for...
Wait, can I actually stream on an iPad? Is that it? Wait. Have I spent this whole time... Wait, if I could get... I don't think I care for iPads, though. Hang on.
Europe, state interests for other powers as well. And on the Palestinian side, whether or not it's genuine or not, the same thing could be true on the other side. There's people who genuinely support Israel. It can also be completely for sectarian or just their own geopolitical means. For example, there are many powers throughout the Middle East.
Sound like Sundowner.
That while they'll champion the Palestinian cause, they will not accept them as citizens. They will just use them more as a political pawn and a political tool, or sometimes, as was true with the Fedayeen and as was true today when it comes to the Iranians, as a military tool as well to leverage power against their enemies. That's not to take away from the justness of the Palestinian cause for liberation, but that is to say that we could do what you just did to the Ukrainian conflict easily to the Palestinian conflict, and I can just dismiss it as just power brokers fighting over the scraps of the Palestinian and Israeli people. As for you said the second point, could you repeat? The second point was about the justness of the Ukrainian cause, I think it was, or was there another second point that I'm forgetting?
So let's see. So I just saying that this is not not a revolutionary cause for liberation for.
Well, it is a revolution. It absolutely is a revolution. It's a continuation of the Euromaidan, and some could even say the Orange Revolution from 2014, because it was the Euromaidan Revolution of 2014 that directly led to the Russian invasion of Crimea in that same year, and the Russian government is very open about that. That Ukraine separating itself from the Ruski Mir, from the Russian world.
What don't you like about iPads? It's because I've never had a computer that I just hold like a little tray, and I've never had a phone that's as big. I just don't like change. Okay.
This view is completely unforgivable because Ukraine is an extension of Russia. Therefore, it cannot do that. And that revolution was against the interests of the Russian state. So it was started by a revolution.
Well, I mean, going back to the revolution, I mean, it could be a
Nazi revolution.
A lot of CIA people were over there. Let's not forget about that.
Okay, I don't care.
Okay, you don't care, but there's intelligence agencies operating in it. There's intelligence agencies operating it.
Is Gantz doing his fucking culling of Netanyahu's bullshit right now? Is Benny Gantz coming to the rescue? Oh, Benny Gantz. He's like, actually, I thought I was thinking of Gallant first of all, because Gallant's not actually that much different from Netanyahu. Let's see. Is he speaking in Hebrew though? Does it have a translator? Is it live? The fuck? Where are you guys seeing this? It just finished. You missed it. Live on Khan. Well, I guess it'll come out soon then. If it's in English, someone send it to me on stream chat, please, because I'd rather watch that.
Wait, the
No.
intelligence Wait, say that again. There was intelligence operations. Intelligence operations operating the revolution, the protesters.
There. I mean, I'm pretty sure there was. I mean, everybody knows there were.
Everybody knows that.
CIA. Look, are you telling me there was no CIA help inside the Euromaidan? Like, all of it was grassroots.
Yes, absolutely. I would say that there was help from maybe the National Endowment for Democracy, the NED, to specific NGO groups that did things like corruption, like vigilance, and like election monitors, and different local press groups that covered things, usually corruption, honestly. I've gone through the NED funding. I've tried to find the CIA like operation that was being done. From my view, the protesters did exactly what the American government did not want them to do, which was overthrow the Yanukovych regime. They were terrified that if the Yanukovych regime was overthrown, that the Russians, not being willing to tolerate a Ukraine that's breaking with their interests, would invade. Now, I would say that they were right about the Russian side of the interests, but they were also...
Is this the same guy that accused you of being a self-hating Arab? Yep, this is him.
Wrong about how number one, probably how brutal Yanukovych was going to get, and number two, what the Ukrainian people were willing to put up with. And so when Victoria Nuland says in this leaked phone call about trying to get the Ukrainian protesters to accept the deal and trying to figure out like how we can make some coalition government moving forward and get ready for elections, this was all around the idea that there's not going to be a coup, there's going to be a deal. And then when the deal was pushed, the protesters didn't accept it and they went forward. So either the argument would have to be A, that the CIA had control of the operation, then lost control of the operation. We still haven't been able to find evidence of control of that operation. Or B, which is what I think, America was sympathetic towards the protesters, and America had sent aid to Ukraine in the form of financial assistance, etc. But we have no evidence of CIA involvement in the Euromaidan revolution. I think that when you murder over 100 people, try to outlaw protesting, like tie nails and screws to like flashbangs to throw it in the crowd, that will be enough to turn the public against you. Not to mention, like, the whole Euromaidan revolution started over the European Union, and the fact that Yanukovych, after making a promise that Ukraine would join the European Union,
the anyway guy,
at least when it came to visa-free travel and the certain association agreement, he pulled out of it in the middle of the night to suppress protests at the request of Putin, after putting pressure on the border and stopping trade, doing something that the Russians promised in the 90s they wouldn't do. So I think all of that creates enough purpose to get people out on the street against them.
Okay, so two things. Number one, Iran is not a superpower. Yeah, it is of course, it has its
regional power. Yeah.
Regional power, but it's not a superpower. And the Palestinians have been fighting way before Iran had.
Coronavirus June 8th ultimatum. For what? For what? To end the war? Election? Two-state? Read my previous message. He gave Bibi an ultimatum until the 8th of June. If he doesn't take this shit seriously, Gantz and Gallant will leave and take down the government and will start planning for a new one. So he's giving him till the 8th of June to take this shit seriously. Okay. Okay. Anyway. Ooh!
Has came to the scene. Like, no, so before even
that's true. There were other powers who backed them before then. It could either be Al Nasser.
Basically, he didn't actually give details. Okay. Well, so I guess the things that Bibi's not taking seriously would be no post-war plan, the refusal to consider the idea of any Palestinian administration taking over Gaza because he doesn't want to have Fetastan as well as Hamastan or whatever the fuck. Is that it? Like, is there just no end game? Is that why they're saying that? I'd imagine those are the two reasons, right? Hostages, okay. He said civilian control over Gaza. Yeah, they would say, to be clear, I don't know that much about Gantz, but when you hear people like Gallant saying that, don't confuse it for them saying Palestinian statehood. They are not there yet, those guys. They are, when they say civilian control, they don't mean statehood. They mean just like, we want this to be like not our fucking problem, is more or less what they mean. Lack of a plan for the West Bank as well. Because I think if people like Gallant had their way, or like, what's his face? Ehud Olmert. If they had their way, you would have these kind of like autonomous zones in the West Bank and Gaza that are not states, but are also not Israel's problem. That's kind of what they want. With obviously no military, probably discontiguous, because I don't think they would advocate for an expansive removal of settlements or land swaps. Yeah, they want like an autonomous region. Just a kind of like a thing, an entity. Fucking. Oh, and for the 100,000 evacuated civilians in the north, operation against Hezbollah is close. Oh, really? They want to do an operation. Oh, God. Wait, I saw this fucking. Are they going to invade Lebanon or? Oh, God. This was, I saw this from Nasrallah. This guy is such a fucking shit poster.
بعدين يعني هو لازم يعني نحكي لنا شغله عن هذا وزير الحرب الاسرائيلي، يعني في واحد اسمه وزير دفاع بيفهم وراسه وفي براسه عقل، بيقول انه نحن قبل شهر يعني بيقول نحن نص مقاتلي حزب الله قضينا عليهم والنص الثاني مخبى. هلا كنت اقول عنه مسطل، هلا بقول عنه هذا مستهبل ومكتر كمان. بعدين يعني
this fucking who's it? This guy's just a fucking meme lord, like sitting in his like a secret underground bunker. They've got a very boomer base here. The smiling bunker goblin. He's so happy. They're basically doing fuck all. Like, I think they're more. They've still got all their positions in Syria. I think they might actually have more people in Syria than they have fighting Israel at the border. I don't actually know this. Double check me on that, but I do wonder, like, if I don't think this guy has any interest in escalating with Israel, but I don't know. The other thing is they also don't have that much interest in taking strikes from Israel and not retaliating and not firing back. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, they can't make it look like they're doing nothing. This as well is ironic here, saying that he wants, like, Syrian refugees to fuck off to the EU. Like, hang on.
أيها النازحون السويريون أيها الإخوة، كل من يريد أن يغادر إلى أوروبا إلى قبرص هذا البحر أمامكم. أيها النازحون السويريون أيها الإخوة، كل من يريد أن يغادر إلى أوروبا إلى قبرص هذا البحر أمامكم. أيها
the fuck, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people don't actually know that what Hezbollah have been doing for the last 12 years. What is this? Oh, I feel like I've read this. The realization created a euphoric mood, which is clearly reflected in the orders to the 12 brigades of the Israeli army to start considering the occupation of the West Bank, Golan Heights, and southern Lebanon. 24th of May, after Ben-Gurion had met with his advisors, in his diary, he sounds triumphant and more power-hungry than ever before. We will establish a Christian state in Lebanon, the southern border of which will be the Litany River. We will break Transjordan, bomb Amman, and destroy its army. Then Syria falls, and if Egypt will continue to fight, we will bombard Port Said, Alexandria, and Cairo. This will be revenge for what they, the Egyptians, Aramans, and Assyrians did to our forefathers during biblical times. The fuck, man. Fucking schizoid. Is he talking about... I'm sorry, this is so dumb. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure which war he's talking about here, because this could have been 48 or... Yeah, it'd be 48, because 24th of May, why would he say that about... 6-Day War? Yeah, it would be 48. I think they ultimately decided not to do that, but... with much regret, he did say.
Could be the Jordanians. It could
A lot of
be
these people don't want a war. I know. What's this? Oh, Kalinda, thanks so much for that. What a queen. All right, let's see. Gantz to Netanyahu. If you lead the nation to the abyss, we will withdraw from the government. Gantz listed 6 objectives that Netanyahu must adopt or face his withdrawal from the government. Okay, 6 objectives. Okay. Minister without portfolio, Benny Gantz, gave Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a deadline until the 8th of June to come up with a more clear war program, or Gantz will withdraw from the government. Gantz listed 6 objectives that Netanyahu must adopt or face his withdrawal from government. 1. The return of the hostages. 2. Demobilization of Hamas and the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. 3. Determining a governing alternative in the Strip. 4. The return of residents of the North by September 1st. 5. Promoting normalization. 6. Adopting an outline for creating standardized Israeli national service. Is the standardized national service to do with the Orthodox community? Is that what he's talking about there? Yeah, because they're currently getting subsidized by the government to have 6 babies per family, right? Return to what? A crater? What, the north of Israel? Is the north of Israel a crater? Or are they talking about North Gaza? Wait, this is North Gaza, right? No, they're talking about... This will be for residents of Israel to the north, right? Not fucking Gaza. They're not going to have a firm date for people returning to North Gaza. Ooh. And study Talmud. Yeah, okay. If you choose to lead the nation to the abyss, we will withdraw from the government, turn to the people, form a government that can bring out a real victory, Gantz said in his statement. Commenting on the unity government, he said, "We did not claim dominance. We did not demand jobs. All we wanted was to serve our country and our people." For many months, the unity was indeed real and meaningful. It prevented serious mistakes, led to great achievements, and returned home over 100 hostages. Together, we faced the hardships of the campaign, protected the nation with a good and strong spirit, and gave the fighters on the front a feeling of being backed by a shared destiny. But lately, something has gone wrong. Essential decisions were not made, Gantz continued. A small minority has taken over the command bridge of the Israeli ship of state and is steering her toward the rocks. I came here today to tell the truth, and the truth is hard. While Israeli soldiers show supreme bravery on the front, some of the people who sent them into battle behave with cowardice and irresponsibility. Okay. Well, developing story. He's talking about Ben Gvir. I know he's talking about the crazies. That's why that 6 Mether is there, right? Because if you're Israeli, that orthodox fucking far right bullshit, like that's actually gonna... that is actually an existential threat, dealing with that stuff. Anyway. Let me see. I don't know if I care for this debate, the Dylan one. Dylan's doing really well, but it's just kind of embarrassing watching this guy have no points, but also it not be that much of a... I feel like this guy's content, if you... I don't know why I made him so angry. Am I more of a combative debater? Because I feel like this guy, I feel like he snapped at me. I don't know. I don't remember because we had multiple discussions. It's hard to say. I feel like that happens though. I feel like when I debate people, I don't know if it's the way I am with them, but I feel like I do something to set people off, and I don't think it's deliberate, but I don't know. Maybe I need to actually think about it when I'm in the moment next time. Why else is furnace just open like that? It's just a fireplace, isn't it? You keep finding weirdos. I mean, this guy debated me as well, but he just popped off right away. Whereas with Dylan, he's chill. I don't know. People get pissed off when their logic is. I don't think that's why. I don't think I set people off because I'm like making them uncomfortable by making solid points. I don't think. Maybe. Want to watch the John the Duncan say the intent doesn't matter for the definition of genocide while having a framed picture of Chairman Mao in the background. Does he? I guess I could because he is a. Does he not study international law? This guy. This is not like his PhD. PhD researcher in human rights, austerity, and neoliberalism. Okay. The first stream of my 30s. Oh, he just turned 30. Okay. Cool.
Try to.
He's also Scottish, so which there should be no problems. This guy is a fucking tool, by the way. This John the Duncan guy. Fuck me. But wait, what's the does intent matter in genocide? I mean, yeah, it does. It really does. It's like the main thing. Is he gonna there's this weird miscommunication. I feel like I know what he's gonna do because people said it in Discord as well who have already watched this. I feel like there are two arguments that are made simultaneously, and it kind of makes this branch of the left look kind of confused. Because one side will say constantly that this is genocide. It's genocide by the UN definition, easily fits the UN definition. The Dolus Specialis is there. The ICJ basically said it's plausible, which means it's definitely happening. Yeah, that's like where, but then you have the other side that's like, well, actually, it's a genocide, but we have to change the entire definition first because the definition as it stands now is colonial, white supremacist, apartheid, imperialist, homophobic, right? That's more or less where they are now. And obviously these two positions are contradictory, and sometimes even the same individual will bounce between the two of them, but fuck. Let's see how it goes.
Try to that actually deal with the intent part. Which is, by the way, I think you guys, I don't know if you use the phrase the dolus specialis, that the intentional part of genocide.
Sorry, I don't know that term.
I think it's called dolus specialis. It is the most important part of genocide, which is proving it is a highly special intent to commit genocide.
Is it?
It is the most important part of genocide.
Yeah, it is. What he's about to say is probably that there's an old definition and that there are other definitions that should be more important because we don't like the UN Convention on Genocide, which is all colonial white supremacist and influenced by such colonial white supremacist nations as the USSR was among them. The fact is, there are lots of people who propose different definitions of genocide. Only one of them is enforceable, and that's the UN Convention on Genocide. That's why you go to the ICJ, you use the UN Convention on Genocide. So anyway, why is there a fucking Chairman Mao, whatever?
Is it
the most important part of genocide?
Is it really the most important part? Or do you just not know what you're talking about?
Ooh!
Please stop.
Like, I think if you go to... the ICJ case from South Africa. No, this is the court order. I don't want the fucking court order. I want the South African application. This is it. English? Oh, there's always a French version. We love that. Oh my god. South ICJ case. I want the 88-page, single-spaced trans wonder, please. Thank you. Oh my. Oh, I thought it was easy enough to find this. Here we go. 84. Okay. Dolus. Acts and missions of genocide and character, committed with this requisite specific intent to destroy. Where is it when they talk about? Do they lay out the importance of dolus specialis when they do this? Specific intent. Important to place the act of genocide in the broader context of Israel's conduct towards Palestinians during its 75-year-long apartheid, 56-year-long belligerent occupation of Palestinian territory, and its 16-year-long blockade of Gaza, including the serious and ongoing violations of international law associated therewith, including grave breaches of the Fourth Geneva Convention, other war crimes, and crimes against humanity. However, when referring in this application to acts and omissions by Israel which are capable of amounting to other violations of international law, South Africa's case is that those acts and omissions are genocidal in character, as they are committed with the requisite specific intent, dolus specialis, to destroy Palestinians in Gaza as part of a broader Palestinian national, racial, and ethnical group. By the way, when they say this, they're not actually saying Palestinians are a racial group. This is just the categories in the Genocide Convention. Like, I know this is obvious to you guys because we've read about this a million times, but as the convention stands right now, yes, there has to be proven intent. There has to be special intent, not just your standard mens rea. There has to be a specific special intent to target that group because of their nationality, race, or ethnicity, and to destroy in whole or in part by committing any of these crimes. And behind each of these crimes, there's an entire wealth of case law and historical examples that are referred to. Causing seriously or bodily or mental harm is usually in reference to acts of like mass rape or torture with the intent of either wiping out that group, like in terms of like even down to trying to get rid of their bloodline or like to dilute their gene pool, as like has happened in previous genocides, or to a point that they just like can't live a dignified and sustained life, like with deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. This could be like intentionally starving a population. This could be like putting people into, like, say, concentration camps and then deliberately denying them essential medicines so that they die of disease. Obviously, this would refer to like sterilization, because destroy in the Genocide Convention means biological or physical destruction. So biological destruction would include forced sterilizations. This is probably the more contentious one, because I don't think there has ever been a conviction of genocide that didn't include the killing itself. So this one on its own, I don't think has ever ruled to be a genocide under the convention, but it would definitely be part of the act, of a broader act that involves these other things. Anyway. But I'm guessing the argument is going to be Genocide Convention is imperialist bullshit and we shouldn't care about it, even though this is what everyone's arguing about. Like Finkelstein is arguing about the ICJ, Moeen is arguing about the ICJ, they're arguing about the UN Convention on Genocide. So this video is already dumb, but okay.
Displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the Declaration of the Judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession
to shut up.
So the role of special intent in relation to legally proving genocide has understandably come to the fore of public consciousness recently, as the Zionist entity occupying Palestine has perpetrated a series of...
The Zionist entity? Bro, you're fucking Al Jazeera LARPing dipshit. It's a fucking country, okay? It exists. I'm sorry, like, I don't know why. Just calling it the Zionist entity isn't going to make it go away, you fucking idiot. Like, it's such a LARP. Like, oh God. What's the implication? The implication is that it should be destroyed. Okay, politically, well, there's nothing political that you're going to do to get a group that sees itself as indigenous, that sees itself as, or correctly sees itself as having nowhere else to go. You're not getting rid of them through politics. It means you support like a war. It means you support a war of annihilation of Israel. Like, and then, you know, good luck with that. Because the record of pursuing that approach, not good. The Zionist entity. Okay, bro.
Deeply violent genocidal act since October 7th. For many people, especially those like Destiny Bunici here,
Mr. Borelli.
I'm going to believe that's not controversial. Genocidal intent.
I don't think so either.
The Israeli Minister of Finance on the 8th of October war.
Mr. Bunnell,
Wait, you do know
What is this clipping?
Are you mispronouncing it intentionally?
who wants to minimize and obscure the genocidal nature of the Israeli state and its current attacks, the concept of special intent, or dolus specialis, is a readily available tool for uninformed Wikipedia warriors like Destiny, as well as more informed defenders of genocidal Israel like the historian Benny Morris, seen here embarrassed sitting next to Destiny, which feeling shame for a Zionist is hard, so good job, Destiny, I guess. But for people like this, the simple story that the Genocide Convention innately requires the extremely high bar of special intent before something can be considered genocide is used as essentially a means of genocide denial. This has a long history, with others such as the legal scholar Günter Louis having used a restrictive notion of special intent to deny genocides of First Nations people of Turtle Island, to deny the Armenian genocide, and even to deny that the murder of Roma peoples during the Nazi Holocaust should be considered genocidal. Because of this utilization of special intent to deny...
Maybe I'm missing something. How many historians or people in the mainstream deny the Armenian genocide on the grounds of lack of dolus specialis? Does shit like this not count as anti-Semitic at this point? What, because he said Zionists can't feel, it's hard for Zionists to feel shame? Is that what you're talking about? The guy's he's Scottish, okay? He's never seen a fucking... We have like 5,000 Jews in this country. Yeah, he doesn't know that the overwhelming majority of Jews in the world would meet the bar for a Zionist. Yeah, of course they would, yeah. Wasn't it the point of the 24 trials? No, because the Genocide Convention didn't exist in 24.
genocide. I want to do this brief video looking at specific legal theory of intent as part of the Genocide Convention. You know, is it the case, a case which, you know, I've been guilty of perpetuating slightly myself, where there's a more expansive socio-historical understanding of genocide resting against...
Also, in terms of cultural things like First Nations or Native, well, first of all, I think Columbus actually did commit what would count as genocide under the Genocide Convention because of the way he was containing, I can't remember the fucking name of the group, but the way he was containing them into those particular areas with the intent of wiping them out. So if we're talking about cultural genocide, like historians will use different categories for that, even though it's not a legal term. I think in legal terms, it would be called ethnocide, or is that actually... in terms of destroying the culture of a group. You're talking about the discourse surrounding the officials in contemporary conversations about if it qualifies for genocide of the trials themselves. I don't know. I've never seen any... Like, maybe there are historians who say that. I mean, I've heard of, as Kalinda saying there's one, which I just heard of now, but I typically, because the whole thing with Armenia, the main thing was the death marches and whether or not they were intended to get them killed, but it seems to be like there's not really any other explanation. So it's like,
one single interpretation of a restricted legal case resting on
The vast majority of Turkish historians deny it based on intent. Yeah, but I don't think David Irving, when he does the Holocaust denial, he doesn't do dolus speciale, I don't think, but he does say, where's the written order from Hitler, right? Like that's his whole meme, is the written order, because it's not there, because it was most likely ordered by word of mouth by Hitler himself. Obviously, it was ordered by other people with no opposition from Hitler and with very, very clear circumstantial evidence-based approval from Hitler. And that's communicated in thousands upon thousands of documents. But I mean, people can make bad arguments, but I don't think dolus specialis has ever created a barrier between the majority of historians from calling Armenia a genocide. I don't think that's the case.
Special intent, where special intent is, as Destiny likes to say here, the most important part of genocide.
It is the most important part of genocide.
Or is it more complex? So just to be absolutely clear though, obviously genocide is a concept which exists outside of the law, and I've done several videos which really go into the sort of socio-historical views of genocide, which aren't determined by a legal understanding, but instead rest on the wider work of...
If we need written intent, we don't... Who said written? No one said anything about written intent. You can show intent. How do you think people show mens rea? It's not about written intent. You don't need written intent. No one needs written intent to say that Hitler ordered the Holocaust. No one needs, like, that's the argument. When David Irving says, show me the written document, the argument is you don't need the written document. What you need is thousands upon thousands of documents from the upper echelons of the fucking Nazi party and the SS, and very clear circumstantial evidence based on the way that those guys spoke to each other that Hitler had approved of this and ordered it. Yeah, you don't need... Special intent, you can get special intent through circumstantial evidence. I think even with the Ottomans, it's like there's no way that could have happened without a special plan from the top down, with a specific plan, even if you couldn't show it in communications. Yeah, you can infer intent.
The originator of the term, Raphael Lemkin, and much more, much wider sociological, historical, critical genocidal studies work. And I don't want to imply here that we need to have a legitimate case in international law.
Not the Ottomans, the Young Turks. Okay, well done. Sorry.
Law to invoke genocide. But rather, I want to make absolutely clear that when people like Destiny use their inexplicably large platforms to rattle off bullshit they've read from Wikipedia, their concern is not actually about understanding genocide or clarifying a specific context, but actually in obscuring an ongoing genocide in the name of a political project.
Jesus.
And that's why I want to talk today a bit about the legal theory
Is that his intent? Is that his special intent? Fucking hell. Oh, God.
Genocide. Also, for my own amusement, I kind of just do want to talk a bit about how Destiny has no idea what he's talking about.
At least have the self-possession to shut up.
Like, of course he doesn't. He's not read anything. He's read a tweet and a Wikipedia article about it, and he barely grasps the concepts he's invoking, which is, extremely clear if you look at the rest of his understanding of, the legal case at the ICJ, which either deliberately or just confusedly misrepresents and misunderstands it.
The court is not asked at this present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide are well...
It's quite funny that you would show a clip of him reading a statement from... You'd show a clip of him reading a statement from Judge Nolte, which I don't think is on the Wikipedia. This is his declaration after the provisional measures, the first round of provisional measures were ordered, where he says, the court is not asked in the present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide are well-founded, and to say all he reads is tweets in Wikipedia. It's so... it's really weird. it goes to show you like what disliking a person does to you, like what it does to your brain. If you really, really hate someone, your judgment will just get fucking ruined. Like is this, I just wonder, I want to see. South Africa, where would you even find this on the Wikipedia? Is there a Wikipedia case on the, I've never actually seen the wiki on this case. South Africa's genocide case against Israel. Do they say, see, the well-founded thing from Judge Nolte is not there. This is a separate declaration outside of the ruling. You would have to go to the actual page to find this. Where is it? Yeah, you would have to go to the ICJ website and go through the files to find this one from Judge Nolte, who's the German judge, because he is the one who voted for every single provisional measure. He voted for every single provisional measure, which clashed with the common understanding that they thought that the case of ongoing genocide was plausible, because he voted for every provisional measure whilst also saying he did not find it plausible that the military operation is being conducted with genocidal intent. But even though he said that, he's voted in favor of the measures, because you didn't actually need to believe that genocide was plausibly occurring to vote for those measures, because the measures didn't include that commitment. So,
Founded. They're not well-founded. They're not even well-founded.
What did the court rule? Is this supposed to, yeah, and this is he doing the, wait, this is already, the judge spoke against this though. Wait, hang on. At least some of the acts and omissions alleged by South Africa have been committed by Israel and Gaza appear to be capable of falling within the provisions of the Genocide Convention. Yeah, they're talking about acts and omissions alleged by South Africa. So they're not talking about, that doesn't mean that they're saying that there is a plausible case that genocide's happening. That's why the ICJ president spoke out against this. This doesn't contradict Nolte's statement at all. Nolte said that they're not determining whether or not South Africa's allegations are well-founded yet. They're not judging the merits, they're judging plausibility. That's what they're saying. Okay.
And it's also clear from this clip,
It is the most important part of genocide,
where he confidently asserts that the dolus specialis, the special intent, is the most important part of genocide. Now, to state this as a fact reveals an absolute dearth of understanding of genocide, not just the socio-historically understandings that we've spoken about before, but legally too. You know, if you've been paying attention over the past months as the legal convention has been repeated in varying contexts, you might have noticed already that, quote, special intent or dolus specialis, these are not actually features of the Genocide Convention. It's not written there. Special intent is not written in the convention. It's not...
Neither is biological or physical destruction, but if you go on to even the UN's own website on the Convention of Genocide, that's what we have case law for. Of course, you don't write every single qualification of the law in the definition. Never trust a fucking YouTuber with a law. It's so weird. I mean, I had to learn this the hard way from like speaking about this shit and then not knowing what I was talking about and then finding out later. But fuck me, like you can't just... People seem to think that you can just read this and then just... do a fucking standard grade poetry project and just make any and just choose any connotation or any fucking expanded meaning of any of these words, and then you've got your fucking thing in the bag. This is why people used to argue that the trans genocide was happening here in the United States, because I guess because like when you transition with informed consent, you have to like realize that you're going to be infertile. It's like, oh well, they're imposing measures intended to prevent births within the crib. Like, bro, you need to dig in a little bit to the actual case law and the actual examples of how this is applied and what thresholds there are. Anyway. intent to destroy equals genocidal intent. Yeah, but they say here, like, it's yeah. They even say cultural destruction does not suffice. This is on the UN's website. And it's the UN Convention on Genocide. Eek. This guy's doing a PhD in human rights.
Part of the law as written. However, the specific meaning and interpretation of intent has been a subject of intense disagreement since the very drafting of the convention. So, it's this intent that it's now worth turning to. Not special intent, just intent. So, as the specific nature of what intent means is not to be found in the actual text of the convention, judges, legal academics, and jurists...
Oh, I see who that... Fucking... That guy who just donated to me, who's going to get read out by the TTS in a minute, is someone that I met in Ohio. It's the guy who fucking started...
The fund. Kid autistic screech.
It's the guy who started doing impressions of me when... when he was talking to me. Thanks for the $50 in pursuit of knowledge. I really appreciate that. That's really kind of you. God damn. Shitting Henry.
Have had to turn to other means to interpret the bounds of intent. For those like Destiny or...
There's no moral equivocation to be had over Palestinians resisting settler colonial genocide. It drives me insane! ! There is Israeli population who are simply and uncomplicatedly civilians. Wait, what? They are all settlers and all complicit. Okay. How fucking drunk was he when he wrote this? What the fuck? How many fucking buckfasts was he swinging back as he fucking dribbled this out onto his iPhone at 6:40 in the morning? I guess there's a time difference, maybe. Or it's actually, this is more like the waking up fucking hungover period. It's like 12 hours later. Okay. So he gets absolutely shit-faced, types this out, or maybe this is his pre-sesh. I don't even know. Fuck, I don't know what time zone we're in getting this tweet. And then afterwards, this is maybe after he comes home, stinking of Frosty Jacks. Oh, God. All settlers and all complicit, bro. Never ask a Maoist what they tweeted on October 7th. Oh, God. Collective punishment. Yeah? Yeah?
Benny Morris and those who believe in dolus specialis, it is case law to which they turn to bolster their perspective. Now, it can be argued that the prevailing interpretation of the Genocide Convention through case law is that it is understood as requiring this special intent, which Destiny likes to point out, and that this has an extremely high bar to prove, as it often requires, like, documents proving that a particular actor needed to act in a specific way and intended to act in a specific way, and they've written down that they are going to do it. And this is obviously very helpful. This restricted definition is obviously very helpful to powerful actors like Israel who want to have who have a vested interest in making genocide very difficult to legally prove. But it's far from an uncontroversial position, and it's far from something which is settled within legal theory. So, for example, as one of the most well-known legal academic critics of...
So why wouldn't you just say... Does he not understand that the debate that Finkelstein, Muin, Destiny, and Benny were having was over the ICJ case, over whether or not Israel's actions fit the UN Convention on Genocide? Why wouldn't you just say, like, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but here's why arguing over that is stupid, because the genocide definition is fucked. You could probably make a good video out of that. You could make a very good video about how the likes of Stalin and the fucking United Kingdom and the fucking United States all really wanted to restrict Lemkin's original definition of genocide because they didn't want to implicate themselves. They thought it was too broad. Also, it's not like genocide is the only way you can hold a state accountable. If you think the definition is fucked and you actually care about helping Palestinians, you actually care about achieving some kind of like recourse, then there are other laws that there are actually other laws that are clearly being broken by Israel. Like, so why wouldn't you just go with that instead?
Special intent, Alexander Grimoald points out, if we follow a strict interpretation of special intent for genocide, then letters such as this extermination order from German General Lothar von Trotha, it's like, imagine being a German called that. It's absurd. It's like being called Hans. This letter from Lothar von Trotha, which calls for the execution of all members of the Herero people on German-occupied Namibian land, might not actually be considered genocidal if we like have a very strict special intent interpretation of the convention. This is because the goal of the action, as the letter suggests, is not the intent to destroy the Herero people as such, but the expulsion of them from the land Germany is occupying, Namibian land. Now, obviously, to most right-minded people, that
I'm pretty sure there's not much of a, so I've read about Herero from Richard Evans, where they do very much call it genocide. What does it say here? I, the great general of the German troops, send this letter to the Herero people. The Herero are no longer German subjects. They have murdered, stolen, they have cut off the ears, noses, and other body parts of wounded soldiers. Now, out of cowardice, they no longer wish to fight. I say to the people, anyone who delivers a captain will receive 1,000 marks. Whoever delivers the chief, Samuel Maharero, will receive 5,000 mark. The Herero people must, however, leave the land. If they do not do this, I will force them with the artillery. Within the German borders, every male Herero, with or without a gun, with or without cattle, will be shot. I will no longer accept women and children. I will drive them back to their people, or I will let them be shot at. I feel like the argument here, we wish to displace, we assign no value, we are willing to kill anyone who does not leave. This can be, I don't think dolus specialis means it can only be genocide exclusively. I'm pretty sure if you express it in this way, not because it doesn't sound like the killing is just a means to an end. They're talking about delivering captains or delivering the chief or anyone who stays dies. Like, we are aware that this plan will likely entail the destruction of the Herero people in whole or in part. That's actually probably one of the most literal connections to the Genocide Convention. Wait, I wonder, maybe this guy actually makes a good argument, but John the fucking shithead is just not phrasing it very well? Maybe. But I mean, even here, like in whole or in part, you can have, because dolus specialis doesn't mean it has to be exclusively. There is a case that you can make that if you kill people, if you carry out like a massacre, but the massacre isn't the order, the massacre isn't the plan is just to get them kicked out in a group, and the massacre will just help, then that might not be dolus specialis. That would be like crime against humanity, which is still an international crime, a very grave international crime. It doesn't mean the country that does it is off the hook just because they don't have dolus specialis. But here, this sounds like the intent is both. It is removal and destruction. The supposed indifference could have, I want to see what this paper is that he's talking about, because I feel like the person he's referencing might have a better argument than he's, it's gone through the filter, obviously. 2004. So Grinovault 2004, even though there is no reference from 2004, there's one from 2024 and 1999. Good start. 933. Is this one just not in his references? Bibliography on Twitter? It's supposed to be 2024, so it's this one. I want to read it. Because I know people make these arguments all the time. There are people who make plenty of, like, probably, I'd say quite good arguments for why the UN Convention of Genocide is not ideal, that it needs to change to accommodate acts that should really be falling under it. But I wonder 958 to 959. Only one page, so. Unless, Kalinda, do you know anyone who denies the Herero genocide based on lack of special intent? So it's here. I wonder what the context is, what the name of this paragraph is. Element analysis, penal code. Are we slurring yet? Nope. I do. Obviously you do. Let's go here. As these examples reveal, a question of genocidal intent is not a simple matter of defining a word or making a binary choice between a purpose or knowledge-based approach. Instead, there is a spectrum of possibilities depending on how the mens rea requirements map onto the distinct components of genocidal intent. And here, between the implausible extremes of a purely purpose-based approach and a purely knowledge-based approach, there exists a closer, more nuanced question concerning what exactly it means, in the words of the Krstić judgment, Bosnian genocide, to act with the goal of group destruction. It is genocide when perpetrators orchestrate the large-scale destruction of people belonging to a protected group because of who they are. Or is there instead an extra step required, namely that the perpetrators conceive of the plan as one aimed at destroying a group in its collective sense? The distinction may seem opaque, even semantic. Whether one views the Holocaust as a plan to destroy the individual Jewish people living in Europe versus one to destroy the group as a collective means seems immaterial, and it is hard to imagine a court drawing a line between those two conceptions. But other cases present a clearer contrast. For instance, the severe, albeit lower scale of the Srebrenica massacre more directly raises the question of whether and how the murder of 8,000 Bosniaks out of a pre-war population of roughly 2 million might have been calculated to impact the group as a whole. Consider also the atrocities commonly referred to as the Herero genocide, involving the extermination of approximately 80% of the Herero people by the German colonizers in present-day Namibia. Although these early 20th century crimes predate the Genocide Convention, Germany has formally acknowledged the killings as genocide and committed 1.35 billion in payment to Namibia. Germany. These mass atrocities are also recognized as genocide in many sources, including the influential Whitaker Report released in 1985 by the UN Special Rapporteur on the Prevention and Punishment of Crime of Genocide, Benjamin Whitaker. The history is striking both for the barbarity of the German actions and in a foreshadowing of the Holocaust for the paper trail that the colonizers left behind. There is in particular the infamous Extermination Order, a letter written by German General Lothar von Trotha directly to the Herero people. Reads as follows. I, the great general of the German troops, send this letter to the Herero people. The Herero are no longer German subjects. They have murdered, stolen. We already read this, okay? These are my words, the great general of the mighty German Kaiser. The Whitaker Report presents the order as conclusive evidence of genocidal intent, and considering in particular the deaths that followed, it's easy to see why. But according to the stricter interpretations suggested by the genocide case law, the letter actually provides evidence against genocidal intent. While confirming that German forces deliberately targeted to the point of destruction an indigenous people whom they considered to be subhuman, the letter suggests that group destruction was not in fact the goal. Instead, the expressed goal was to eradicate the Herero people from the lands governed by Germany through some combination of displacement and murder. Paraphrase, the order seems to suggest the following attitude on the part of the German authorities. We wish to displace the Herero people from the German-governed land in Africa. We assign no value to their lives as human beings, and we are willing to kill anyone who does not leave. We are aware that this plan will likely entail the destruction of the Herero people in whole or substantial part. We are indifferent as to whether this happens or not. All that matters is that they no longer live on our land. So there's the argument here that Dolo Specialis just doesn't allow this in because they say they're indifferent to it. Okay. So let's say this is true. Seems a silly argument since Nazis wanted to ship Jews out first. It's not the same because Nazis changed from ship them out to kill them. Like the goal was to kill them. Put it this way. maybe that's true then. Maybe it's true that what happened to the Herero people doesn't fit the Genocide Convention, at least according to this author. I don't know if this was the only fucking order ever given or the only commands ever given from the top down. Like, if there's like a paper trail that was left behind. But if killing was only incidental to removing them, even though the orders are to kill as well, but if you say that doesn't fit the Genocide Convention, the question would be, well, so what? This is clearly a crime against humanity. There's an enforceable law in place to deal with this. If you target a civilian population, not necessarily with Dolus Specialis, you would still be held culpable under international law. You just have a different crime. That's why when the Ukrainians accused Russia of crimes for Bucha and for Izium, they called it crimes against humanity. That's the charge that was brought forward. You don't need the Genocide Convention to pursue repercussions, and not to mention the tens of thousands of war crime allegations that have been brought to Russia by this point. Okay.
Namibian land might not actually be considered genocidal if we have a very strict special intent interpretation of the convention. This is because the goal of the action, as the letter suggests, is not the intent to destroy the Herero people as such, but the expulsion of them from the land Germany is occupying, Namibian land. Now, obviously, to most right-minded people, that this would not constitute genocide is patently absurd. And indeed, this evidence was enough for Germany, who paid $1.35 billion in restitution to Namibia for this genocide as a result of the UN's Whitaker Report. So if this evidence can be interpreted as being both a smoking gun for special intent and directly in opposition to special intent, then what is revealed is not that special intent, doesn't exist within case law, but that it is not a consistently defined simple benchmark. It's not something that you can simply appeal to, something which constitutes, quote, the most important part of genocide, but is rather inconsistent and quite...
Again, we're talking about the context of an ICJ case, though. It's funny, though, because this is actually the one part of the video that is actually fairly interesting because it's based on, he's brought up a paper, he's brought up the argument actually makes sense. But I think it's because he's just he's embedded it in a fucking what's supposed to be an intended dunk piece that I don't really know if he's making the right argument out of it. Let's say someone says that okay, the Herero genocide doesn't fit the Genocide Convention. Does that change the morality of it in any way? Does it stop it from being a crime? Absolutely not. Does it make it more morally okay? No. Genocide isn't even necessarily it's not supposed to be, it's not a moral hierarchy. People might say it's the gravest of all crimes and all that shit, but there are plenty of events that are not considered genocide by quite a lot of people in general. And although those events exist, say the Holodomor, lots of historians don't think the Holodomor was a genocide, but fucking millions of people died. And there was, at the very least, maybe not a direct general plan from Stalin, there was very least a kind of negligence, or not even negligence, but a kind of disregard as it was happening. So, yeah, I don't understand this. Yeah, I don't really know where he's going with that. If you want to make the argument that the Genocide Convention and the case law surrounding the Genocide Convention needs to change, because obviously, say when the German state says, we think it's genocide for the Hereros, it might be a political fucking statement, right? That's the idea. It would be a political statement. And if they want to pay reparations for that, that's fine. But that doesn't have anything to do with the ICJ or the ICC and how the genocide crime is actually enforced. But I guess the problem is that the reason he thinks it's there's no way a right-minded person could call what happened in Herero not a genocide is because to this guy, genocide just means when people die, when you kill them. When it's just a proxy for thing I really don't like, and I need to use this word for it to express that because no other word will do. Even though, if you buy the argument that Herero, according to this author, what doesn't fit within Dolo Specialis, then it's still going to fit a different crime. There's no way you can wriggle around that in international law. There's no way you can wriggle around that. Killing 80% of the population with fucking kill orders. Ugh. You're gaslighting. Okay.
Contested. And what should also be noted here, considering Germany's horrendous opposition to acknowledging
again, this whole video started, it's springboarded off of an argument between four people about the ICJ. It's about a criminal case of genocide. It's a court hearing on genocide. So obviously legal precedent is going to matter. Case law will matter. And then the argument might be, is like, okay, well, if you think that it's actually, there is merit to the argument that what's happening in Gaza doesn't meet the Genocide Convention in practice, then why the fuck did South Africa bring that charge? Why didn't someone try to bring a charge of war crimes or try to bring forth a charge of crimes against humanity? Like, why not?
Genocide in Palestine and its crackdown on those people trying to support Palestinians is the consistency between Lothar von Trotha's description and aims during the Herero genocide and Zionist aims in their genocide against Palestine. Another instance of the contested, politically dependent nature of the role of special intent when applied to different contexts. A second issue worth confronting is regarding maybe the most well-known case law regarding special intent and probably the most well-known case law regarding the Genocide Convention being applied.
Bosnia?
And that is the jurisprudence of the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia regarding the Bosnian genocide.
Hey.
Well, for many proponents of special intent, of the high role...
See, okay, I feel like now I'm starting to think that the person who wrote that article on the Herero cherry-picked one quote of the orders and didn't actually tell you that much about what else was happening. Just a quick scan of like this fucking Holocaust library, the Wiener Library. The Herero genocide, the remaining, so the German government in Berlin, 1904, overturned General Trotha's inhumane execution order and instead commanded that the surviving members of the Herero population be incarcerated in concentration camps, such as the Shark Island concentration camp. By this point, however, many thousands of Herero had already been murdered. The remaining Herero who were incarcerated in the concentration camps were subjected to lethal conditions, and prisoners endured poor hygiene, little food, forced labor, and medical experiments. Now, if you've got lethal conditions, 47 to 74%. And you look at the Convention on Genocide, you would have a very tough time explaining why this doesn't fit C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Guerrilla warfare, caught, executed, incarcerated in the same camps. By the end of 1907, 50 to 65,000 murdered by the German ruling forces. So apparently this order, wait, hang on. The order was overturned by the German government, but what happened to the Herero people happened anyway. Hang on, I'm sorry. Let's just... Okay, wait. Let's just read all of it. Massacre of 50 to 65,000 people. Prior to colonization, several distinct native groups lived freely in the area. Slave labor, confiscated, cattle stolen, okay. Armed rebellion against the oppressive colonial rule. Ruling forces unprepared for the attack. 123 settlers killed. Herero were overwhelmed by the more equipped German force, obviously. So Trotha puts this order forward abandons negotiations for a surrender, uses the encirclement tactic, killing 3,000 to 5,000 people. Despite the brutal attacks of the Germans, most of the Herero managed to escape into the Almaheki Desert. Under Trotha's command, the Schutztruppe, I love these German names for their stupid fucking units, ruthlessly pursued the thousands of Herero men, women, and children who attempted to cross to the desert to reach the British protectorate of modern-day Botswana. Thousands of Herero died from being shot, drinking water from poisoned wells, or died from thirst and starvation in the desert. Then, October 2nd, Trotha escalated the violence against the Herero in an order. With the German borders, every male Herero, unarmed or armed, will be shot to death. I will no longer take in women and children, but will drive them back to their people or have them fired at. These are my words to the Herero people. For the general people, the German Kaiser, But then in November, the German government overturned Trotha's inhumane execution order and instead commanded the surviving members of the Herero population to be incarcerated in camps. So how many of them died in the camps? So actually, it's not even called genocide because of this order? Because the order was overturned. It's called genocide because of what? The massacres in the camps? For which you can easily infer intent if the mortality rate is up to 74%. Like, okay, Okay. $47? Wait, what? No, 47 to 74. I said up to 74 because the highest was 74. Sounds like they initially wanted the Herero to leave at all costs, crime against humanity, later changed their minds and imprisoned them, genocide. Yeah, it seems to be that the camps were used to kill them. Now, unless you could prove that the only reason this mortality rate was high because they were really bad at running camps and they tried their best, but people died anyway. So it's weird that you would bring up that quote, even that author would bring up that quote. Is it just because they're saying the quote itself isn't genocidal intent? Like, it might not be, but then that's not why, that doesn't seem to be what people refer to with the Herero genocide, because what they did was different. Okay. Strange. Trotha is pronounced Trotta. Oh yeah, because it's German. Okay. Interesting. Oh well. I mean, the argument that he's making still stands. You could still say that maybe it's a bit absurd that the initial plan from Trotta is not, it's absurd to call it not genocide just because he's wanting to remove them, even though it involves like a very clear intent to kill them en masse, but in the process. But again, that's you contending with the way the genocide like convention is practiced. It's not you making an argument about how it is now. It's saying they also did medical experiments. It says that in here as well. It says that on the Wiener website.
Of special intent in interpreting the Genocide Convention. People like Gunter Louis, the case law from the Bosnian genocide simply demonstrates special intent. They argue that the decision to label the clearly demonstrable order, the written order to slaughter 8,000 military-aged Muslim Bosniak men, as the only act of genocide presented during the ICTY bolsters the idea of special intent. Intent to kill these men is clearly documented. But this isn't a case, not a simple case, of special intent being invoked and clearly defined, precisely because the group being targeted in this specific case is not Muslim Bosniaks as such, but only those men of military age. This either implies that intent to destroy the Bosniak population is being expanded beyond just the demonstrable intent to destroy a population in whole or in part, or the intent to destroy a population in whole and in part is being expanded to include this act which excluded women and children. So intent is already being muddied. Or it's arguing that special intent is not essential to the understanding of genocide. But it gets more confusing, because this is not the end of the matter for the Bosnian genocide and the legal...
Well, here's the question then. The ICTY convicted, is it Kristic and Mladic? Those are the two guys? They were convicted of genocide, though. That's case law. What argument is he making there? Is he making the fact that the people tried to say it wasn't genocide because they targeted men of fighting age, but the case law still said that this still counts as dolus specialis because it was men because it was men of fighting age within a particular national group, right? Like the fact that they went to the subcategory of their gender and their age didn't negate the fact that they were from a national group, that they had that in common. Can anyone tell me what argument he's making here? Let's go back. He's a Chomsky stan. He's not Chomsky stan. Chomsky is a denier, right, for the Bosnian genocide for that reason, among many reasons. No, he thinks what happened in Bosnia was a genocide. He just thinks it's like there's a problem with the dolus specialis because technically they didn't target the entire ethnic group. They targeted the men of fighting age from a subset of the ethnic group. But again, that seems to work in whole or in part. But if the problem is with case law being too narrow, well, case law determined that to be genocide, even though it was men of fighting age within the national group.
Racial intent is not essential to the understanding of genocide. But it gets more confusing, because this is not the end of the matter for the Bosnian genocide and the legal rulings on it.
Wait, hang on. Let me go back to what he said there.
Is that intent to destroy the Bosniak population is being expanded beyond just the demonstrable intent to destroy a population in whole or in part, or the intent to destroy a population in whole and in part is being expanded to include this act which excluded women and children. So intent is already being muddied. Or it's arguing that special intent is not essential to the understanding of genocide.
Okay, so is he saying that because the case law, because there was convictions in Bosnia, even though they only killed, they went for men of fighting age targeted, then that means that dolus specialis is either not there or is muddied? Hang on. Or it could mean that case law actually allowed for that qualification to happen and still said it counted as dolus specialis. Where's the ruling? In Bosnia, it's more of an ethnic shut the fuck up. We're talking about the genocide. We're talking about the one in Srebrenica. Jesus Christ. I know that ethnic cleansing is what fucking Milosevic simps like to say. All right, hang on. He's saying they convicted without special intent. Okay, let's find out. Because South Africa are appealing to special intent in the ICJ case. They're doing that. Let me find out. ICTY conviction. Let's see. Dolus. Judgment summary. Maybe it's the case. I don't know if they actually decided. Did the court? So is his argument that the court actually decided this, or it suggests this? Okay, this is apparently what is this? What am I reading? Summary of appeals. Okay. Next, turning to the prosecution's first and second grounds of its appeal. The prosecution raises 6 challenges to the trial chamber's conclusion that the appellant lacked the dolus specialis for genocide. So the appeal was that it wasn't dolus specialis, probably because they were men, right? I'd imagine. The prosecution argues that the trial chamber improperly required it to prove an intent to kill all Bosnian Muslims in the region. That would be silly. The appeals chamber is not persuaded by this argument. In the very paragraph cited in the prosecution to support its argument, the trial chamber specifically found that the prosecution had not proven that the appellant sought to destroy in part the Muslim group. The trial chamber's reference to structures being in place to kill all Muslims merely constitutes evidence that the appellant did not seek to destroy the Muslim Bosnian group in whole or in part. The appeals chamber considers that the trial chamber did not err under the circumstances in this case in concluding that the appellant lacked dolus specialis for genocide. And then the last one, persecutions. With respect to the fourth subground of appeal concerning Article 5, the appellant submits that the trial chamber lowered the threshold of proof required for persecutions by accepting dolus eventualis as sufficient to prove the mens rea for acts underlying persecutions. He further submits that the trial chamber provided inadequate analysis of how the dolus specialis requirement for prosecutions was met. The appeals chamber finds that the trial chamber carefully considered evidence of the appellant's personal discriminatory intent. Such intent was neither presumed nor transferred from the direct perpetrators. It further concludes that the trial chamber did not err in its consideration of the evidence for mens rea. The arguments of the appellant are dismissed. So they didn't say that there wasn't the appeals tried to say that there wasn't dolus specialis, but they were dismissed because they were convicted of genocide, no? It seems like they are actually taking it seriously that you need dolus specialis and you're not exempt from it just because you target an age and gender subset of the population. Why is he bringing this up? Do they talk about special intent apart from the special? Whoa. No. Because that sounds like they're saying there was appeals on those grounds, but they were rejected. Because it still counts as in part. The part of the Bosnian Muslim group, which was the men that they had custody over, who were within a certain age group. Am I missing something here? Why is this proof that you don't need dolus specialis for genocide? Why? Why is he saying that? Why is this a case for... This is a case that dolus specialis is actually broader than you were making it out to be. But just... what? What's he saying? Fuck me. I need to listen again. I'm going insane.
Argument destruction is being expanded. This either implies that intent to destroy the Bosnian
Citation? Wait, what the fuck did you post? Can you DM me that, Shakespeare, with a link? I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do with that. Let's see. Oh, I think I got it. This is the appeals chamber. What am I supposed to... Is this them getting shot down for trying to say... This is about aiding and abetting. Is this the German? No, this is ICTY. Many domestic jurisdictions, both common and civil law, take the same approach with respect to mens rea for aiding and abetting. Oh, this is... Finkelstein did this fuck up where he confused aiding and abetting genocide with dolus specialis to try and argue the mens rea thing. This was his moron specialis tweet. Oh, God. German law simply requires that in offenses mandating a showing of a specific intent, dolus specialis, an aider and abetter need not possess the same degree of mens rea as the principal perpetrator, but only to be aware of the perpetrator's intent. Yeah, obviously. Okay, cool. We know that. It's like why some people in the Rwandan genocide were not found guilty of, like, were not ascribed dolo specialis, but they were ascribed mens rea for aiding and abetting. Yeah, okay. All right, fucking... Mm-hmm. Page 12, 2 to 13. What am I... Shakespeare, 2 to 13. What am I supposed to do with page 2 to 13? What do you want me to do? Yeah. In support of its argument, the defense identifies the trial chamber's determination that in the context of its case, the intent to kill the men of military age amounted to an intent to destroy a substantial part of the Bosnian Muslim group. The trial chamber's observation was proper. As a specific intent offense, the crime of genocide requires proof of intent to commit the underlying act and proof of intent to destroy the targeted group in whole or in part. The proof of the mental state with respect to the commission of the underlying act can serve as evidence from which the fact finder may draw the further inference that the accused possessed the specific intent to destroy. They determined that Radislav Kristic had the intent to kill the Srebrenica Bosnian Muslim men of military age. This finding is one of intent to commit the requisite genocidal act, in this case, the killing of the members of the protected group, prohibited by Article 42A of the statute. From this intent to kill, the trial chamber also drew the further inference that Kristic shared the genocidal intent of some members of the VRS main staff to destroy a substantial part of the targeted group. So, yeah, it seems like you don't lose dolo specialis if you specify within a national or religious group age and gender. Why is he bringing this argument up? Like, fuck me. In this case, the factual circumstances, as found by the trial chamber, permit the inference that the killing of the Bosnian Muslim men was done with genocidal intent. As already explained, the scale of the killing, combined with the VRS main staff's awareness of the detrimental consequences it would have for the Bosnian Muslim community of Srebrenica, and with the other actions the main staff took to ensure that community's physical demise, is a sufficient factual basis for the finding of specific intent. All right, so he just basically used Bosnia as an example of where you can get genocide without specific intent, even though the court, the case law, the tightest possible interpretation of genocide, actually did ascribe specific intent. So I guess he just has no idea what he's talking about. Okay, cool, love.
Bosniak population invoked and clearly defined. A case,
Unless
not a simple
I misheard
case
what he was saying. I'll try one more time.
of special intent being invoked and clearly defined, precisely because the group being targeted in this specific case is not Muslim Bosniaks as such. Special intent. They argue that the decision to label the and Zionist aims in their genocide against Palestine. Another instance of the contested, politically dependent nature of the role of special intent when applied to different contexts. A second issue worth confronting is regarding maybe the most well-known case law regarding special intent, and probably the most well-known case law regarding the Genocide Convention being applied. And that is the jurisprudence of the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia regarding the Bosnian genocide. Well, for many proponents of special intent, of the high role of special intent in interpreting the Genocide Convention, people like Gunter Louis, the case law from the Bosnian genocide simply demonstrates special intent. They argue that the decision to label the clearly demonstrable order, the written order to slaughter 8,000 military-aged Muslim Bosniak men, as the only act of genocide presented during the ICTY, bolsters the idea of special intent. Intent to kill these men is clearly documented. But this isn't a case, not a simple case, of special intent being invoked and clearly defined, precisely because the group being targeted in this specific case is not Muslim Bosniaks as such, but only those men of military age. This either implies that intent to destroy the Bosniak population is being expanded beyond just the demonstrable intent to destroy a population in whole or in part, or the intent to destroy a population in whole and in part is being expanded to include this act which excluded women and children. So intent is already being muddied. Or it's arguing that special intent is not essential to the understanding of genocide.
But it is. What the fuck is he saying? Is he saying there's an argument that you could make there? Special intent was invoked. Specific intent is the same. It's synonymous with special intent. the court ruled that although they went for men of fighting age, it still constituted sufficient factual basis for specific intent. What the fuck is he saying? I don't even fucking... He's just saying you can make that argument. But you can't say that it's an example of the Genocide Convention being invoked without special intent because they used special intent. Fuck me. He's just not accurately representing the case in that. Oh, fuck me.
But it gets more confusing, because this is not the end of the matter for the Bosnian genocide and the legal rulings on it. While this one act was labelled genocidal and may imply an expansion of case law beyond narrow special intent, the ICJ and the ICTY invoked special intent in the judgment as the reason for excluding other larger scale massacres during the period being judged in this case. So what results from case law is not a simple dismissal of special intent, nor do we get a simple reinforcement. Instead, the case law has drawn distinctions that appear arbitrary, both as a matter of moral responsibility and of advancing the values that the crime of genocide ostensibly embraces. In particular, the courts have struggled to maintain a coherent distinction between acts of so-called ethnic cleansing that rise to the level of genocide and those that do not. The unfortunate result is that the law of genocide has often become a tool of atrocity denial. As with Serbia and Turkey, those seeking to deflect attention from past atrocities can and do invoke plausible legal arguments to counter accusations of genocide, happily shifting the conversation. This, again, should remind us of exactly what people like Destiny and Benny Morris are doing when they invoke and reify the role of special intent in understanding genocide. They are using contradictory, obscure case law to engage in genocide denial. They want to get into the obscure technical debates and move us away from talking about the actual genocide occurring in Palestine.
I know that the ICTY ruled that the genocide happened in Srebrenica. The European and the German courts both said that there were more acts within the Bosnian War that constitute genocide as well. So there is dispute there. But I don't see why Dolo Specialis is used to is used for genocide denial when it's literally been used to document and convict genocides. Like, it's so weird. Oh God. Like, if you can say you disagree with the term being that narrow and that it should be broadened. I feel like that's his argument. But again, for the millionth time, the argument that Finkelstein and Rubani and everyone else is saying is they're saying it does fit Dolo Specialis. South Africa said it fits Dolo Specialis. So you can't have your cake and eat it. You can't say, this is more than enough to fit the Genocide Convention. It's very obvious. It's Dolo Specialis. Look at the Amalek fucking bullshit, whatever. Like, they'll say all that. They'll say the court said plausible genocide, even though they didn't. They'll say all of that. But then they'll also say, oh no, actually, the Genocide Convention is kind of bullshit. Like, it's actually just invoked by genocide deniers, even though the only time genocide law has ever been actually enforced is by people who use Dolo Specialis as the standard. You understand that, right? You understand that the only people who have ever enforced like the Genocide Convention and got convictions out of it are people who use Dolo Specialis. That's like the least genocide denying fucking people. Oh God.
To make this video to help you watching notice that, to put a stop to it, and to continue to talk about the genocide on its own terms. And also to talk about how Destiny is a Wikipedia warrior who doesn't know what he's talking about and is seemingly motivated by a frothing hatred of Palestinians. Because, you know, it's nice to shit on assholes. I didn't like that turn of phrase. It's nice to shit on Destiny. So if case law can't be relied on to show the so-called most important feature of genocide, special intent...
You think he's more worried about the weight attributed to needing Dolo Specialis? That's fine. But if the argument is about the ICJ and a criminal case, you can't just say Dolo Specialis doesn't matter if you think that South Africa has a case in the ICJ. He either doesn't know the context of the argument or he's just retarded. Like, that's all it is. again, it's people trying to have their cake and eat it. It's people trying to say that their position on genocide in Gaza is backed up by the ICJ. It's backed up by South Africa's case. It meets all the requirements, including Dolus Specialis, because the South African case has an entire section on all their examples of why they think Dolus Specialis has been proven. But then immediately if someone says, well, Dolus Specialis is the important part, you're like, no, well, Dolus Specialis, that's for, that's genocide denier talk. You must hate Muslims. Okay, bro. All right.
Can it be found in legal interpretations of the convention? So for decades now, legal theorists, lawyers and others have been pointing out that the special intent interpretation of genocide is not necessarily implied by the Genocide Convention, and nor should it be. To demonstrate this, many have made comparisons to domestic law, and indeed the drafters of the convention grappled with the comparison between homicide and genocide, and within that comparison is tricky legal philosophical conundrums about what constitutes intent or motive. Now, obviously there is a difference between genocide and homicide, and therefore the legal understanding of when each has occurred and intent and motive behind them differ.
That's what Destiny does, though. He puts a ton of weight on Dolus Specialis because the criminal courts that are being referred to and invoked do that as well. I don't understand how, if you're having a debate about the ICJ and South Africa and Israel, and that case, you have to have it on their terms. You can't just say it's going to get, like, South Africa's going to win the case without Dolus Specialis. They won't. They need to demonstrate that to win the case. Even this super loves tofu fucking retard saying Dolus Specialis is appeal to law. Yeah, what the fuck do you think genocide is? It's a crime. It's a law. Yeah, you appeal to law when you're talking about laws. Mens rea for murder. That's just an appeal to law. Yeah, of course it is, you fucking brain dead cunt. Yes. Oh, God. Oof.
You would have a hard time arguing that the state murder of one individual from a specific ethnic group would be genocidal. But regarding the notion of intent, drawing comparisons between domestic law and international law, there are helpful comparisons in showing how tricky the interpreting of the convention actually is. Authors like Barta, Finch and Stannard point out that to be found guilty of murder doesn't necessarily imply that you need to have shown that you've, left the note or that you've confessed to the murder, but that the jury can determine your guilt on a murder charge via intent and via showing a particular state of mind, which is demonstrated by your actions and by your behaviour.
I'm just trying to just say what he's getting at. Yeah, I know. Like, what he's getting at is that appealing to the Genocide Convention and genocide case law is not great when you want to call something a genocide because it's too strict and it's often, and you can argue it's had arbitrary usage in case law and because of its colonial past and all that shit. Yeah, you can say all that, but I don't know why that. He's not really presenting that argument in the best way. Genocide doesn't have to be the law. If you believe that, that's fine. If you just want to use it as your own personal emotional term, then go ahead. The Genocide Convention, though, the term was coined by a lawyer for the law, for international law, so it could be enforced. But yeah, I would argue that as well. For example, I made this argument. Because if you look here, any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. I would argue, why the fuck is sexuality not in here? Why is gender identity not in here? Those are immutable characteristics. Why is that not there? That's a problem with the Genocide Convention. It should have that group in there. It should have both of those groups in there. I feel like basically just about any immutable characteristic should be in here. Within reason, Don't know if you can commit genocide against people with big ears, but But if someone came to me and said, this is really exciting, you know, someone's bringing a case against Uganda for killing gays, it's definitely going to happen. They're definitely going to get convicted, and the ICJ said it's plausible. And I'm like, okay, or whatever. Like, then you would still have to be like, why are they bringing that? Because I feel like the Genocide Convention isn't built for that. Are they going to change it? Are they going to, is case law going to just imply that it's there? Like, I mean, it should. But again, regardless, like, you can redefine genocide all you want, and you can criticize the convention as it is and the case law all you want. But the fact is, this convention with the underlying case law is the only thing that's enforceable. It's the only version of genocide that's enforceable. Everything else is just academic. It's soying. It's YouTube videos. It's people writing papers. And if you cared about it, you would be lobbying in some way or engaging in some form of activism to try and get this convention changed or to get the case law, the interpretations of this changed. Vibes, papers, essays. It's not technically rape if she isn't alive to contradict you, Learner Box 2024. Well done, Lefty McPherson. Well done. That doesn't even expose like an imaginary contradiction. That's just like, what? Okay. What the fuck does that have to do with anything I just said? That's just like, okay. Where are they coming from? God.
And how you consider your actions to affect the world around you. Alexander Grimoald essentially argued that the Genocide Convention should take a similar route to this, whereby through actions and wider evidence we can show that there is a genocidal state of mind.
What's it called if someone did a genocide but they didn't intend to? Like accidentally, intentionally destroying a group in whole or in part. Like, I guess if I was working in a lab and I accidentally created a fucking virus that kills all the Scottish people, I mean, there'd be a crime there somewhere. President Sunday sends his regards. Oh, that's why the supposed logical contradiction that you just completely invented in your head against Imaginary Learner Box came out, and you thought it was a good idea. Okay, cool.
Producing genocidal actions. This is what's described by Grimoald as the standard of genocidal knowledge. In cases where a perpetrator is otherwise liable for a genocidal act, the requirement of genocidal intent should be satisfied if the perpetrator acted in furtherance of a campaign targeting members of a protected group and knew that the goal or manifest effect of the campaign was the destruction of the group in whole or in part. Drawing upon the Genocide Convention's core concern for the permanent loss of humanity that results from the annihilation of enumerated groups, this approach emphasises the destructive result of genocidal acts instead of the specific reasons that move particular individuals to perform such acts. By such standards as this, the legal case against Israel would be much more clear-cut. The conditions of genocide are playing out in front of all of our eyes. You know, intent or not, written down or not, it is there in front of us. And Grimoald doesn't claim that this interpretation is more obviously interpreted from the text of the Genocide Convention. The point is that the Convention can easily be interpreted in so many conflicting ways. But rather, this interpretation, which provides less, though not zero, role for intent, more effectively fulfills the spirit of the Convention while reconciling various critiques, including expansionist views of genocide. You know, people who say like, oh, anything could be genocidal now if you don't have intent. So, depending on how the long legal process...
Well, yeah, because that would just, like, again, if you think what's happening in Gaza right now is just, like, that's genocide because of... I guess he's not going to even try to make the case. But then that just... Why isn't every war genocide then? Because you see that in just about every war, like lots of people dying, destruction of infrastructure. You especially see it in a war where one of the parties is a non-state actor that utilizes civilian infrastructure for their military operations. So you're going to see civilian infrastructure getting destroyed, quite a lot of it. You're going to see a lot of civilians dying because of the proximity they have to the non-state military that is acting in the area. Here's the question I have, though, is like, if you believe that Israel has a right to go to war with Hamas as your baseline, or if you just assume it, because I know some people don't think they have that right because they're fucking insane. But if you believe that, then what would they do that's massively different from now? Well, I think they could, to avoid charges of war crime, they could have a lower threshold for collateral damage, for what's acceptable with collateral damage. They should, like, where a strike might kill 50 people for X military objective, they should probably say something like, this isn't acceptable if it goes any higher than 15 or 20, for example, like they do with NATO or with what other armies do. They would not turn off water or other weird fucking arbitrary shit that they're doing. With such precision weapons, it's not believable. I understand you think that, Govno, because you have no fucking idea how any of these weapons work. Precision weapons don't get you around the fact that people operate from underneath and within civilian infrastructure. Precision weapons don't save civilians. Like, it's not like a fucking little missile with DNA seeking technology that can just find the individual fighter and kill them, or find the weapon stockpile and blow it up. Yeah, war is harsh, okay? War is very fucking rough. There's no good way to do war. There's only less bad ways to do war. Fucking COD shithead. But yeah, like, I just wonder, how are so many children dead then? Because half the population in Gaza are children. So if such a large proportion of the civilian population are children, and the infrastructure of Hamas and the military operations of Hamas are embedded within civilian infrastructure, a number of civilians are going to die in the operations against Hamas, and a number of those civilians will be children. But the question is like, let's assume that Israel actually went way above. Let's say they did, like, they had NATO level NCVs. They were really diligent about humanitarian aid in the north, and they were not cutting off the water pipes to the north. Like, they were doing, like, let's just say they like did every conceivable thing you can do to minimize casualties, which I don't think they're doing right now. So let's say they did that. And their strikes were like the most limited possible strikes to target Hamas, but the goal was still to destroy the military organization. You would still see a lot of civilian casualties, and people would still call it genocide. The average ratio of combatants in war is 1 to 9. I don't think it's 1 to 9, 88 MPH. I think that's a misquote. I don't think in urban warfare even it's 1 to 9. I know the UN said something along those lines, but I don't think that's a reference to actual urban warfare. There's a problem with that stat. Of course, I found a tweet about it, and Avi posting his fucking relative risk shit over here. All right. But I don't think that because when they say casualties in war, that's talking about like injuries. That's talking, yeah, I think there's a problem with how they came to that ratio. I can't even remember what it is. Fuck. Number of people who die. Oh, I think it's just the number. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's the number of people who die as a consequence, not people who are actually killed by the army. That's right, isn't it? Because obviously when people say that 1 million people died in Iraq, that they were killed by the United States, but then obviously when you look into those death rates, a bunch of them were killed by insurgents, some people were killed by the Iraqi army, some people were killed as a consequence of the the collapse of law and order. I think there are like ISIS deaths in there potentially. Like, yeah, it's maybe not ISIS at that point, but in any case, yeah, it's the 1 to 9 thing is not quite. Let me see. There are Wikipedia about it. I love a Wikipedia. See, I thought civilian casualty ratios, it depends, because in conventional warfare, it's obviously going to be a lot less civilians because it was armies fighting armies on front lines, usually, unless you're talking about sieges of cities and shit like that. What is that? I wonder what Wikipedia says about civilian casualty ratio. Since the 80s, it has often been claimed that 90% of victims of modern wars are civilians, but this is not necessarily to do with killed by the army, right? Oh, includes refugees and internally displaced people as casualties. Bro, fucking hell. Yeah, that means like, that means Israel's ratio is insane then, doesn't it? Fuck me. Like 1 million Lebanese people displaced in 2006. Yeah, this 90% thing is silly. Silly, very silly. You should look at your subreddit. I do look at my subreddit. It's been fucking... It's being trolled. It's being trolled by tankies. Oh, God.
Israel works out, we may actually see case law veer more towards this view. And there's other bits and pieces of evidence that can be included in this. The Rome Statute, for example, includes a far more expansive view of intent to prove genocide, intent as part of genocide. And the Rome Statute is the international legal covenant that set up the International Criminal Court. A major thing, you would think, in understanding how intent...
I guess I should change my goal, my shill fund, if it's gone up to 124.65 already. Streamlabs. I'm not going to make this a segment. I can't be doing another fucking shitty genocide video being reacted to. Oh, God. No. But it's fun. I actually did learn something about the Herrero thing. Incidentally, not exactly how he phrased it, but okay. So you can't... I don't know why they don't let you edit these goals. 124.67. Okay. Travels. Let's bush it up to 200, shall we? All right.
Should be understood, but has been less influential probably because of the role of law in relation to dominant power. And you can see just how inadequate the obsession with the logic of special intent is, and how much more intuitive Greenwald's interpretation is just by listening to Mr. Bocelli, Mr. Bonelli, Mr. Destiny.
I don't know if it would qualify as the crime of apartheid. Just like if Israel were to literally nuke the Gaza Strip and kill 2 million people, I don't know if that would qualify for the crime of genocide.
Like, this argument is patently absurd. The murder of 2 million Gazans, the entire population there, would absolutely fall within the interpretation of genocide. It would be the clear targeting, in whole or in part, of a national group, which would have the clear effect of destroying them as a national people. In whole or in part. Absurdities about proving special intent aside. Frankly,
doesn't this just mean that every bombing campaign is genocide because they all involve the intended murder of any group, of X group in whole or in part? It means the Iraq War was a genocide because it involved the murder of Iraqis in whole or in part. It would mean that every fucking Soviet operation, like in Afghanistan or in the fucking Eastern Europe, like that was all genocide because it involved the Katyn massacre was genocide because it involved the targeting, the murder of a group in whole or in part. It's just nothing's a genocide then, because everything is. It's not a special crime. The nuking part means that presumably the entire strip dies. But if we're saying in whole or in part, Moose, I know in that hypothetical, the problem with nuking Gaza would be that even if a leader said, we're only doing this because it's the only way we can take out those dastardly Hamas, then you would probably still be able to, even in criminal law, you'd probably still be able to infer that, like, okay, you're saying that, but you're not insane. And if you're of sound mind, Mr. Netanyahu, then it seems that you did this not because it's the only way to win your war. You destroyed a bunch of battalions already. You did this because you wanted to kill a large swathe of Palestinians. That's why you would say. But the counter to that, for the hypothetical, is that if you could dissect Netanyahu's brain and find out that he was actually insane enough to think that that was the only way to win the war, and he just thought that killing 2 million Gazans was a tragic fucking means to an end, then that wouldn't be Dolus Specialis. Like, that's... But that hypothetical is hypothetical because it doesn't exist. It wouldn't happen. Must be missing context about the hypothetical. It's because that's the kind of hypothetical that you can only, that's the hypothetical that you can only engage in if you're like insanely autistic. If you're an emotionally driven fucking virtue signaling shithead, then yeah, of course you'll, yeah, you wouldn't pick up on it. But that's reckless indifference. Yeah, but reckless indifference isn't genocide. It can be war crime. Like, recklessness is a prerequisite for war crime. It's one of the states of mind for war crimes. Recklessness or just explicit intent. But no, in the real world, outside of the hypothetical fucking... Yeah, in the real world, if Benjamin Netanyahu of sound mind nuked Gaza and said, I really just believe this was the only way to get rid of Hamas, then no one would believe him. They would just say, if you're of sound mind and you did that, then like, no, you did that because you wanted to kill a bunch of people. Like, yeah. And he would get convicted, I'd imagine. Because it's the same with fucking Hitler, right? It's the same with Hitler. You don't need the written order to prove even special intent. Everyone knows Hitler had special intent. But we don't know that, and we know that without a written order. We know that.
Just like it's pretty clear that slaughtering tens of thousands of people, 40,000 people at least, which is probably lower than reality because we've lost the ability to understand how many people have been killed because Israel has so comprehensively destroyed the capability of Palestinian people to account for the dead. Both Destiny's hypothetical and the stone-cold horrendous reality clearly shows a genocidal state of mind, consistent with an alternative understanding of intent as understood as part of and emanating from the Genocide Convention and the spirit.
Okay, so he's having it both ways then. So he's saying, yes, it is special intent. He's trying to have his cake and eat it. So for a conviction, then yeah, dolus specialis, it does matter. Okay, cool.
Of the convention. So it's part and parcel of the logic of people who commit genocide.
This guy is such a fucking... Oh, God. I just don't understand where all this education goes. This guy's doing a fucking PhD. Sneering at Wikipedia readers and shit like that. Like, come on, I feel like you should be able to have some kind of like logical train of thought here. It just doesn't make it anyway.
Insist on special intent as this very narrow understanding which is drawn from confused and contradictory case law and a very specific narrow legal interpretation of genocide is useful specifically to obscure intent. As one critic of Louis states, let's be clear, intentions are supremely important in the world's grim record of genocide, but not because they are recorded as intent to destroy. They matter least where they look like legally decisive smoking guns. They matter most because of all the ways they are disguised. Intentions were disguised by the perpetrators of atrocities to make sure they were not called to account, and were disguised also to escape responsibility by those who should have called perpetrators to account. But that is only the beginning of the difficulties for a judicial criterion of criminal intent. Perpetrators and judicial authorities were able to disguise genocidal intentions from others most effectively where they were also disguised from themselves. By appeal to the exigencies of self-defence, by reference to the larger aims of colonisation, and to explicit measures asserting benign intentions towards the indigenous peoples who nevertheless continued to disappear.
Okay, whoever wrote this is a fucking moron. What a stupid fucking... This is why nothing that fucking Mao did or anything like that was, or Stalin was genocide, right? Because it's appeal to exigencies of like, we're taking out the reactionaries, or we're like, we're protecting the sanctity of the revolution. Yeah, okay. Everyone who died, everyone we took out in the fucking forests or in the fucking purges or in the Cultural Revolution, yeah, they were all just reactionaries. All just so reactionary, actually, that they had to be killed. You know what I found interesting? Maybe this is for the SLUR discourse. Maybe I'll bring it up now. No, I'll do it later. It's okay.
Here. Yet the importance of intent is still being implied even in the South African legal case. The legal team did a lot of work, really good work in my opinion, demonstrating Israeli genocidal intent through different layers of Israeli society, from politics to journalists to soldiers.
The person being quoted is criticizing the defense. Yeah, I know. And which is a little bit dumb because I get what they're saying. That, yeah, people who commit genocide might think they're doing it in acts of self-defense or whatever. That might happen, I'm sure. And they might not even believe they're doing genocide. But like with this guy, it's the fact that he's saying this and quoting this without a hint of irony of having fucking Chairman Mao behind him.
Legal case. The legal team did a lot of work, really good work in my opinion, demonstrating Israeli genocidal intent through different layers of Israeli society, from politics to journalists to soldiers to just the general public, and did their best to show special intent because even with the contradictory and confused case law, it still remains a powerful interpretation of genocide. This, in my view, is frankly because the law is an expression of the hegemonic workings out of power. But what the South African case does show definitively, in my view, is that there is a genocidal state of mind and genocidal knowledge consistent with Grimoald's interpretation of the convention. So, Destiny doesn't know what he's talking about. Nobody should ever listen to him on anything. Never mind this. He has no idea he's read one Wikipedia article. I don't know why he would be given such a large platform on which he could demonstrate his complete lack of knowledge and understanding. Although, I guess, it is very funny that the people were just laughing at him the whole way through because he clearly didn't know what he was talking about. Like, even in this clip, it's very clear that Muin Rabini is just laughing at him here.
Which is, by the way, I think you guys, I don't know if you use the phrase, the dolus specialis, that the intentional part of genocide...
Sorry, I don't know that term.
Because he doesn't know. He's read a Wikipedia article, he's read a couple of tweets, and he's...
Is it not interesting that Muin literally says he doesn't know dolus specialis, but like Destiny's the dumb one, getting mogged. That's funny. I really hope I never hate someone so much that it does that to my brain. like I hate a lot of people, but I feel like I feel like even for people I hate, including you guys, all of you, not least of all for the incompleteness of my perfectly consistent traveling shill fund, I feel like I try to assess people fairly. Gosh.
He's shuffling through his papers.
You don't hate Israel for ethnic cleansing, for example. Got him. See, I hate you, January 4th. I hate you. Like, that's such a stupid thing. Obviously, it's so, because to you, it's really obvious because of the media you've consumed and because of the propaganda that you've been guzzling for the last 7 months, since around the same time where you actually figured out which river and what sea you were talking about when it came to Israel-Palestine. And you think it's so obvious that it should be obvious to everyone, including someone like me. And then it seems like, but obviously, if I thought what was happening was ethnic cleansing or genocide, which apparently we're using interchangeably now, then of course I would hate it. But I don't call it genocide because I don't think it is. I just don't think that's what it is. It's not like it's because it's denial. It's not because I like seeing 30,000 people die for a fucking war that like the vast majority of them didn't seem to even want or didn't have anything to do with. Yeah, of course. Where are these people coming from? They all sound exactly the same. Fucking robots. The NPC brigade. Cry all you want about it here, but when this is all said and done, everybody will view you as an apologist for ethnic cleansing and genocide. You will be spat on, hope it was worth it. At the end of it, I'm sorry, like the fact that you think fucking that your brand of like psychotic fucking buzzword obsessed authoritarian like far left horseshit is ever gonna have any fucking societal impact in the real world beyond a guy with a fucking piece of a bin running face first into a police officer and getting fucking clapped on the ground, I think I'll be fine. Because most of you guys don't spit on people in real life for disagreeing with you. Because you know, actually, like, the average person in society disagrees with you. And you're not spitting on them, so... Like, it's just every time I hear shit like this, you'll be spat on. You will pay the consequences. You'll be excised. All I see is like, yeah, I'll be kicked out of a couple of Discord groups. Just so you know, that comment that you typed, where is it? Where's my guy? My favorite. Where's my fucking guy? Hey, that comment that you typed, exactly the same as what this guy typed in my Discord and in my YouTube chat 24 hours before doing this.
Yeah.
Bet you guys $5,000 that this guy had the Riders of Rohan theme in his head as he was doing this. Anyway.
If he has anything...
Are those trash cans? Yeah. Yeah, the student organization, SJP, distributed instructions for how to make those shields out of bins. Did I not show you guys this? I feel like I saved this, didn't I? Fuck, did I not save that? I must have. I had screenshots. Fuck! Wait. If I didn't... They had instruction pamphlets. Hang on. Where were the pamphlets that were like, here's how you make a shield out of a bin? Right, is that on my phone? Oh, fuck! I want to do debates. Yeah, I want to debate people. Let's go. Let's see if the person who's going to spit on me has the courage to present an argument. Let's see. Fuck. All right. I need to send myself this image. I should have showed you this. Fuck. This is old news now. But yeah, they had They had a bunch of these. It's on my phone, so I'll just email it to myself and then pass it over. From loaner box to loaner box, eh? Wait, what? Oh, why is it fucking glitching? Come on, bro. Drafts. There we go.
Relevance to say about anything besides gaming. Stick to your fucking gaming, Destiny. You're not a fucking real person. You've got nothing.
Is there any more talk, or is this just Destiny talk? I want to go back to the genocide arguments.
Relevance to say just stick to your gaming and shut the fuck up. Like, what? Sorry, I just really fucking hate Destiny. And one day I think he's going to be embarrassed looking back at what he did during an unfolding genocide, which was shuffle papers and talk fast as if he has anything relevant to say, to try and talk over people who have actual relevance and expertise because of some frothing hatred he has of Palestinians. He's going to be ashamed and embarrassed of himself, as he should be.
Yeah.
He's, running cover for a genocide as it unfolds is a fucking low thing to do. And to do so incompetently that everyone's just laughing at you, even the people on your side. Like, to make Benny Morris feel shame is incredible. Just, I don't know, maybe quit your job.
No, Benny Morris, didn't he was jailed briefly for refusing to serve the IDF, wasn't he? Because he opposed the actions in the West Bank. It was like a protest move or some shit. Benny Morris liked Destiny. Yeah, everyone knows that. It's just like, yeah, that's there's a thing. If you hate someone so much, it will rot your brain. Like, to think, like, watching that clip of Benny clearly laughing at Norman and thinking that it was the other way, yeah, I think your brain needs to be fucked. Benny Morris hates Norman Finkelstein. He despises him. Let's see. Yeah, this was it. It was the DIY thing from SJP, the Israel room. And one of them was these things, the trash can shield. People were actually instructed on how to do this. I think I got a more close-up picture of it. Yeah. Cut a trash can 40 to 45 gallons in half. Cut 4 holes in the trash can as shown above. Thread 2 lengths of rope, hose, or bike tube side by side through those holes. Stack cardboard on the inside of the trash can, cutting holes in it to feed the straps through. Finally, cut a corresponding set of holes in a trash can lid and put it against the cardboard. Tie off the straps so that they form 2 vertical handles, which the shield's user will slip her forearm through. They said her. Based. So that's the theory. The praxis.
Yeah.
It's the lack of formation. Okay. I don't know. Maybe outside of this video, the shields actually had some value, but I haven't seen it.
Get a job working in a cafe or a shop or something. Maybe it's something that you could bring some joy to the world by making their coffee someday, not this bullshit. Fucking waste of oxygen.
I've never heard such poor insult patter from a Scottish person before. Oh my god. Anyway.
Oh, sorry. I got carried away there. But just to clarify again, get back on track.
I got carried away. Sorry, guys. I don't normally go full schizo. I don't normally go full sicko mode like that. Whoa. You guys won't like me when I'm... I get it. You guys don't like me when I'm angry, okay?
Contain my hatred. Interpreting intent within the Genocide Convention and through established case law is not as simple as people like Destiny and even like Benny Morris would have you believe. And I want to again clarify that we don't have to confine our understanding of genocide and what the most important part of genocide is to that which is laid out in the Genocide Convention. There are numerous reasons for this that I've spoken about several times in many different videos. But what I wanted to show you here was that even if we confine ourselves to the law, the idea that genocide and its alleged associated requirement for special intent is an uncomplicated, settled matter is an obscurant oversimplification. The claim that it is the most important part of genocide is frankly, flatly untrue. despite what Wikipedia warriors like Destiny might spew out on their inexplicably large platforms. Special intent is not a simple, undisputed benchmark which must be reached before we can call something genocidal by law. It is in fact more complicated than the Wikipedia summary he read. And the only reason to steadfastly stick to this idea is to deny the ongoing genocide in Gaza. And despite the fact that technically there is no legal ranking of genocide as a worse crime against humanity than others, excluding the possibility of genocide like this is an attempt to move the genocidal acts of the Zionist entity closer to innocence, to effectively deny the genocide, which is
the Zionist entity.
In effect, to work complicitly with it. To reiterate, Zionism is settler colonialism. Settler colonialism is genocidal. To free Palestine from genocide, defined beyond the law, requires the liberation of all the land from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea.
Damn.
All right, thanks for watching. This was a shorter video today, but...
Let's go! All right, cool. That was funny. Yeah, good memes.
Try to they actually.
I feel like he put more effort into that conclusion than any other part of that video. I wish people could be as well thought and insightful in their arguments as they are vitriolic towards Destiny. I feel like if he channeled the Destiny hatred towards, if all that could just get channeled into making a good case for what he's saying, we might have a slightly below average video. Anyway, I have to do chats. Pancaking on with the £2. Scott on Scott's violence. Yeah, well done. Thanks very much. IL, up for a quick chat about Al-Mawasi strikes. Oh yeah, I need to look at the thing on Reddit and then maybe I'll talk to you, yeah. The 88 miles per hour. Thanks for the 10 Canadian. Hey, sorry, they are only Canadian dollars. Just want to say I really appreciate how impartial your coverage has actually been. Oh wow, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Impartial. Trying to be. There's a BBC article about Israeli torture. They're doing like more of these BBC fact check articles now. I might look at those. Israel troops continue posting abuse footage despite pledge to act. I guess this is after the CNN article. Israel soldiers are sharing footage of Palestinian detentions in the occupied West Bank, despite the army's pledge to act on previous misconduct revealed by the BBC. Legal experts say the filming and its posting online could be a war crime. BBC has analysed 45 photos and videos, which include those of detainees draped in Israeli flags. The IDF said soldiers have been disciplined or suspended in event of unacceptable behaviour. It did not comment on the individual incidents or soldiers we identified. International law says detainees must not be exposed to unnecessary humiliation or public curiosity, yet human rights experts say the posting of detention footage does just that. In February, BBC Verified reported on IDF soldiers' misconduct on social media during the war in Gaza, which began after a 7th of October Hamas attack on Israel, which killed about 1,200 people. More than 252 others were taken hostage. More than 34,000 people have been killed by Israel's offensive in Gaza, the territory Hamas-run health ministry says. During our early investigation, we noticed and began looking into a similar pattern of behaviour in the West Bank, which has experienced a spike in violence over the same period. Despite the BBC's previous reporting on Israeli soldiers' social media misconduct and the military's subsequent promise to act on our findings, a former Israeli soldier, Ori Givati, says he is far from shocked to hear that this activity is continuing. A spokesperson for Breaking the Silence, an organization former serving Israeli soldiers which works to expose alleged wrongdoings in the Israel Defense Forces, Mr. Givati added that in fact he believed current far-right political rhetoric in the country is encouraging it further. There are no repercussions. This is the biggest problem with the IDF. It's not a bad apples argument. It's a lack of accountability problem. It's so fucking bad. Oh God. Especially when it comes to crimes against Palestinians. If they kill fucking British people or whatever, they get in trouble. But like, yeah. They, the Israeli soldiers, get encouraged and supported by the highest ministers of the government, he said. And he says this plays into a mindset that the military already subscribes to. The culture in the military when it comes to Palestinians is that they are only targets, they are not human beings. This is how the military teaches you to behave. Israel has built about 160 settlements in housing some 700,000 Jews since it occupied the West Bank and East Jerusalem, land the Palestinians won as part of a future state in the 67 Middle East War. The majority of the international community considers the settlements illegal under international law, although Israel disputes this. Our analysis found that the 45 social media videos and photos that we examined were posted by 11 soldiers of the Kfir Brigade, which is the largest infantry brigade in the IDF and mainly operates in the West Bank. All 11 are or were serving soldiers and did not hide their identity on social media. It's like the fucking impunity of it. Ooh. Fucking chat. Okay. We asked the IDF about actions of the individual soldiers we have named and whether they have been disciplined, but they did not respond. We also attempted to contact these soldiers on their public social media accounts to put our findings to them. One appears to have blocked us, and the others did not reply at the time of writing. The most prolific of these soldiers posted under the name Yohai Vazana. Many of his videos show his battalion entering homes at night and detaining Palestinians, often binding their hands and blindfolding them. Women are seen panicking as they are filmed without their headscarves. Mr. Vazana, a self-proclaimed digital creator whose forearms bear tattoos saying "Never forget, never forgive," 710, often refers to his operations as hunts. Ugh. His military insignia, visible in the videos, suggests he carries the rank of Sergeant Major. He has posted 22 videos and photos on Facebook and TikTok from what appear to be body cam footage of patrols showing the detention of Palestinians. TikTok confirmed that the 2 videos we highlighted, which had not been taken down on its platform, now have been removed for violating its guidelines, which make clear that we do not tolerate content that seeks to degrade victims of violent tragedies. Meta, the company that owns Facebook, explained that it is reviewing the content and will remove any videos that violate its policies. This photo, one from the Yohai Vazana's videos, shows members of his battalion forcefully entering a home and posing in front of a Palestinian woman with a child. Fellow soldier Ofer Bobrov features in a number of shots with Mr. Vazana. Captions of his videos often include the hashtag 9213, suggesting he is from Mr. Vazana's battalion. Mr. Bobrov's videos of his military operations are posted online alongside clips of soldiers dancing and partying, getting ready for patrols, and other snippets from their everyday life. One video posted on 12th of February on TikTok includes several photos of a detainee blindfolded and bound on the floor as a soldier poses with the Israeli flag behind him. Another soldier from the same battalion who goes by Sami Ben online has posted 8 videos and 1 photo of Palestinian detainees on Instagram. The detained Palestinians are frequently shown blindfolded and restrained, having been forced to either lie on the floor or squat with their hands bound behind their backs, in what are often referred to by military and law enforcement as stress positions. Mr. Ben says in the post that he and his fellow soldiers have detained terrorists and claim to have found Hamas flags on them. Israel, like the UK and other countries, US, prescribes Hamas as a terrorist organization. In one video, Mr. Ben, who has also served with IDF forces in Gaza, mocks 2 detained Palestinians, ordering them to say, "Yam Israel Shai." Oh, I heard this people before. Yisrael Kai. I've heard, yeah, people have made this argument before. Not this argument. This is like, yeah, I've heard examples of this before. Just recently, the CNN article mentioned this as well. Ori Dahbash is another member of the same battalion who has posted footage of military operations in the West Bank, including a photo of a detainee that has also been shared by Mr. Vazana. Experts said the footage posted by soldiers could violate international law. Dr. Mark Ellis, executive director of the International Bar Association, called for an investigation into the incidents in the footage and for the IDF to discipline the soldiers involved. I feel like I don't know what Gantz was saying when he said he wants a plan for the West Bank. Does he mention West Bank? Oh, wait, is it? Whoa. Has this page been updated? This has been updated. I feel like these 6 objectives were different when I last read them. What the fuck? Am I going insane? Did I just have a fucking freak out? Demobilization of Hamas, demilitarization. American, European, Arab, Palestinian governing alternative in the Strip. Oh, they're specific now. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Not Hamas and not Abbas. Oh shit. I wonder who they would get. Would it be Mustafa Barghouti? Would it be Mustafa Barghouti that takes so if Marwan is in jail? Because he's surging in the presidential polling right now. He's part of the PLO. Yeah, but they're saying not the Palestinian Authority chairman. Who would the Palestinian, would it mean not PLO? Gantz secretly stands Barghouti. I don't think he does. Marwan, no. Mustafa, maybe. Mustafa's a weird one because he has always, as far as I know, has always been non-violent, like in his advocacy. But because of I guess the way that Palestinian society and like Arab society in general like forces like a certain narrative to only go so far, is like he never really, his opposition to Hamas violence, for example, is very like tepid, I think, at least in when he talks to the British media. Chat, we could write the free Nelson Mandela song of our day. Israel would have to commit to a disciplinary plan to rein this kind of behavior in for years. The fact that they treat these individual incidents perpetuates the culture of impunity. Yeah, it's a really serious problem. I really wish, like, fuck me. I feel like that's something that international aid, especially from America, could be tied to. I feel like there would be some kind of like loan package or something like that from the United States that they could just be like, you need to change this. Like it's fucking insane. And it's only going to get worse because of the lack of fucking because of the lack of humanity felt by these IDF people after October 7th towards Palestinians in the West Bank, right? Because basically people in the IDF will know people who lost someone in the October 7th or lost someone themselves, or they'll also know that the majority of people in the West Bank have some level of support for it. And they're gonna, like, you need a strict system in place to stop that interaction from actually expressing itself like this. I thought this mentioned something about the West Bank, but anyway, fuck. He recently said he doesn't wish to have any involvement from the PA. Okay. Don't believe he's a big fan of someone like Barghouti. Who would it be then? Who's like a big Palestinian figure, or who are big figures who are not PA? Wait, what's Hannah Nasrawi doing? Because she's been speaking in the media a lot, hasn't she? She was a negotiator in Washington for the delegation from the Madrid conference. What does she do now? Too old. Mate, have you seen how old fucking Abbas is? Oh, she's from the same party as Mustafa, right? Isn't Abbas like 90 something? He's just gonna drop dead at some point, probably during the war. Like, I don't know. He could live till he's 100. The UAE has a guy. Okay. PLC, member of the executive committee of the PLO 2009-2018, resigned 2020, Commission for Human Rights, Palestinian Christian. You'd think they would mention her party at the top. Maybe Dahlan. He's a POS. Yeah. He's Wait, Dahlan is maybe about as unpopular as Abbas, right? I'm not making that up. I feel like I've seen polling that involves Dahlan before and it's really bad. Less popular, yeah. Greater Israel, deal of the century, Jerusalem, yeah, okay. I vote for Sundowner. Sundowner is the kind of guy who would print memes onto like A1 slides of paper to onto like A1 posters to present in the fucking delegation talks. International human rights lawyer Sir Geoffrey Nice, who worked with the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia between 1998 and 2006, agreed with Dr. Ellis, but was skeptical anyone would be held to account for their actions. In response to our investigation, the IDF replied, the IDF holds its soldiers to a professional standard and investigates when behavior is not in line with the IDF's values. In the event of unacceptable behavior, soldiers were disciplined and even suspended from reserve duty. Additionally, soldiers are instructed to avoid uploading footage of operational activities to social media networks. IDF's response did not acknowledge that it had pledged to act on our earlier findings on similar social media misconduct. Mr. Gavati felt ashamed, disgusted by Israeli soldiers' treatment of detainees, a former Israeli commander in the West Bank. We should treat them with the same dignity that we would like to be treated with, he told the BBC. He said the behavior reflected how he felt Israeli society views Palestinians and called into question its claims to abide by international law. We have no future as a society if we continue behaving this way. Yeah, fuck. I feel like it needs to change. It's like it's completely fucking unacceptable. Like what the fuck? The fact, and it's also don't mind you, the fact that they have the fucking nerve to post this on their social media accounts, not even hiding their identities a lot of the time. Again, that just shows you how much they think they can get away with, that they've been led to believe they can get away with. It's so fucked. Okay. This fucking tweet, man. It's so funny. This fucking post-Bender hungover fucking they stroll settlers and complicit. There is Israeli population who are simply and uncomplicatedly. I think he meant to say there is no, based on this next sentence. Problematize the concept. Remember that? Droopy fuck. Anyway. How about a unity government with me and Sev as a Roman-style council system? Listen, you guys do you, okay? The Romans were there once before. Anyway. Return to Latin. True. By the way, if anyone wasn't here at the start of the stream, I'm traveling on the 22nd. It's going to be a long travel. It's going to be a long trip. Maybe I'm away for a few weeks. I'm going to have a laptop so I can hopefully stream when I'm away. Hopefully, if it fucking works. But if you want to support my adventures, I need you want to support the emergency rent travel shill fund. I guess the right hand, even though it's mirrored. Yeah, feel free to contribute, okay? Be much appreciated, okay? That donut goal is just a placeholder. It might get bigger. Who knows? Over the next couple of days. Getting a laptop for gaming or emails for streaming. Do I want to do SLUR course? Traveling, yeah, I'll call myself Traveling Palestine, obviously, yeah. All right, well, I guess we had some LSF things to go over. Second thought video on Hezbollah or Destiny on the SLUR drama? The SLUR drama, I wanted to look at what other people were saying about the SLUR drama. I know Destiny's take. Destiny's take is slurs are bad. But also N-word. Second thought, Dylan. Fuck off. Wait, what? Why is it? Okay. Takes you to Twitch. No longer available. Oh, they have the archive. They have the mirror. Okay. Thank God. Hey.
He was being incredibly fucking racist. What the fuck?
Me?
I said racist? Yes, dude. Yes. 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 Are you going to say that like, oh, but Japan is 98% Japanese. How can you be racist to the Japanese? Because when he was being racist to the fucking Japanese, he was being racist to the Japanese by screaming Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So Johnny Somali wasn't being racist to the Japanese on the virtue of him being black and them being Japanese. He was being racist to the Japanese on the virtue that they were fucking annihilated by American atomics. Once again, tying this back to historic violence, colonial violence or imperial violence, but violence nonetheless, that an entire nation was subjected to. If it's tied to...
Was the attacks on Japan colonial and imperial violence? Were they colonizing like an indigenous nation? It's like, imagine if someone was making fun of a German for fucking Dresden. Is that colonial imperial violence? What the fuck? That's so funny, man. The defense was colonial. Okay.
Systemic violence, then yes, there is an adequate reason as to why this would be considered racist in the...
Dresden kind of because the Soviets wanted, they were the ones who requested, wasn't it, the bombing of Dresden, because they didn't want to go through another Budapest or some bullshit. I think that's correct. I don't know.
Way that you understand racism, okay? That's it. That's racism. It's that simple. It is unironically...
Murder every single slave owner.
Okay, so that's the first one. So you can be racist against Japanese people by doing Hiroshima, which is, by the way, fucked up. So it's racism because it was Western imperial colonial violence on the definitely not imperial colonial Japan, which leads me to believe that you could actually go up to a German and say like, aha, Dresden, and that would be racist. Imperial colonial violence. Hello, Forethought. How's it going? Okay.
Genocide. Like it's really, and the thing is that
every single slave owner, every single Ku Klux Klan member, and they have children.
Yeah, I mean, like
it just that the thing with that guy, like we would have socialism if we killed all the. It's like. I love it how the same people who we watched a video yesterday of Hassan excusing Middle Eastern and Islamic homophobia because it's only a reflection of the poor material conditions. I love how they can make that excuse for that part of the world, but for some reason, slavery and clan membership and white supremacy is some kind of fucking bloodline that needs to get wiped out by killing them all. And I guess presumably they're children as well, so they can't multiply. I love how these two positions can be held in like in unison by the fucking same community. It's so fucking ridiculous. Also, I love the admission of how many people would have to die for your ideal society to come into fruition. Bro, I'm sorry. How many reactionaries did the USSR kill? And look at them now. Look at Russia now. Those guys culled suspected reactionaries like it was nothing. And by reactionary, I mostly mean people who diverted from the party line. But at the end of the day, they killed so many reactionaries, but people they claim were reactionaries. And look at them now, fucking Putin. Incidentally, an ex-KGB guy, a guy who probably used to fucking imprison and torture reactionaries. And look at them now, the most fucking one of the most reactionary nations in the entire planet. Seems to be the case that reactionary politics is not something that you eradicate via the bloodline. By exterminating the blood. I don't think that's the way to go about it. Was the Destiny N-word tweet fake? No. The soft A one about Hassan, was it? No, that was real.
Like he's definitely advocating for genocide. Like it's really
oh no.
And the thing is that
white genocide. Who is it complains about white genocide again? Like Europeans exterminated Native Americans? I think most people would agree that was really bad, Govno. I don't know what kind of fucking pivot that was. What the fuck? Damn, coming in with the real contentious takes here, eh? It's funny because the last time we pulled this chat, 50% of people actually were agnostic on whether or not it was good to exterminate the Native Americans, you know? Yeah, you've got kind of you're like the guy in the room in the meme who's like standing on his own and giving a hot take. I don't know.
You know, usually in situations like this, it would be easy to say like, oh, well, that's not really what he's doing, right? But he's saying it.
Murder every single slave owner, every single Ku Klux Klan member.
Is this the one that we saw already? I don't have seen that one already. Did I watch this, Mike? Oh, the TwitchCon fight.
I dealt with kids like this all the time in high school, and as an adult, you have to at some point respond, but keeping it to saying shit about character and not physically is great. I mean, listen, all I'm saying is on site, you know.
On site.
We all have different ways that we react, you know? So.
What's that ad, bro? Well, apparently, what I really need now is to date Latinos in the United Kingdom. And a new bedroom, a designer bedroom in Cottam. I gotta brush through that pool of Latinos in Scotland, of whom there are 3.
I would like him to come to TwitchCon, and we'll see what happens. I have enough. I can afford all the lawyers.
It depends. It's not like the attacks against me are rooted in any type of factual foundation.
Oh, the bedrooms for the Latinos. Ah, that's really smart. Well done. That's going to be a tough match because Destiny is not couch. Hey. Apparently, Mike from PA did box when he was in his youth, so, you know. On site. Like he's the fucking predator.
Is it hateful? No.
I haven't seen this one.
Is it hateful? No.
XQC.
Why would I say it then? Like, what does that prove? How does that prove anything? What the fuck? What are you talking about that?
If you are going to play the DLC,
what does that prove? How does that prove anything?
You skipped.
Like what?
100% Elden Ring X.
Guys, that's like saying it. Guys, I don't think that this drug is harmful. Okay, then smoke it. Okay, then smoke it then, bro.
What's he saying? What is XQC's take here?
Like, what?
I need to listen again.
Fucking, what is his mindset then?
Carantos, you might like Carantos.
I'm
start again, sorry.
Is it hateful? No.
It's not hateful.
Why would I say it then? Like, what does that prove? How does that prove anything? What the fuck? What are you talking about then?
If you are going to play the DLC,
what does that prove? How does that prove anything?
You skipped.
Like what?
100%.
He's saying it wasn't hateful. Okay.
Elden Ring X.
Guys, that's like saying it. Guys, I don't think that this drug is harmful. Okay, then smoke it. Okay, then smoke it then, bro.
Damn, XQC is actually learning debate tactics. No, it's not even a debate tactic. He's just learning debate. Arguing by hypothetical. What a
Like,
fucking
what?
bomber. Dude.
What a sweet mindset there.
Sup.
I'm
Invite him to stream. Yeah, he'll definitely come onto my stream. XQC. Seasoned veteran at getting one guide. So he thinks it's not hateful.
Is it hateful?
What did he say? This was the white dude who got bullied all along. I think that's what he's saying. Shocked that no clip of me saying I'm confused why LSF made no stink about Destiny saying the N-word 19 days ago on his podcast made a fraction of the drama that was caused by Crackergate made it to. 19 days, it's really specific, isn't it? 19 days ago on his podcast, this Nibba got me on his obsession calendar with JDAM guided precision. What the fuck? Why? Oh, God. I give you the pass, say it. That's not how it works, forethought. I already have the pass because I was called a sand N-word, hard R in school, okay? Because I'm Arab. Okay? I've consulted with the black people of Scotland on this. They didn't, all three of them, they didn't reply. And I take that as a yes, okay? XQC versus Hassan. Then say it, Lornerbox. No. Set a bad example to you guys.
You are too edgy now and have a brain and care about words and hurting another race. Too far. What's what I'm telling
Wait, how many layers do we have here? So Hassan was watching that fucking... I don't remember his name. XQC. Hassan's watching XQC. XQC's watching... Okay.
Guys, I feel like guys, upon review, guys, this is not some I made a mistake. I'm gonna hide it, whatever. Guys, I looked at my tweet. The only thing that was wrong isn't my take. Is my tweet. I was missing a word in it. That's what I'm telling you. Like, I don't think there's a massive consensus on this. Is there? I don't even fucking know. Sometimes I see fucking people on the videos.
You're able to track matches
Hispanic,
through link. This is your profile if you're interested in looking at your breakdowns and progression over time.
Loaderbox is cancelled. Am I really going to get clipped for saying... Fuck off. I'm sorry. I hope it does spread. I want to see. I want to use it as a means for people to show me who they really are. Because someone has a fucking pop at me. For what did I say? Nibba. If someone has a pop at me for saying that, oh God.
And yes, I enjoyed using Holy Roman Empire in solos. Just be careful, English rush.
Yeah, I'm trying to scout better lines. I don't know. I don't make the rules. I don't know them either. Okay, and I'm not.
Remember, a white creator.
Okay.
Using the word cracker.
Okay.
He has a strong stance on.
Right.
Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
If he's gonna watch my clips, then Hassan, I hope you watch this, okay? Regardless of your view on any word whatsoever, okay? If you use a word,
okay, some swords are okay. What is
That's
this?
a fucking 9-minute video. Oh God. Chill.
in a hateful manner, it
Okay.
does not equate to another word being used in a non-hateful manner.
Right.
In this instance, I think, even though I don't approve of their usage, I don't think Disney should say it. He used the word as this guy is saying this. Not this slur word in a hateful way. The way that you and your buddies have been using it. Like when you say, hey, this guy's a fucking C-word full slur on hateful fuck white people. I don't think that's how Destiny used it. I don't think Disney said it. Oh, hey Hassan, fucking word hateful blah blah blah. I don't think that's how he did it. If you want to say that both are the same, you do that, brother. You do that, brother. Good luck with your socialism, brother. Good luck, man. Good luck.
A white person saying.
Good luck in the gulag, bro.
Jesus, damn it. The gulag. XQC with the gulag memes. Oh no. I feel like I've missed one. Is it? Oh, it's this one. It's over here. I don't know why it's over here. Oh no, this is Hassan defending Frogan saying cracker. Okay. Where's the Frogan one? Then? Hang on. Eh? Surely it's here. Frogan. XQC has some variant of Ethan's drunken master perk. I see. Frogan shames Ludwig.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity...
So what happened here is Ludwig, a guy who, after the American Pie series was concluded, they took every character and squished them into one human being. And the personality just kind of like fell out of his ears like a Play-Doh machine. Said that he was donating $10,000 to a Palestinian charity, and he didn't want to, however, do a charity drive because he's kind of like a normie streamer, and I don't think he wanted to cause a stir up in his community because he's a people pleaser. It's the kind of vibe I get from him, as a people pleaser. So giving $10,000 and announcing that you've done it and telling other people you should do that if you want, you should contribute if you want, that's cool. That seems all right. Seems pretty uncontroversial. I don't have $10,000 to give to Palestinians, you know, so good on him. Anyway, apparently Frogan's oh shit.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where like 95% of people feel good and are down for it.
Okay.
And like ultimately, regardless of what you think, that is not the situation here. So I personally donated 10K.
It's a genocide, Ludwig. He didn't join because he supports the IDF. Question mark. Oh God, his community got fucking grumpy at him for this.
Because I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you. You know what I mean?
Okay. Again, people might say this is spineless or whatever. If he's not a political creator, which I don't think he is. It's like, yeah, you're not obligated to do a fucking charity stream. Like, yeah, giving $10,000 is more than most people can do. So, you know, might not have much marginal utility for a big streamer, but
no thanks. And some people are gonna say that. You know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Difference between like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is. But I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter
centrist
a
wig
about whether that's worthwhile.
Hey, I know Arabs are dying, but you know, I'm not gonna tell you to donate. Do whatever you want.
Oh shit.
In chat, no, I didn't mean you guys. I didn't mean you guys. I meant this. Interesting.
Love how she admits Palestinians are Arab. What? Because she said Arabs are dying. You can call them Arab. What? What's wrong with calling them fucking Arab? Like, it's not just Palestinians who are dying. There are people in Lebanon dying as well. Not that many compared to Gaza, but and the West Bank. They're Palestinian too, I suppose. Wait, what? Okay.
I don't know. Like I said, thinking about it, like think of the Twitch streamers that haven't said shit about Palestine. Think about the Twitch streamers that haven't, or like streamers in general. We're gonna go to YouTube as well. YouTube and Twitch streamers that haven't said shit about Palestine until engagement was threatened. You know?
Okay.
What's up, Nestrick?
She looks. She just has a very. I don't know if that's just her face or her facial expressions, but she just looks really fucking hateful. Oh god, she's mad. She's really angry. Gosh, emergency rent fund $800 out of 1,400. How the fuck is this emergency rent fund outpacing my imaginary traveling shill fund? What? That's disgraceful, chat. Unbelievable.
There are some people I've seen speak up in like the streamer world now that the engagement was threatened. It's just like, where were you 7 months ago?
Okay.
Where were you 7 fucking months ago?
The point is that Palestinians don't like being relegated to Arab because Jews say they don't have claim to this land because they're... okay, if you're going to fucking like niche Zionist versus Palestinian arguments, calling them Arabs but not Palestinians is a way of diminishing their right to the land and saying, kind of like a not so subtle way of saying, go live in one of the Arab countries because you don't have any special connection to this country, right? But at the end of the day, you can still call them fucking Arabs, right? It's not like a betrayal of the... Okay.
The only Twitch streamers that actively talked about what was happening in October, since October 7th, have been Hassan, me, Caroline,
I was there.
Capri.
Before that. Before. I was before.
Who else?
Mike from PA. Bad empanada.
Denims,
Is there anything from Benny that cements he was ashamed of Destiny, or is it... No. If you watched that debate and you thought Benny Morris was like ashamed of that, you're out of your fucking mind. What? Okay. Benny Morris. Yeah, Benny seemed pretty... I mean, from what maybe he was quietly embarrassed about it, but no, he seemed pretty fucking... He seemed quite happy. Like, he was literally saying to the Finkelstein, like, look what he's saying. Look at the notes and shit like that. He was like pointing at Destiny's like iPad and being like, look.
Gremlow, Mike from PA. But the ones that got the most shit for talking about Palestine since October 7th have been me, Caroline, Hassan, and Capri. What were we talking about?
Oh. What you saying now?
Oh, yeah. Streamers that actually deserve to be fucking shit talked. Okay?
True.
Streamers that actually deserve to be shit talked. White saviors is like, oh yeah, you know, me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not gonna promote it.
It's $10,000, mate.
Just don't say you donated $10,000.
$10,000.
Look, if you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, like, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000.
What, bro? Do you think Palestinians care where the money's coming from? This is what I mean. This is what I mean when fucking Al Jazeera guzzling fucking people in the diaspora is like, they do care about Palestinians. They do actually care. But a lot of them also kind of don't.
Travels for whatever reason, there's a certain video essay I think might be a good idea to spend your time on instead.
Oh, thanks, Swanstar, for the £10. I'll just have to guess which one that is. I really appreciate that. Wow. Yeah, like, because there is a thing where you get like this really, really like hearty support of Palestine from Middle Eastern diaspora. But I feel like quite a few of them, I don't even know if it's a majority, is like, Frogan's an example of this, is people who seem to support everything that's bad for Palestinians. Like people who support October 7th, or people who say, don't give us your $10,000. First of all, mate, you are not in a position to say whether or not Ludwig should keep his $10,000 or not, because you're not Palestinian and you're not in Gaza, right? Okay. Where's Frogan from? I think she said her family is from Lebanon, South Lebanon, maybe? Or they support the idea of like keeping Palestinian refugees held in like permanent statelessness in the rest of the Middle East because they think because they think they're supporting right of return, when what they're actually supporting is like them living in slums, right? Like in South Lebanon. So yeah, you do get like that. There is this kind of thing where, unfortunately, like a notable number, I'm not to say majority, I don't know how many of them it is, but people within the like Middle Eastern diaspora who just seem to support like all these things that actually are really bad that don't really help Palestinians at all, and actually in some cases really hurt them. But God,
keep your little chump change, like
chump change. Meanwhile, emergency rent fund. Chump change. Who the fuck does she think she is? Like, all that in a fucking bag of potato chips. What the fuck? Queen. What's that emoji with, like, the fingernails? The long nails? Oh, God. I would do anything for that chump change. Fuck.
Like, what do you want? Do you want me to say like congratulations?
What a strange person. What a very, very strange person. All right. You can always say nothing. Nah, she needs discourse, obviously. She needs to get more viewers, I suppose. How did people get so much mileage out of this slur discourse? It doesn't seem that exciting. Who is this guy, actually? Oh. XR?
Lexar.
Lexar. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to comment on the Frogan clip, and I think you'll agree. It is so disheartening to see like people like her that pretend to, I feel like, support the Palestinian cause, but I feel like they take like an all or nothing approach that has been like seen throughout history. I feel like when it comes to Palestinian nationalism and debate and negotiations between like different organizations that existed in Palestine throughout the Mandate and to this day, and it's like they don't care all about coalition building or actually building support for a movement, but taking like the most extreme position, and it's just depressing. But yeah, that's all I want to comment on.
Okay, I agree.
Anyway, yeah,
cool.
Frogan is cringe, and $10,000 should not be turned away. It's the same problem with the protests, right? They don't care about actually reaching out to other people. They just want to exist in their bubble.
Well, we'll see. I might visit one of those protests and see what they're actually saying. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Anyway, yeah.
Cool. All right.
Cringe.
Take
$10,000 is good.
Yeah, I'll give it. All right. I don't like the genderedness here. Go change the title. Maybe it was a bit much. What's this? The title has a question mark on it, you dumb fuck. Chill. Why is this? The title is honest. The title leaves room for interpretation. I'm not Vosh. Wait, wait a minute. Go change the title. Okay. Good memes, good memes. Are there edits on? Oh no. Oh shit. Wait. Is is Loner unboxed? Spider is Spider black? I feel like I don't know why I think this, but 19 days ago, 19 days. It's really specific, isn't it? 19 days ago on his podcast, this Nibba got me on his obsession calendar with JDAM guided
Oh my
precision. What the
God.
fuck? Why? 19 days. Oh shit. I don't endorse this tweet. YTP edit coming. Fuck it, man. Whatever happens, happens. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's a Discord meme, whatever. Oh. I still remember when you said the N word with the O at the end. What? What N word has a what? Fuck, stop trying to make me say words. I don't even. You guys are too racist for me, okay? I don't care for you. I don't care for your nonsense. Don't care. Not interested. I cannot believe someone would tweet that such a thing. I can't believe we just watched another entire fucking genocide video, man. That was so cringe. What's happening with this fucking slur drama now? Is there any conclusion, or is it just that's really all that came out of it, wasn't it? That's all that people were talking about was those clips. Why do people care? Because it's like Destiny et al. Saying slurs you shouldn't call people slurs. It's bad to call people slurs. And then Hassan will say, actually, it's okay to call some people slurs because of the context of the settler colonial patriarchy, misogyny, white supremacy. And then we just get stuck. I want to bully you until you start talking about Lebanese politics, since you said that you lived in Lebanon. Why do you have a headphone off? Because I like hearing my own voice. I don't like hearing my voice when it's suppressed like this. Fuck that. Really don't like that. Weird. I just don't like what happens to the sound. I don't like what happens to my voice when I have both headphones on. I feel like it makes me alter the volume of my voice, and it's weird. Get some open cans. I'm fine with this, because I use this for music as well. So don't worry about me, okay? Don't worry. I'm black, but I'm like forethought, but not a mod for Destiny, but a clipper. That's a very interesting sentence. That's fine, it's just weird. Okay. You're weird. Oh. Though I feel like you have takes on I don't know that much about what's happening in Lebanon right now. I know Hezbollah are fighting with Israel in the south a little bit, firing pot shots mostly. They're also consolidating their positions in Syria, and they're not really going to leave. I think Nasrallah recently said that Syrian refugees in Lebanon should go across the fucking sea and towards Europe, which is ironic because Hezbollah were part of what was helping Assad create those refugees. Yeah, I don't know. It's just the Christians are, what are they doing? Lynching Syrians. I don't even know what the fuck they're doing. The Sunnis, what the fuck are the Sunnis in Lebanon doing right now? Fuck knows. Are they still pro-Syria? Probably not. I don't fucking know. The Armenians, are they just trying to survive, as always, vibing? I don't know. I just feel Lebanon just makes me feel sad. It's a shame. The Druze, I don't even know. Apparently, there's an interesting conversation happening.
That yes, this did help Israel justify its cause in the same way that October 7th helped Israel justify its invasion of Gaza. And so, in the same way that I said before, the assassination of Abu Nimrod helped Israel justify the invasion of Lebanon. Like,
of course, Nimrod is giving shekels. Okay.
And when the PLO responded to
yeah, so
Israel,
do we acknowledge that like the only way that Israel could have expanded its borders as much as it did was on the back of the Arab aggression?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I would agree that. Well, no. I agree that the Arab aggression helped. Well, Arab aggression in certain ways helped. But then
wait. How are we qualifying that so much? In 48, all the states went to war with Israel to try to kick them out, right? In 47, the Palestinians tried to expel the Jews from the pre-Israel place after they refused the partition. In 56, Nasser closed the straits because he was like the fucking big shit of the fucking world and said that Israel didn't even deserve rights to ship things through there. In 67, all the countries wanted to go to war with Israel and they were engaging in rhetoric to like destroy Israel. In 73, all of them did a surprise attack on Israel. Like, how are we going to say like, well, I guess maybe a little.
Destiny can't say the word 40. I've been told this before. He can't. He says 40. Like he's from New Jersey or some shit. I don't even know who says it like that. Matthew Fastini, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. That's so kind of you. Boston. 40.
These are a useful tool for that. Wait. Do you not agree with that? That's an easy gimme, right? Like.
That Egypt has always wanted.
Rate Tiny's shirt. It's good, isn't it? This is better than what he usually wears. I like it. This is cool. What's written on it? Wait, what's written on it? I thought it was just shapes, but it's actually names. Oh, Pacino, Al Pacino. Oh, okay. It's a brand shirt. Okay, I don't like brand shirts. I don't like people who wear their own brand shirts. Okay, there's something not right there. It's just the N word. Hassan just had an Israeli Arab. What, like in bed? What? Or on stream? Is that what you mean? Is it Sev? Or Bambino?
Is a plant. Goes all the way back to the motherfucking ancient Romans, okay?
True. Yes, it does.
All of that derives from one singular fucking leafy ass plant that they basically modified over years and years and years. And the reason why they modified it is because it is a phenomenal vehicle for whatever the hell you want to sauce it up with. It's great. Same with Brussels sprouts, cauliflower, kale, all derived from the same fucking plant.
It's funny that he talks about these plants with the exact same tone that he talks about genocide. He talked with the exact same cadence and delivery. That's just how he talks about whatever. Okay. If Sundowner pretends to be a Houthi, do you think he can get on Hassan's streams? Well, he needs his mic, doesn't he? Fuck. Have they improved? Have USB mics improved since the dastardly days of the Blue Yeti? The Blue Houthi mic. Because I think I could just get him a fucking Yeti mic, right? The Logitech Blue Yeti, yeah? The Snowballs sound fucking disgusting. No way. They're more portable, though. Blue Yeti? Blue Yeti. Why is this? Oh, is it eBay? Rode Pod Mic. But this piece of shit. I feel like Erudite used one of these. And it just didn't sound very good. I thought maybe she had problems with her settings. Podcasting bundle.
Travel fund. I've
And
paid my dues.
the thing
Pay
is,
up, people. Lona is getting embarrassed by Vrorgandonos, which means we are failing as a community. Sad.
thanks for the $10, Matthew Fustini, and I appreciate the call to arms as well. It's very generous of you. The fact is that if I get him this, he needs to get a fucking stand, and fuck that, all right? The Snowball is, oh god, you can get a really, the Snowball is cheaper, but I don't think the Snowball sounds very good, does it? I think there's a reason it's this much cheaper, and I don't think it sounds as good. Need an RGB mic. I think the Yeti's still basically the standard for getting started. Oh, this is interesting. What's this? Gaming microphone. Fuck off. Samsung QTU. QTU. Bro, that's fucking disgusting. No. Look at it. It looks like a shitty SM57 58 knockoff. 58, not 57. Do you have a camera to go with your new laptop? It has an HD camera in it, yeah. I also have a webcam, so I can bring that as well. AT2020. Donate for Palestine. Is this my contribution to Palestine, eh? It's getting one person a microphone so he can broadcast his message to the world. Who's this? Hello? Nah, you would need a stand with this one. I'm just gonna get the fucking Yeti. Jesus.
Hello?
Hello.
Right, let me mute your stream. Sorry, one sec. Hello. So is this still good?
Yep.
I don't know if I'm totally intruding.
No.
But yeah, I'm the Al-Mawasi guy. I made the post.
Which post? The one about Al-Mawasi? Oh, I was supposed to read it first. Fuck. So apparently there were some
we don't
strikes on it. Is that the story?
Well, it seems like potentially. Some of the sources seem a little dubious. Some of them seem I don't know, some seem fairly credible. There seems, at least the one on the 4th of January, I particularly remember, seems like there were multiple outlets corroborating that, but
yeah, I feel like I heard, was it Avi who said that that there was one strike that, because I don't think any, like, one is too many if you've declared it a humanitarian zone, but let's see.
That's the thing. I feel like
even
though some of them are not convincing, I feel at least one of them seems like at least one of them is probably true.
Yeah. Is it?
Well, I don't know.
Is it when they say Al-Mawasi? Do they mean in the zone, right? Not like the Al-Mawasi area, which is might have different boundaries from the zone itself. Is that the saying? Yeah, they're saying designated as a safe zone. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. No, yeah. The BBC article is saying it was designated a safe zone. IDF said it killed a senior member of PIJ. Was this in the strike? They don't even say if it's in the strike. That's different news, obviously. Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, because that's like a live update page, so there's various different things being mentioned there.
14 people killed in a blast. Is there any picture of this? Because I feel like you would want pictures of a humanitarian zone getting hit.
I can't fully remember. Maybe one of the other articles. So the other ones are. Oh, actually, the hyperlink to the Times in my post shows a video.
Okay.
That's Times and the Sunday Times YouTube channel.
Bodies. Okay.
I'm still waiting for the
Yeah, I'm just watching it now.
أنا قانون دولة، فيش قانون دولة، قانون غاب. قانون أهم حاجة قانون الغاب.
geolocate this. It said Khan Yunis. Okay.
قانون إسرائيل قانون الغاب يقتل أطفال لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله أطفال عمر الظهور وعمر ظهورهم نائمون يقصفون يقتلون بأي دم
I'm gonna mute while I eat so you don't get ASMR food sounds by the way.
Yeah, go for it.
قولي إنه فيش مكان آمن في قطاع غزة يعني وين ما نروح الضرب ورانا في البلد ورانا في قاع الجرين ورانا في الخيام ورانا في المواصل ورانا ما فيش مكان آمن يعني إحساسنا ما فيش مكان آمن
Okay, so there are bodies. Guy saying it was in Al Mawasi was hit. Is there any? I hate doing this. So there's smoke coming from up there, right? Is that the strike that they're referring to, or do they show you the
Mate,
damage
you're
of the
already
zone?
further in depth to this video than I ever was, so I'm.
Yeah, so
I can't
there's
be
a
of much
guy
use
saying they're hitting
analysing this
everywhere,
video.
the country, the cities, Al Mawasi. There are bodies being stacked in what appears to be Al Mawasi. At the start, it says, let's see. They're saying the shelling killed 16 Palestinians in Khan Yunis on Thursday. So are the bodies?
I mean,
just being-
Al Mawasi is quite near Khan Yunis. Is it possibly like I don't know, there's some overlap between what you might informally consider to be those areas?
I wonder why they would say
I have no idea.
a coastal in Khan Yunis in a southern coastal area because they are close. So let's see. The number of bodies seems right. Like obviously, they are separate. Like there is apparently that's from Bet Salam. There is a boundary between Khan Yunis and the safe zone. You can see there's like a huge gap there where there's not that much building.
One other thing, well, I don't know how relevant this is, but I saw an article. I need to find it. I think it was BBC, but it mentioned in response to the recent evacuation orders from Rafah, in addition to increased building up of Al Mawasi in terms of new tents being established, there was also an area to the west of, described it as to the west of Khan Yunis. In fact, I think this might be New York Times. Let me see if I can find it. But which implies that it's not just Al Mawasi itself, but also the region generally to the west of Khan Yunis that is being used as, that is being sought refuge in. Let me see if I can find that real quick.
Apparently, there's an NBC article on it. Is that in your Reddit post? Because this one, I'm just wondering.
I have NBC.
I'm wondering about this one about if.
Oh yeah,
there's any-
sorry.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see.
I have an NBC one about something on the 20th of February, actually. So this is a separate incident.
Okay. Also January
Oh,
22nd.
no, hang on. Sorry, I'm getting confused. No. So the NBC article is, I just included that because it has a quote of saying the IDF did not respond to specific questions about whether its forces were operating in Al Mawasi, but said Al Mawasi is considered a safer zone. I just thought it was interesting because when you're talking about, the initial orders the IDF gave to, just generally move south, or for people on the outskirts of Khan Yunis, move into the center of Khan Yunis, things like that. You kind of said, well, that's not them designating safe zones. That's just saying these are safer zones. But actually, in this case, there's a quote of someone saying Al Mawasi is a safer zone.
Yeah, I don't know because as far as I know, that Al Mawasi was the only one that was declared a humanitarian zone. I don't know if they've ever actually called it a safe zone. As for the other ones, yeah, they don't.
Okay.
They just say, like, when I say safer, I mean safer than the place that's about to get the shit bombed out of it, right? Like the South was obviously safer than the North, right? But the South was never a safe zone. It was never. Yeah, it was just like a less bombed out. Yeah, which is safer in a different context, right? But the South was never a humanitarian zone. Al Mawasi was. So if there's bombing in Al Mawasi, then that is completely like against what they said, because they gave Al Mawasi an extra protection that they haven't given places like South Gaza, right?
Yeah,
So
there's
the fact that
definitely
this
a
IDF guy
distinction.
is saying safer zone is weird because he shouldn't really be saying that, as far as I know. There is this,
Which I also find interesting that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
This NBC article shows some footage of bombings, but they seem to be Khan Yunis again. Like they're saying it's Khan Yunis. Bombardment of Khan Yunis, but obviously it's not too far from Al Mawasi. But this seems to be within the city. And then you got obviously people getting fucking injured and shit. So what do they say? West of Khan Yunis, which again is even closer to Al Mawasi. They stormed the hospital. Ambulance. I wonder how we can maybe find this place, Al Amal Hospital, and see if that's any closer. Let's see. Al Amal Hospital map. Where is this? Gaza. That is nowhere near what I was looking for. Okay. So this is way outside of Al Mawasi. Okay.
Yeah, that's much closer to the center of Khan Yunis.
Reports of violence around hospitals, deeply concerned. This must end. In a statement, the IDF said it was deepening its ground maneuver to the west of Khan Yunis and reiterated allegations that Hamas embeds itself in the civilian population, uses sites such as hospitals and schools, did not respond to questions about whether forces were operating or around Al-Khair, or what's that one? You'd think that would be in Khan Yunis, right? Nasser is within the city pretty deeply. Al-Ali is nowhere near. Where the fuck is this one?
Okay, welfare hospital. Finding something for.
You see any maps with that one?
No, I'm struggling to find a location.
Okay, I'll keep reading and see if anything comes back to it.
Oh, yeah, there's one in Pakistan with the same name. So.
Oh, shit. A U.S. doctor in Gaza, as part of a mission to provide medical care to civilians, said it was a horrible day as he described a mass exodus of people fleeing south from Khan Yunis and Al Mawasi, which is southwest of Khan Yunis. Reuters reported that troops had advanced into Al Mawasi district near the Mediterranean coast for the first time. So let's see that Reuters. Did you have the Reuters report? Al Mawasi has been considered a humanitarian zone. IDF did not respond.
No, I actually didn't have that one.
Okay, roads are closed.
I had a different one mentioning the ground invasion. That was a new humanitarian, which I didn't know as much about that outlet, so I wasn't so sure. But yeah, if Reuters are saying it, that's a little worrying.
Okay, let's see about forces storming. This is about hospital in Khan Yunis. So this is January 22nd. Western Khan Yunis. Siege. Troops advanced into Al Mawasi. Apparently, this hospital is in Al Mawasi because it seems like, or it sounds like they're following up on with that. No word about the hospital. Preventing ambulances. Red Crescent. I actually need to find where this hospital is because it sounds like they're implying it was in Al Mawasi. I didn't know there was a hospital in Al Mawasi. I thought it was like a fucking dead area.
I don't know if this is a Western take, but I find it strange there wouldn't be at least like a Google Maps entry for if there's a hospital.
Yeah. Let's see. It might be the way that the spelling switches over, though. Oh, Al Khair Foundation, Gaza Hospital. It has a Facebook.
Yeah,
okay, so there is a building there.
Something.
Is there a map? Do any of these have a map? Right, so it seems like we know where the building
where
is.
we work.
You can sponsor, okay, rooms and shit. Fuck me, where? Like Google that? Google Earth. This is worth finding though because one is too many.
Oh.
One strike on Al Mawasi is too many. Like I don't know why the fuck you would. They've got. Okay, what can Hamas do with this area? Okay, let's see. Al Khair Foundation. That sounds like the foundation is in Pakistan, right?
I think, not sure. I think that might have been a totally separate thing I found there. It sounds like this foundation, they have a page on their site where we work, and it's a ton of countries.
Oh.
Different places.
Landmark hospital in Gaza between Khan Yunis and Rafah. That would suggest it's to the south.
Yeah, to the south.
Wait, Gaza's not that big. I can just look at a map and I can just look around
We're
Google
gonna
Earth
look at
until I
every
stumble.
building between-
Yeah. I've done more intense projects. Okay. Khan Yunis.
This is a Loner Box think tank at work right here.
No one else is doing the work, are they? Apparently. Al Amal. Oh, hospital. What the fuck is this one? Hey, what are you? That's it. Found it. It's just not labeled.
Yep.
It is not in. If I think it's demarcated by
Oh, wait,
the road, isn't it? Do you see on my stream the
How
picture?
do you know that?
Same building, isn't it?
Yeah. But how do you know that's the one, the same name? Maybe it's because chat's blocking it. But
Oh, it doesn't
Oh,
have a
same
name.
building. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but it looks the same, right? That's the same building.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you.
And it's the only other
Yeah.
H. So this is the closest hospital to Al Mawasi, which probably means people in Mawasi who are sick would be going there. So we know Israel's been here. They've come this far on the ground.
This might be exactly what you were talking about, the distinction between Al Mawasi, the general idea of the area, and Al
Yeah.
Mawasi, the specifically designated zone. Perhaps that's kind of what
Let's
this
figure that out. Where
this
is
When did they last update the safe zone? I mean, I know they've just expanded it, but before that, before the whole Rafah situation, when was the last time they expanded it? Was it?
It was like October,
the
30th of
30th
October.
or something? Yeah.
So here is the map that was updated in the 30th of October. So it actually goes way to the south. Oh, it is before the road. So, wait. I think you might be onto something here. Okay. Fuck's sake. All right.
Oh, that is. This seems like it might be really borderline.
Yeah. It looks really close. And we're talking about the
mean,
one here. This is where it says hospital. This is the building. Yeah.
On the one hand, you would have thought this would be the focus if they had actually, advanced into Al Mawasi. Like that would be the focus of the pro-Palestine narrative. But on the other hand, it's also possible they'd get carried away by, just the whole move south and then them bombing the south side of the narrative. So they'd kind of forget about things like this.
Do you know what's so fucked is there are two roundabouts. There's the crossroads, which is clearly here. And then there's a roundabout. But the roundabout looks for wait, no. Okay, so it seems like there's this roundabout, which is here, and then the line is about here at Aqsa Khan University. So it seems like this is where the line is between. This seems to be. Why is the humanitarian zone including this like random fucking patch here and these fields? Because it seems. Do you see here? It's like in between the. So I guess it gives them space to cross the road. It's not demarcated by a road. It's demarcated by what looks like the middle of a. The middle of a village.
I mean, I also wouldn't be surprised if BBC weren't expecting this level of interrogation into their visual when they made it. I don't know if it's literally.
Well, you think,
by
well, it's
the
given
road. I don't know.
By the IDF defense. It's shared by IDF. Approximate based on images shared by the IDF.
I wonder if the actual images themselves were different, or if it's possible to find them. Autism deepens.
Yeah, let's see. IDF Al Mawasi safe zone.
Can you guys quit yapping about the presentation?
What?
Not even sure what Seabugs is on about, if I'm honest.
Seabugs is grumpy because they have nothing better to do with their evening, and they're not enjoying the stream, and they don't have any control over their own fucking choices. So apparently, it's my fault that they're bored. Okay, let's see. A map of the humanitarian area. Well, that's fucking helpful. What? Wait. This is the IDF map. It's not even. Why is it not even complete?
Yeah. It's I mean, their instructions have been pretty vague in well, some of them have in terms of evacuation. So like, there was what seemed like a really good BBC article explaining some of the very early evacuation orders, and they'd said things like, "Oh, go into camps in central Gaza near Khan Yunis."
Yeah, never mind.
Arrows on a map somewhere where there weren't any camps.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if this is just another really vague.
No, I'm a moron. This is the Gaza Strip, and this is it's the same zone that the BBC have, but their 30th of October one.
Oh, but I thought your problem was they didn't have any like roads or specific ways of showing actually where it.
Yeah, like
is.
it does. At least based on this image, it doesn't look like it's a very clear demarcation. I mean, maybe they've allowed space on the road just as a kind of like potential buffer area, like because I know like the buffer zone on the border between Gaza and Israel is demarcated by a road. It's the Jakar Road, which marks that kind of 300 to 400 meter line. So if you go on the wrong side of the road, you're in the buffer zone. That's what it's quite clear. But here, the IDF website has shown Al-Mawasi safe zone before the 30th of October, but not afterwards. Oh, here it is. Oh. The IDF press release saying that rockets have been fired from Al-Mawasi. But did they strike?
Yeah, they said this as well.
This was December 7th. 12 rockets from near tents of evacuated civilians. Normally, when people are firing rockets, they get airstruck. Rocket launch site. Putting Gazan civilians at risk, which means they might have actually done something here. Were there any launch site coordinates? Okay. Oh, I guess we could see the. All right, so they apparently fire rockets. Were there any strikes around December 7th on your Reddit post?
No, I didn't. So I saw that about them saying Hamas had fired from there, and I didn't see anything about them responding to it. Well, I mean, unless this is a belated response, the 4th of January thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess rockets get launched and then fired, and then the site is cleared within like an hour, right? What's this one? Is this from MSF building in Al-Mawasi Khan Yunis? When people say Al-Mawasi Khan Yunis, what do they mean? Fuck. Because it seems like they're.
Oh, okay, yeah. They're saying it's like in Khan Yunis.
I go Al-Mawasi. It takes me here. Is Khan Yunis also a governorate? Wait. Gaza.
That's what I'm thinking, because a bit like Gaza and Gaza City, there's like the region.
Khan Yunis is the governorate.
Different things.
Yes. That's why. Okay. Now we know. But wait, why would they say Al-Mawasi in Khan Yunis? Why would they say that then? Fuck.
Well,
they would still say
again,
Al-Mawasi,
maybe there's a
which is
distinction between. Because maybe like, is there a smaller official dividing of Mawasi that is different to the humanitarian zone?
I don't think so. I thought it was always seen as the coastal region, but
well, yeah, but like the exact boundaries of it might be different to what Israel.
I mean, obviously, it's because they changed the boundaries.
It's a village council, is what it seems to be officially known as.
Borders
which makes me wonder is there
Al-Mawasi ecosystem. because they could have well gone into the oh, here we go. Because you've got like it's from ResearchGate, I guess. It's this Al Jazeera.
What does that mean exactly by ecosystem? Like,
is it because there's what's this evacuation zone, but also humanitarian zone? I don't know. What's this from? This is completely separate. It's like just like a research site. January 2019. So here, their map of Al Mawasi goes all the way up towards Deir al Bala. The humanitarian zone is split.
If it's talking about an
Rafah and Khan
ecosystem,
Yunis.
that suggests they're not even talking about the way that the government are drawing the boundary on it.
So let's see. The humanitarian zone compared to that. Which tab was I just on? Oh my god. Here. So yeah, it goes up to here and then down. Oh, so even Al Mawasi constitutes like this whole coastal area. So you could be going here in what's no longer a humanitarian zone and be in Al Mawasi. You could actually be potentially, you could be all the way up here. I wonder if that's why. But if they're saying Al Mawasi and Khan Yunis, that would be because here, I don't know.
I mean, I feel like at this point, is it maybe just fair to take the conclusion that Israel have not been clear enough? Like even if the part that they struck is not technically in the safe zone they've designated.
I don't know because I need to. I saw the most convincing thing I saw, which I think is more convincing so far than any of this, is Al Jazeera Al Mawasi strike. Ooh, this is an older one. Here.
We're currently.
This is where it was attacked for the third time, apparently, 2 months ago, 10th of March.
In Al Mawasi area in Khan Yunis, where
Al Mawasi area, and this is where they say that you see this little fucking tent here has been rattled by something.
The Israeli artillery shelled this area last night.
That's the thing you mentioned, right?
Yeah. This is because this is the only footage I've seen of Al Mawasi or what's claimed to be the Al Mawasi humanitarian zone being hit by anything.
Did you say already what date is this?
This is 10th of March. Okay, I'm asking someone else who's maybe looked this up. But yeah, like this, and again, this could have well been Israeli artillery. It could have been a tank. It could have been a rocket misfire. There's some dead animals there. Whether or not it's actually in the designated safe zone or not just the Al Mawasi area, I don't know. It seems that could be very easily misconstrued, but I'm very confident saying that they haven't dropped 2,000-pound bombs on the safe zone, as people have suggested. So that one's out
but it's a pretty low bar to set, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but because obviously if they've done that, like if they've drone struck, even if it was like a rocket launch site or whatever, I still don't think you should do that. But I think you need to have at least a zone that just has, because it's not like militants could shelter there for sure, but they're never gonna. They can't do it. They can't do anything from there. They can 12 rockets. Like the Iron Dome can take care of that. So,
I mean, is the idea that basically Israel are like occupying that zone, making sure no one sets up any proper like military position there?
Maybe, but I don't even like. That's where people are saying they maybe
how
they
can
went
they
into the area, right? Yeah.
I don't know if I'm being dumb, but like, how can they necessarily guarantee that Hamas hasn't gone in there?
How can they? Well, you're asking how do they know they were firing rockets from there? You mean they've got like a navy and they've also got drones?
No, I mean how. Well, if the whole point of this safe zone is that, essentially. Well, you said something like Hamas can't do anything from there, so I'm wondering why is that the case? Why are we so confident
like
about
basically abandoned. It's a very empty part of land. There's not much going on there. It's right next to the sea. They can't like dig tunnels there. I don't think, or they can't establish like any kind of like meaningful they don't have infrastructure there. I don't think it's like because I think the reason they chose that place is because it's fairly barren, right? Like it's not like a full of fucking buildings and shit, or maybe it is, but as far as I know, it's just not like they can't do anything substantial from there. They can do like insurgent stuff maybe, or like little things, but they can't like set up a battalion there and like dig in, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the idea that it's a humanitarian zone unless Hamas fire a couple of rockets, it's kind of, well, then it's not really a humanitarian zone.
It might still be if it's only getting targeted like in strict response. Like I don't know though. I don't know the history of humanitarian zones and how they're treated. I feel like my understanding of them is that they're basically no go for the military. Like, but I don't know if that's always been the case. If it's being eventually used for militant purposes, or when it changes over.
But are you talking like legally wise?
Legally or just a historical precedent, right? Like I don't know if humanitarian zones ever get like, for example, if there's a humanitarian zone and there's a rocket launch site right at the corner of it, and a little drone just goes over there with a hellfire and just blows them up and then fucks off. Is that really like, did they strike the humanitarian zone? And even if the only people who died were the people firing the rockets, right? If that were the case. Or versus there are people setting up shop within the zone, and the drone hits them right in the middle and takes out 5 civilians with them, then maybe that's probably not a humanitarian zone anymore. That's like a fucking, I don't know though.
You would have thought, even if it was justified to do something, say if some rockets were being fired right from the border, I would have thought if they were to do anything, then they need to tell people or make it clear, issue some kind of public statement to say, hey, we've done this for XYZ reasons.
Yeah.
Or even if possible, warn people in advance that they're going to be doing some kind of minor operation in a specific part of the, near or even on the safe zone.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know why the fuck this is so hard to find information about. I mean, this is the safe zone. Surely this is the bit everyone.
Well, that's what I think. I feel like if there was, that's why I think if there was any like, I don't want to say it because every strike is meaningful or like impactful, but I think if there was any kind of like large scale attack or any kind of like noticeably strong violation of the humanitarian zone, I think it'd be very difficult for the press not to jump on that, right? Or because I feel like you would know.
What's weird is that like, they seem to have slightly jumped on some things, not given the extent of the reaction you'd expect if they truly, attacked a safe zone. So it's not like they haven't said anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a few things here and there, but nothing coordinated between kind of all the different outlets.
Yeah, and it's definitely worth saying that like even small things there, I don't think they're necessarily acceptable. Like, no. But I'll need to find out.
It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to argue against someone who's saying, like if the conversation goes, oh well, Israel told people to move somewhere and then bomb there, and then you say, oh well, they told people to move south, but they couldn't guarantee the safe zone, and then they say no, but there is an actual safe zone, and look, there's this article saying there's been an attack there. Well, then what do you say to that? I'm not convinced that's real. And then that's, that seems like the weakest defense ever for.
I mean, it sounds.
Especially if someone's already dug into that narrative that there's a genocide or they're deliberately trying to corner them into an area that they then attack. So,
yeah, I mean, it sounds weak to someone who's
strong.
It sounds weak to someone who's unmovable, but like, I feel like.
Well, I think probably to anyone who's. I think to anyone who's kind of generally, it doesn't have to be someone super hardcore, but just someone who has been exposed to the idea that Israel are trying to kill as many civilians as possible or something.
Well, at least from where I stand is that I don't need to, like, I'm not an IDF supporter. So like if the IDF are like, I have no ideological or like political commitment to deny, like it's easy for me to say that, if they have hit Al-Mawasi, even with little strikes, that's unacceptable. They shouldn't have done that. It's condemnable. But I can still say that and also say this is not the equivalent of what you tend to hear, which is they're dropping 2,000-pound bombs on safe zones. Because I don't think they've done that. They've done things that require like repercussions and people getting punished and everything else, but just not what's exactly being portrayed in the media. Because what's being portrayed in the media or by people is that the safe zones are was at one point all of the South, or at one point the safe zones were those little quadrants that they were, those little segmented areas that they were pushing people around in. But that, again, that also wasn't a safe zone. The safe zone is Al Mawasi. Yeah. So. I mean,
Yeah. For sure, there's been a mixing up or a conflation of IDF telling people you're most safe if you go here, and IDF saying, "Oh, you are safe if you go here."
Yeah, but like I guess it's like you're safer in the south and the north. We're talking back in the past, right? And you are most safe in Al Mawasi. But again, war, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think, but yeah,
I
to
guess
me, I
that's,
think it should be the case. It should be the case that you're safe in the safe zone, but it could be the case that in this war, based on what they're doing, and just descriptively, is there's the dangerous areas, there are the most dangerous areas, there are the less dangerous areas, and then there are the least dangerous areas, which is Al Mawasi. Right, but there's no completely not dangerous area. Like that could be just a description of what's happening, and that's kind of what I care about most. Yeah.
It's a funny thing because it's like a situation where the pro-Palestinian voices would do well for their side if they really honed in on this kind of story, but actually it's like they're focused on accusing Israel of bombing safe zones that actually aren't safe zones. So it's kind of like they're missing the really good story that would bolster their side really well, or what is, at least if you know what the facts are, a less good story about, oh, they just bombed the south when they tell people to flee south.
Yeah, I mean, they're like, again, it's all fucking political propaganda. Oh, wait, hang on. There is a strike, it seems to be, in the safe zone. It's on NBC News, February 12th, April 20th. Apparently 2 strikes here.
Oh shit, I didn't even see these ones.
Yeah. This is in the Rafah part of it, not.
Can you
and I'm guessing if we get the BBC.
Someone just posted that in Discord.
Just DM'd it to me, yeah.
How can I find that?
I'll send it to you. Hang on. Safe. Actually, yeah. Let's see if there's a link. Israel safe zone Al Mawasi, and we'll just make sure the map is exactly right. I think it seems like it though. What is this? We're talking post. Yeah, post October 30th. This is more detailed. Ooh. That looks like it's well within, right?
Oh yeah, if the map's accurate, yeah.
That. Well, I don't even know why I'm trying to. Yeah, it's way. Yeah, of course it's within it. Yeah, it's way within it. It's not even on the edges. It's like here or something.
Yeah, of course. No, the only question is like, is the boundary that's been drawn there totally accurate based on where the strike is? But if it is, then yeah, 100%. That's.
Yeah, and this is after October 30th, so this is way after. Yeah, this is 4th December. The IDF gave this picture apparently 4th of December, and then one strike was on 12th of February. I don't think it moved since then. The Al Shabura camp. Okay, April 20th. So,
Zoom Beanie, was that you posted it? Where did you?
1 second. I'll see if I get the link. 1 second. Okay. NBC investigation reveals Israel strikes on Gaza, areas it said were safe. Oh, there we go. Okay. Do you want me to share screen? We can watch this? Actually, we'll see if it has any TOS. Probably not if it's NBC. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm watching the stream. It's just like a couple seconds behind.
Okay.
Probably right.
March 26, 2024, 4 p.m. The aftermath of an airstrike in Rafah in southern Gaza. Victims buried under the rubble. A father on the scene spots his daughter in the chaos. Rima Shabir is rushed into an ambulance. Desperate, he attempts first aid. An NBC News investigation reveals that this is one of at least 7 deadly strikes in zones our Gaza team filmed after the IDF had explicitly designated them as safe in December. This one in Rafah's El Zuhur neighborhood, identified as an evacuation zone in a leaflet dropped over Gaza, and on the Israeli military's website in a map of safe.
Now, this map is not safe zones in the same way that Al-Mawasi is. I know that. But
zones last updated
Isn't
in
that
December.
just the system they use for telling people how to move around?
Yeah, this is the system that they use for saying like we're gonna there's gonna be like heavy activity in one area, so move to this other area where there's no activity but less. Yeah.
When asked if there was anything
Yeah,
more
so basically,
recent,
unless you're
the
receiving, I
IDF
think it's
told us
SMS messages they send. There's no way of knowing what each number corresponds to unless you're receiving the messages at the time.
Yeah, obviously, and I
understanding.
think there's been at least one incident where I saw where there was like a 10-minute gap between the message being sent and the bombing starting. I think. So.
Yeah, I watched that yesterday. You were talking about that.
Yeah.
the map was, quote, still accurate. NBC News has tracked almost 50 airstrikes in Rafah since then. More than half a dozen of those in areas the Israeli government had directed Gazans to for safety by name. The leaflet dropped on December 18th lists, in addition to El Zuhur, El Shabura, and Tal El Sultan as safe zones. Our investigation reveals that the...
Okay, I really want to know if the Arabic says safe zone. That would be interesting. But I can't fucking read. I know what to do. Well, first of all, there's an Arabic reader in chat, hopefully. But let's see, Google Translate.
Yeah, Google Lens, right?
I mean, it might not be perfect,
you
but...
can just load pictures into Translate.
Oh, not Spanish. No. To those in southern neighborhoods of Khan Yunis Center, Batan al Samin, Kizan, Abu Rashwan, okay, the area you're in is considered a dangerous combat zone. For your safety, the IDF appeals to you immediately to Al Zuhur and to go to the known shelters in Al Shabura, Al Zuhur, and Tal al Sultan neighborhoods. These are safer areas, and humanitarian aid is available there. Is safer? Did they definitely say safer? Not just say safe. What the fuck is Grutalot? That's not a real word. Sorry. Hang on. He who was warned was excused. What the fuck? Okay. Because if they translated safer to safe, that's a little bit snooty from NBC. But
So the article quoted it as saying safer.
Well, the clip said safe.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Sorry. So the article translated it as saying safe.
Even though it might say safer.
We'll translate it
but
as saying safer.
Let's take that thing. Copy. Google Translate. Ugh.
I mean, so is there any like...
Fuck.
Is there any international law surrounding the idea of getting people to go to a safer zone and any expectations that held up there?
I don't know.
Just
That would be
about
interesting.
actual full-on safe zones.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd imagine there probably isn't. But
I mean, it's humanitarian zone safe. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look that up. But Sundowner, do you know if it says safe or safer? That's what I want to know. These are safer areas, so I guess it's around here. Does it say safer or safe?
And also Ramuki, I mean, it does kind of matter. I mean, safer doesn't imply that you can 100% guarantee safety there.
It says those zones are safe. Oh.
Yeah.
So Google Translate fucked up. Why would Google Translate turn it into safer? Is it this word here? Yeah, it is. Weird. This means safer, but it's not used. Fucked. Wait, why does that translate to why does that translate to safer as well? To safe, sorry. Okay, I don't fuck. Okay. All right.
El Zuhur, El Shabura, and Tal El Sultan as safe zones. Our investigation reveals that the IDF targeted those 3 areas after it told residents to head there. On January 9th, an airstrike in Tal El Sultan. The attack hits the home of the Nofal family there, killing 15. Our crew films the aftermath of the attack and the wounded treated at the nearby Kuwaiti hospital. They told us that the Sultan area was safe, but unfortunately it was not. Many of my cousins were killed, one of the survivors of the attack tells our team. On February 12, 2024, our crews filmed the aftermath of an airstrike on Al Shabura camp. They asked us to go to the Shabura area because it is safe. This is the safe area. Look around you. What happened? A man on the scene of the attack says. On April 20th at 10 p.m., also in the Shabura district, a building...
What if the IDF was using Google Translate? You know what? Let's get to the bottom of this. These are safer areas. Hey, I need to go reverse. It won't just let me do it backwards. Okay, thank you. This word, isn't this the one that Sundowner just typed? Which means Google Translate. Wait. No, it's different. It's different. Wait. Wait. Fuck, I can't even. So retarded. All right. So wait, that first Arabic word you just typed, Sundowner, that's this one, isn't it? Can I put that in here? Put it up here? This is this, isn't it? Same root. Different word derivative. Could it be that the IDF tried to say safer and ended up accidentally writing safe if they used Google Translate? Oh my god. What, does
Zoombin, you're saying you don't warn people about safer zones. I'm pretty sure the IDF have been doing that since the beginning of the conflict. Telling people go here, it's not guaranteed. For example, go to the south. The south was never a safe zone, but IDF told people to go there because it'd be...
Yeah, but I'm wondering if they tried... I'm wondering if they tried to say... Fuck me, where is it? Where's the NBC video? Because now it looks like it's not impossible, but it seems pretty unlikely. Okay, let's see. You should Google another pamphlet that the IDF drops for evacuation. Because I just want to know if the Google Translate matches... Well, it would be going from Hebrew to Arabic, not English to Arabic. Because this is the phrase here, and it looks... Oh, it's different. No, it's not. Wait, fuck. Yeah. This is different. And this is back to front. Okay, so if I change it to... you get safe. Oh. So they bullshit. Okay. So they're not saying safer zones. So Google Translate fucked up the other way around. Okay. Got it. Okay.
So sorry. What's the conclusion here?
The conclusion is that they said safe zones in Arabic, yeah. Although if you but if you try to go from but if you try to go from oh yeah, no, so and even if you go from yeah, you have to say in English to Arabic, you have to say safe areas, not safer, to get what they wrote. So yeah.
February 12th, 2024.
But for some reason, Google Translate sends it back from Arabic to English and interprets it as safer, which is so bizarre. Anyway.
Our crews filmed the aftermath of an airstrike on Al Shabura camp. They asked us to go to the Shabura area because it is safe. This is the safe area. Look around you. What happened? A man on the scene of the attack says. On April 20th at 10 p.m., also in the Shabura district, a building leveled. Among the dead brought to the hospital, a pregnant woman whose premature baby briefly survived, only to perish in the war it was born into. In addition, the Israeli government has repeatedly called on Gazans to evacuate to Al Mawazi, a small plot of land on the coast, which it called a humanitarian zone on October 14th, posting a map of the small enclave on its website. On November 4th, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says there's a safe zone which is located in Al Mawazi, where there will be no strike.
Let's double checking this.
Israeli government
Wait, am I being dumb? Why are they talking about October 14th?
Called on Gazans
because they haven't mentioned that the map changed.
To evacuate to Al Mawazi.
Yeah, so isn't
small plot.
So this is where
doesn't that kind of change the whole thing, or am I being dumb?
We'll see though. Hang on, BBC Al Mawazi safe zone. So the new map. Was it ever given on October 14th? I thought it was before. It was 18th, 21st, then 30th. So on the 30th, it moved. I can't find that straight road. Oh, this is Khan Yunis here. So it moved to around here.
A lot of land on the coast, which it called a humanitarian zone on October 14th, posting a map of the small.
Now the map is the old one. I think this is this one. Yeah, this is the because it's further away from the.
No, based on the roads.
Based on the shape. See this? This is the old one because it's up here, and this one with the little block here is the newer one from 30th of October. There, it would be like here, right?
Yeah, I feel like.
I think.
Oh yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's the same shape as
the tip of this
like
one
18th or 21st.
Yeah, they've given the October 14th one, but they're talking about strikes in April. Did this ever change? Hang on. Al Mawazi Safe Zone map, April 2024.
Did it change since October?
Did it change since October 30th? Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Is this the new one? There's a new one here. What's this?
Yeah, that's the same shape as the 30th one.
So far, we have that they are describing places outside of Al Mawasi as safe zones in Arabic, which is really fucking horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. Like, there's a huge difference between safer and safe. So yeah, this is the demarcation line.
You translated.
Okay.
The thing you translated earlier, that was from like shortly before this attack on April 26th, right?
Yeah. But that's to do with Rafah, those warnings. 4th of December. It seems like the Al Mawasi area has stayed the same, unless it's changed. Safe zone map change. It doesn't seem like it's changed since that 30th of October one here, or December. It still seems the same. Okay, but they're using an older.
I mean, it may have changed like now because I think they just expanded it, didn't they, ahead of the?
Oh yeah, for the Rafah invasion. Yeah. But not before this time in April 26th.
On its website. On November 4th, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says there's a safe zone which is located in Al Mawazi, where there will be no strikes.
When did it grow? Oh, Human Services District. When was this? So they gave them a new map. When did they give them a new map? But it's all north anyway. It's all north of the. Oh.
Killer Chaos. What you're referring to is probably after the expansion they've just done. If it's May 16th,
yeah.
so this is
And
probably
anyone there,
that's a different map to what
Yeah, it
would be
doesn't matter to
relevant
what
to
we're
this
doing.
there
strike.
will
Yeah.
be in a safe place. But January
It was May 6th.
4th,
Okay.
3 children die when their tent is hit in Al-Mawazi.
January 4th. Okay.
NBC News documents this attack. The footage shows a crater and the hospital treating survivors. 14 people are killed. If Al-Mawazi is not safe, where should we go? No one is protecting us, says a man named Kamal Salah on the scene. The IDF has posted on X.
So where's that on the map? Did they show you?
Defense
They do show you
Minister
where it is,
Yoav
right?
Gallant says there's a safe zone which is located in Al-Mawazi, where there will be no strikes and anyone there will be in a safe place.
Okay, so he said no
But
strikes.
January 4th,
Okay, what the that fucking
3 children.
Okay. Oh my god. All right. Wait. They
Where
say
there will
though,
be
right?
no strikes and anyone there will be in a safe place. But January 4th, 3 children die when their tent is hit in Al-Mawazi.
Fourth strike al-Mawasi. This is one that was on your thing, wasn't it? Yeah. Hamas accuses Israel of hitting the safe zone. Is there a strike? Is there a
Yeah.
map? Yeah. Okay. This is the picture of the bodies. Okay. Okay. Oh. And is there a pinpoint of where the strike was? I mean, I could go into Google Earth and look for those two.
Are we still on the
patches of
same
grass.
NBC News article as the one about the 26th? Is this talking about
This is from the
multiple different
26th.
instances?
Yeah. But where
Oh,
is-
okay. So is this? What's the latest strike this is talking about? Is it only talking about the one on 4th of Jan?
They mentioned. Well, this is what I'm looking at now because this is the one that they pinpointed. Oh, here it is. On the Instagram. But it looks like it's further. No, hang on.
Humanitarian
So
zone on
here's the
October
line.
14th, posting a map of
There's
the
the
small
map.
enclave on its
It should be
website.
up here.
On November 4th,
Jesus Christ.
strikes, and when 4th, through,
It's so quick. It happened so quick.
but January
Okay. So where did she zoom into? Here.
4th, through,
Yeah. I feel like this is in the old one and the new one. Think.
Mawazi, where there will be no strikes and anyone there will be in a safe place. But January
Okay, so it's on there. Close to where the angle is halfway. Okay. It could be outside the new one.
4th,
It looks really close though.
3 children died.
Right, let's do it.
Hands.
What? So we're looking around this area. I feel like this will be easy enough to find. You got it? This is it, right? Here. Okay, that looks like where it happened. Can they give me a pin? Can you give me a pin? Thought you could pin. Add place mark. Okay. Where's my fucking... Jesus Christ. What? Okay. There we go. Oh, but it disappears when I do that. Okay. I'll just put it down and just leave it then. So it's there. And the Al-Mawazi map at that time, the safe area map, was here. Write down the coordinates. Well, I can't match it to this though. So there's the road. There's the big road that leaves out of Khan Yunis. It's this one, right? Oh, we've seen this before with the roundabout. Okay, it's in. It's in the safe zone. See that? See the roundabout? You go there. It's there. It's in the new safe zone. On the edge.
Yeah, only just, but yeah, it's definitely in it.
Yeah, not the old one. I don't know why the fuck they showed a map of the old one. That's really obscuring, but... Oh yeah, because this is where that hospital is. It's there. Yeah.
Was the hospital in the safe zone as well?
No. The hospital is outside.
Wait, can you put a pin where the hospital was? Because I've forgotten where that was now.
The hospital was here. It's only letting me put one at a time. What a stupid function. And it just... What? Okay. Yeah, there's the hospital, and this is the place where the strike happened. So yeah, looks like on January 4th, they definitely struck this place here. Unless it was a rocket misfire. That's it. That's the only thing. Because I think the IDF is just going to deny this, it seems to be. Let's see what the rest of the documentary says. But yeah, that is 100% within the safe zone.
Yeah.
It's not even...
Yeah, I don't think IDF have ever admitted it.
You can even see here, look, because the safe zone line ends at this road here. See this bendy road? That there? The angled road? This little triangle? The road goes here. And it's here. So
Yeah.
it's 100% there.
So even that road is in the safe zone by a tiny bit. But yeah, the one below definitely is.
Yeah. Okay.
Die when their tent is hit in Al-Mawazi. NBC News documents this attack. The footage shows a crater and the hospital Al-Mawazi.
Now, is a rocket going to make that kind of... I can't do crater assessing. It's a fairly big crater, though.
A crater and the hospital treating survivors. 14 people are killed. If Al-Mawazi is not safe, where should we go? No one is protecting us, says a man named...
Yeah. Either that or the fucking comet that killed the dinosaurs. What? Wait, hang on.
I know a JDAM when I see one.
Yeah, let's see.
3,000 years military experience.
JDAM craters are fucking enormous. Wait, that's not...
Oh wait, I'm
yeah, I know you're memeing, yeah. But it's not that much smaller. Wait. What's a Hamas rocket crater look like? No way. This? Is this from... Wait. So it's about the same... It could be anything. It seems if a fucking Qassam rocket or a... No, that's an Israeli airstrike. Where's the... Are there any Hamas rocket fire craters? Apart from the one at the Al-Ali hospital, because that's tiny. Islamic Jihad uses new rocket with 300 kilogram warhead. Oh, okay. No, they can make reasonable sized craters. In 2019. So that could have been an Israeli thing or a... Yeah, it could be anything, yeah. What do you think? It could have been anything? That's where I'm at with my incredible fucking limited military experience. Let's see.
I'm amongst the worst people you could ask about identifying fucking bomb craters.
What does a hellfire do? It would have to be in a kind of like sandy bit, because obviously hellfires can do, yeah, like it could be anything. Okay.
named Kamal Salah on the scene. The IDF has posted on X evacuation orders to Al-Mawazi 11 times by NBC News' count since January 1st, while continuing to strike the area.
Oh, that's the one from
We
the Al
asked the
Jazeera.
Israeli military multiple times to comment on the strikes documented by NBC News, providing precise locations and dates. It addressed one of the attacks featured in our report, replying, "The IDF is not aware of any strike at the provided coordinates and times in the query," adding, "The IDF follows international law and takes feasible precautions to mitigate civilian harm." Human Rights Watch Israel Program Director Sari Bashi tells us the strikes in Israeli military designated safe zones are not isolated incidents.
People evacuate, people use the roads they were told to use, they go to the places they were told to go to, and then they get hit either by an airstrike or by a ground force invasion.
Is there anywhere safe in Gaza?
No, there's nowhere safe in Gaza.
Beyond the strikes on areas explicitly named in leaflets, the Israeli government has continued to target southern Gaza, where people were told to seek shelter and where more than half of the Strip's population has run out of land, literally nowhere else to flee. The IDF itself said in November it had dropped 1,524,000 leaflets telling people to head south. In a follow-up email to NBC News, the Israeli military blamed Hamas for telling people to ignore military directives, and that, quote, "the IDF will act against Hamas wherever it operates with full commitment to international law while distinguishing between terrorists and civilians." But for many, there is no escape. And for Rima Shabir, the girl whose father's blood-stained T-shirt told of his frantic attempt to revive his child, it was too late. Rima died in a place where she and others were told they would be safe from harm. Hala Gorani, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
Inside Gaza.
Okay, so what we have here is the IDF are sending leaflets describing not safe zones as safe zones when they apparently mean to say safer, based on that quote from earlier. Whereas they do seem to have struck Al-Mawasi potentially twice, if they're not rocket misfires. I think that one of them, the Al Jazeera one, might be, but this one I don't know. Like it doesn't seem to be. It looks quite big, unless a big rocket misfired. What do you think? That's my conclusion.
Well, I mean, I think that not that we have to do them now, and we've done plenty here, but like, I think there might be other instances we haven't even investigated right here.
Okay.
And also the places they told them to move to.
Yeah.
Where I'm a little lost as to where those are relative to the 30th of October safe zone. Are those in the old safe zone, or are those just somewhere completely different?
The ones that you had in your thread, in your post.
The ones that the leaflet told them to move.
Oh no,
to.
that's nothing to do with Al-Mawasi. That's Rafah.
So that's a totally separate
Yeah.
thing. Okay. All right.
So I think the MSF one, I don't know if it's just I feel like they would have mentioned that in the April report.
I don't know much about MSF, like in terms of what biases they may or may not have. You might be able to provide some insight on that. I don't know.
No idea. Don't know that much about them, but MSF shelter in Al-Mawasi Khan Yunis. Well, I mean, we could find out where this building is. Because they're saying that it came under tank fire. MSF shelter. I don't think we're going to find this. Unless it's named on Google Earth. Also, MSF. Belgium office that in Gaza. Okay, there's a Belgium office there, but that's not a shelter. Are we going to find an MSF? It probably wouldn't even be. Oh my god.
Would that even be a permanent thing, or just like a building they're
Yeah,
using
like with a
since
flag on
the
it. Yeah, that's going to be so
conflict
hard.
started?
And if they haven't given us where this building is, if anyone wants to geolocate that. Oh shit. But they say there was a military operation in there. Why didn't NBC mention that? I feel like that would be the biggest thing, right? Because it's the easiest one to prove. You can't fake an Israeli tank. Like a rocket misfire doesn't look like an Israeli tank moving in. Oh, I mean, someone smarter than me actually could find out where this is because it's from the inside. You can see outside.
Yeah.
I'm not.
We need that one guy with the curtain who does the YouTube short.
I don't give a fuck, man. Fuck that. Jesus. No, I can't. I mean, it's obviously looking north. Oh. No. Okay, but I think it seems like there are at least two strong candidates. That's where I'm at. Do you have anything else, Fred?
Not really on this, but that was quite satisfying. I have something totally unrelated, but I appreciate you might have other shit you want to go on with.
If it's quick, sure. Or what was it?
Okay, well, no, it can definitely be quick.
Right.
It could also be really long. It could be any length, really. So, I heard you mention something once, saying something like one thing you feel like you can improve on is summarizing your positions easily, especially in an issue with as much depth as Israel-Palestine. Is that like, have I understood you correctly?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess my feeling is it would be it would be very good if there was a way, because it feels like if there isn't a way to summarize positions with the nuance that's required, then people who aren't kind of actively engaged in researching this on a kind of near daily basis like you are, aren't necessarily going to pick up on those kind of nuances. So I mean, I had a go at summarize your position on various things related to Israel-Palestine, so I'm just kind of, maybe I can fire off and see if it's we'd consider a good characterization.
Okay.
Okay, so here's a point I wrote. October 7th was both unjustified and is a net harm to Palestinians, and also Hamas in general is a net harm to Palestinians.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, Israel regularly break international law, both before October 7th, so like settlements, extrajudicial killings by soldiers with little or no repercussions, and in response to October 7th. So, and given that Israel are by far the dominant power, Western powers should do more to leverage their relationship with Israel to try and prevent this.
Yeah.
Would you say you agree with that?
Yeah.
Most claims of Israel committing genocide are based on misunderstandings of the word, or at least as it appears in the Genocide Convention. Based on what we currently know, there's almost nothing to suggest there's an actual genocide going on.
Yeah. I'd also say based on misunderstanding of what's happening on the ground, like in the war, right? Like, again, come back to it. If people think that they're telling people this is a safe zone, you won't get bombed, and then they drop a 2,000-pound bomb on it, like that would be quite crazy if that was happening on the regular, right? Yeah. So yeah, I think it's like based on a lot of that fundamental misunderstandings of how the war is being conducted.
That's true. Yeah, I wonder which is more dominant. Is it misunderstanding the word, or is it misunderstanding what's happening? But yeah, you're right. It is both. Okay, so there's like two more kind of bullet points I wrote. So next one is a two-state solution, while seeming like a remote possibility right now, is probably the only realistic way to resolve this conflict without a mass ethnic cleansing. And maybe if someone like Barghouti was involved, that possibility might be more realistic. Would you say, well, you co-sign that, or what do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of agnostic on 1 or 2 state because at the moment, like, I feel like it could go either way. Like, it's not, I don't think it's unforeseeable that there could be some movement for like 1 state with equal rights and all that. But right, with what we have right now, 2 states seems to make more sense. Yeah, by far. But morally, I'm agnostic
polling.
on what an ideal would be. Yeah, based on polling, based on...
Sure, yeah. I'm talking about pragmatically and
Based on current polling, based on how the groups see each other at the moment en masse. Yeah, like them sharing a country just wouldn't work. Yeah, it's with like equal, anything.
But also, is it even current polling, or is it like basically forever? At least on the Palestinian side, has there ever been any kind of desire to have a unified state? My understanding is that even before 48, that wasn't a workable.
No, they wanted an Arab majority state. Yeah, like that's what they mostly wanted. Like some people did have ideas for like a federation and all that, but I mean, at the end of the day, the main leadership, like the top brass, were very much like majority Arab state, like Al Husseini and shit. So.
And then also Likud, obviously, that goes back a long way, is also, my understanding, had in its charter, or maybe it wasn't strictly their charter, but they've kind of had. Was it in their charter where they said
it's not like a charter? It's like an original. It's kind of like an original statement, like a founding statement or a founding, like almost like a next door to a first manifesto. But whatever it is, like they still believe that they're still river to the sea, right? They don't want a Palestinian state. Some of the more soft ones want parts of Gaza and parts of the West Bank to be autonomous zones, but not state. So they're 1-state solution regardless, even if there are some more sensible ones like Ehud Olmert and all that who don't actually want all the land. They just want like most of it, right? Yeah.
And then the final bullet point I wrote is that in terms of the responsibility for why it hasn't been reached yet, both Israel and Palestine have been difficult partners for peace in the past and are both responsible for the failure of past negotiations such as the Oslo Accords. Would you say you also agree with that?
Yeah, I think Arafat is a bit more to blame than the Israelis. I used to feel the opposite, but I think Arafat's more to blame. Not completely, though. The Israelis did a lot of fucking about throughout the 90s, yeah.
That's something I definitely have gaps in my understanding about. The main thing I watched about the history of the peace very peace process video.
Uh-huh.
The one I'm talking about?
Yep. The 2-hour peace process video.
Yeah, and the main narrative of that is solidly on the side of it was kind of Israel's fault in most cases for making unrealistic demands or basically never agreeing to anything because they always wanted as much as they could possibly get. That was the main kind of to my memory at least. I watched it a while ago, but that was the main takeaway I had from that.
Yeah, and I think like Israel did think they were in a very advantageous position because of the Soviets kind of like they weren't there to help the Palestinians anymore, and that was a huge loss for them as a bargaining chip. And obviously there was not much commitment to stop settlement expansion. I think Rabin tried briefly, but then didn't really. But then everyone who followed him basically didn't. So, and also the things that like Palestinians massively opposed was like control over various resources and security measures. But it's hard to say because the response from Arafat was very much like to make himself as ambiguous as possible. I think if you read Arafat's response to the Clinton parameters compared to the Israeli one, not Arafat, but like whoever the Palestinian negotiating team, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like it was a delayed response. It's full of basically just doublespeak of him hedging his opinions and being very ambiguous about what he actually wants. Whereas the Israelis do seem like they're a bit more willing to concede the Clinton parameters, even if parts of it bothered them. Yeah.
Well, I feel like the kind of list of bullet points I went through, I feel like maybe it seems like there are a lot of people who are confused about what you think. And I think partly it's because it doesn't fit neatly into one side of the narrative. I mean, we're exposed to people in the media who don't fall easily on one side, but those tend to be people, say like Piers Morgan, for example, who don't actually really express their own opinions. They just kind of listen to people and go, well, I agree with that, but not quite with that. Whereas you rarely get like a position that's seen from both sides and is expressed coherently as like one kind of body of points. I don't know. What do you think about
that? I think most people who watch me for a bit don't really have that problem. I think the problem right now is that people who are bought into the like extreme left genocide message, whatever, I don't think I expect them to have an accurate understanding of my opinions because they don't understand anyone's opinions apart from their own. So I'm not really bothered about that.
Yeah, okay.
And just because people I used to associate with or people who I used to know are now very much like kind of into the idea of, I'd say smearing me is what it is. Like that's, some people are beyond it, but it's whatever. Yeah. I'm more focused on people who are actually have a bit of like interest or curiosity.
Yeah. I mean, with the kind of, it's hard to tell, but with like that Kevin Logan conversation, I'm by no means a fan of him or anything, but I kind of, it's entirely possible that if you had, sorry, wait, let me start that sentence again. But part of me felt like when I was watching that conversation, if you'd made it a bit clearer, and forgive me if you did do this in the conversation, this is based on my memory. If you made it clearer kind of from the outset that Israel has committed a lot of war crimes and said everything you do think they do, so that he's not kind of exposed to this fear that you're on the wrong side before then, presenting the arguments that you don't think they're engaged in a genocide. I wonder if things might have been different, but it could be I'm misremembering that and you 100% did do that. Or maybe you feel like you shouldn't have to do that, or kind of out of principle, it's actually you should just listen to the content of what I'm saying rather than having to virtue signal beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I was doing that. I felt like I had said, like, I think there are violations of IHL, etc., but not war. I felt like, but not genocide. I felt like I'd said that, but maybe I could have said it multiple times because, yeah, I don't know. That conversation was like really fucking. I got very distracted by the fact that he wasn't really engaging with in any particular depth what I was saying. I just kept on being like, let's do this. I'm like, well, no. And if you look at it in a bit more detail, you actually find this. And he's like, oh, well, let's move on to B. And I'm like, okay, well, what you're saying about B is not necessarily correct because of this. So he's like, okay, let's move on to C. And I'm like, fuck me. Yeah, I don't know. That really frustrated me, but yeah. But that's it, yeah. I mean, but it's also like I don't feel like why should I have to fucking appease someone who's saying that they're like on the edge of falling out with me over this fucking topic? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could have done better, but
I mean,
it's frustrating. Yeah, I don't know.
Is there any worth to the idea that, because it seems like the way you're framing it is kind of like, oh well, he just should be, being a more good faith interlocutor in this conversation, instead of kind of wriggling around and goalpost shifting. And I wonder if it would be value in the idea of just having lower expectations of people and just feeling like, well, actually, I do have to treat him a little bit like an animal who gets emotional when he hears someone not completely agree with him that he thinks should completely agree with him. I don't know. It almost felt like when I was listening to that conversation, it felt less to do with rhetorical tricks or anything, and more to do with someone having like a very emotional reaction to, it's like, what, you don't think they're committing genocide? How can you not think that? It was almost like he felt like betrayed or something.
Yeah, and like I guess like a level of poisoning as well. Like, oh, I think you're doing this to get liberal points. I'm like, fuck me, man. Like, do you know who I am? Yeah, shit. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, I know. No, it's dumb, but I wonder if there's value to just being like, well, they are dumb and I should treat them as such, and stop treating them as if I expect good faith conversation, and more just try and appease what their emotional requirements before.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think that's probably true. I think if even if I'd said something like, "Listen, you're giving me good arguments for war crimes, IHL violations, like not things that I think are good. You're giving me a good case for some things potentially, but you're not giving me a good case for genocide. That's it. Like, yeah, like not every bad thing has to be genocide. Yeah, that's But I don't know if that would have saved anything, but maybe it would have helped anyway to make it more clear to the audience. Yeah.
Lauren, I have a question. Are you like 100% committed, like that Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza? Like, is it 100%?
My understanding of no, I wouldn't say 100% because I haven't kind of
well, 95%
looked much into the ultra specifics of international law. 95, yeah, I'd say that's closer to where I'm at currently.
Okay, I don't think Israel's committed. Like, for example, your video of like the last thing we looked at was the tank striking the building, right? That the doctors were seeing were being there, and that's like, you know, that's like would be a war crime, right? But you understand that.
Would have thought. Like, sorry, which one are you talking about? The strike on Al Mawasi that we just looking at?
No, we're talking about the MSF one, but I don't think we could find where that one was. I saw you give me a map, but I don't know if.
Well, yeah, we never really got to a very satisfying point with that anyway. So.
Yeah, but that's. I mean, I'm not sure if it's Al Mawasi or not, but never mind. It's like doctors were living there with their families, right? In Israel, apparently, I don't know if 100% that's true, right? But according to this like report, they took a tank and struck that building where they were staying, right? Do you know how many times like the IDF killed their own soldiers in an airstrike or a tank shooting at soldiers because they saw movement that thought they were terrorists? Do you understand that every army has these instances, right? Like in the Iraqi invasion from the United States, there were a lot of friendly fire incidents where, you know, you give coordinates to airplanes, they think, oh, these are the enemy tanks, but these are their tanks, and they kill like 20 people. They kill like the Kurdish fighters as well, right? Are these all war crimes that the United States did? Like if they misidentified?
I mean, if it's a mistake, is it a war crime? I genuinely don't know.
No, it's not. Like, negligence isn't usually enough for a war crime. You need to have either intent, like reckless intent, as in you're willing to pursue your military objectives with like reckless abandon and like with a disregard. That's a war crime. And also just the more clear one, which is like intent to actually just like fucking kill civilians, right? So it's either purposeful attacks or it's reckless attacks, but negligence doesn't usually, it can be a violation of IHL, but not a war crime. That's the difference.
Unless it's like gross negligence, right? Like, again, it's such a stupid war crime, but like shooting, you know, the gas grenades made out of phosphorus in a heavily populated civilian area is enough negligence, right? Even though it's done not on purpose to.
Wait, Lauren, would you consider like the Russian invasion as like a genocide?
Not with what we currently have. I don't think. Not the invasion. No. There might be acts of genocide happening with the fucking transfers or like whatever's happening in the occupied areas, but I guess we wouldn't know until later.
Wouldn't there be a case of, so like similar to what China is doing to the Uyghurs, what Russia is doing to the Ukrainians in the occupied areas? Is that not a form of genocide?
Well, that's sure so I know the Genocide Convention has transfer of children in it, but again, with as far as practice goes, it also has that heading biological or physical destruction. Like that's what destroy means. So I think just moving kids on their own, I don't think would constitute. But if it's happening as part of
all Ukrainian culture, not just moving. Right?
No, cultural destruction they say doesn't suffice. But like, so for China, they say that the big case for China is the sterilizations because that would come under biological destruction. That's if the mass sterilizations are being done with the intent of like reducing that culture's like that group's population in whole or in part, that would be genocide. Yeah.
Well, to be honest, we need another word for that. Like cultural genocide is good, but definitely Russia is doing cultural genocide.
Yeah, of course they're doing that. Yeah,
That's like
I think we call that like ethnocide in law. Apparently, yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
there's definitely need to be a legal term for what like Russia is doing in Ukraine and what China is doing to the Uyghurs.
Yeah, I mean, well, like Russia has. Oh, so you mean for like the broad goal rather than just because obviously they've got like 10,000 fucking war crime claims against them, at least a few crimes against humanity with Bucha and Izium, but yeah, for the general idea of trying to like wipe out a culture. Yeah, I think is ethnocide an international crime?
Also, can someone explain, because Lonabox, you distinguish between violations of IHL and war crimes. So my knowledge is totally noob on this. Like, what is that difference?
I don't actually know what the difference is. I just know they're different categories. So let me think. War crime.
War crimes. Okay, there's the Geneva Convention and there's international humanitarian law. They're like two.
You know, yeah. Geneva
no, I
Convention's
don't know.
like no. Geneva wait. Am I right? The Geneva Convention is the basis, like the minimum standard for war, and IHL is kind of like built upon Geneva Convention. Is that not right?
I think so. Yes, I think IHL, international humanitarian law, came after the Geneva Convention.
Yeah.
I think.
And I think actually, I think I do know
I might
this.
be wrong.
I think a war crime specifically is it's an attack on it's a form of attack on civilians or people who are hors de combat. That's a war, like that's the category of war crimes. A violation of IHL might be like you cut off the water, right? Like you stop water from entering, but that might not necessarily be like a direct attack on a civilian. That's just like a more broad thing. Or like you're not fulfilling your goal of allowing humanitarian aid to move through an area that you're occupying. That might be IHL, but not a war crime. War crime is specifically attacking civilians that are hors de combat. So, and obviously with the state of mind being recklessness or purposeful.
Okay, well, in your opinion, has Israel committed war crimes during this conflict?
In my opinion, I think if it's true that they're making decisions like this bit of tunnel with a couple of militants around it and it is worth 60 civilians. If they're doing a decision like that, I think that probably would amount to recklessness if that's like the trend. But I don't know. Like,
I mean, so that kind of threshold of whether something is considered recklessness or not, is that just totally up to interpretation?
Yes.
Yeah, because I have no idea how a court sits there and decides whether or not X number of civilian lives is worth this military advantage. I have no idea how they figure that out, but apparently they can.
Yeah, I don't even know how one would go about trying to figure that out.
I mean, some people argue that because of the way Hamas operates, you can't fight Hamas without committing war crimes. Or some other people might argue that if you go to war, you're always going to commit war crimes because war is horrible. There's never a right way or a legal way to do war. There's just a less illegal way to do war. Some people argue that because of just how so many like mistakes can get made or like violations of proportionality can happen out of like frustration or anything else. Yeah. But and also even things like
but when you say people, sorry, when you say people would interpret it that way, you're talking about like actual ICJ or ICC judges.
I don't know about judges, but I know that legal opinion goes all over the place on it.
Ways as well.
Yeah. Like in terms of like, you'll find a legal document for just about any of this. Like I need to find it again, but I'm sure I've heard this like opinion that because of particularly Hamas and Hezbollah, the way that they fight, that IHL just isn't up to task for dealing with them. I've heard people make that argument before.
I found one time I was researcher for myself. I found like a designation of what is a valid target. By every military kind of did its own international law or how it interpreted, and every Western military, if some terrorist occupies a building and uses it for terror, that's a target. Every military did. I wish I could find it. It's like a PDF file. By the way, I tried to read about like what is what's the difference between law of war and international humanitarian law. I don't know. It's all kind of jumbled in together.
Yeah,
but I'm pretty sure war crimes in particular though are to do with.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I don't know about the difference between like was it LOAC, Laws of Armed Conflict, and IHL, but I think war crime is to do with attacking civilians. I think that's the
Lauren Box, would you be like shocked if like Israel committed a war crime or like
no, I wouldn't be
Or no,
shocked.
not
No.
really.
I think Laurenborg's position is less like a high probability, or at least, well, certain probability that Israel committed war crimes.
Yeah, I
But
think it's
not
probably
really-
above 50% likely. Yeah.
But it sounds like something like recklessness is a fair bit more vague than something like genocide.
In a way.
At least with genocide,
yeah.
there's this kind of fairly easy to define thing of just special intent, whereas with recklessness, it seems to more come down to is it proportional, and like it seems like in a lot of popular discourse, people just interpret proportional as like, what's that literal ratio of combatants to civilians.
Oh, yeah, no,
like I
that's
remember
dumb. That's
hearing
not
a
how you-
conversation
yeah.
between. I know, but like I remember, but in a way, I feel like it would be good if more of these people, such as yourselves, who have a fair bit of knowledge about this, have engaged in the conversation in a way that would help the layman understand a little more. Because I feel like that's what is holding the conversation back a lot in like just amongst regular people. Because shitload of people are thinking about this conflict and having opinions on, oh, this is disproportionate because of this or that reason, without, I feel like there being many great resources to help them understand what would actually constitute that.
Yeah, I think if you had a conversation with like somebody who's expert in, international law, kind of, or served in the army as like a lawyer for international law or something like that, find it in any army, right, and have a conversation with him, it will be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I just want to. I'd really like to see a trial or like any case law on proportionality being violated. Like if anyone's been convicted of it or something like that. Yeah, that would be really interesting. I know that all the accusations against Russia in Ukraine are things like that there was a directed strike against this train station, and this train station is like several miles away from any discernible military targets. It was aimed for and it had no military purpose, therefore it's a war crime, right? Like I've seen that, like, and there are thousands of those apparently. So
yeah, it's a lot of
but I've never seen like there's a military target that is unattainable unless you kill a lot of civilians and people debating over whether or not it was proportionate or not. I've never seen stuff like that, like as examples in case law, but I haven't looked that hard. So
yeah, or like militants in hospitals, shit like that.
Yeah. Like, are there any trials or are there any cases that actually
Can you
involve
strike
that?
on militants in hospital? Can you do that?
No, I mean like militants who are in a hospital. I think you mean like not orders to combat, but like actual active militants who are running around in a hospital. Is that what you meant?
Oh no, I meant like sick, injured, wounded people.
Oh no, if you're wounded, you're orders to combat. I'm pretty sure. I think. No.
But what if you come back? Like, okay, think of it like from like the Russia perspective. Like they will get like, patched up and go back to conduct. Shouldn't we strike them? Like I don't know, like.
You know what? I actually read about that when I was doing Great March of Return research. They actually speak about continuous combat function. Let me see if it's in my notes. Continuous.
It's probably against the Geneva Convention. Like strike. You cannot kill medics in the Geneva Convention.
No, but you can kill medics if they're doing other stuff. If they're multitasking.
Yes, no. If they're like
a lot of these Hamas guys seem to do, is they'll do medic stuff, but
like
then they'll also
No, just like you're a medic, you're designated as a medic, and you treat a soldier. You cannot shoot the medic.
Yeah.
So,
an exclusive medic, yeah.
So I'm pretty sure you cannot strike hospitals that were very sick soldiers, but I'm not sure.
Let me look at. There is something in here that speaks about it.
Also, would negligence be considered a form of war crime? So, say, like with the WCK workers.
It depends, but I don't like. It's a case of misidentification. It's not. I don't think it would be.
Well, so because earlier I said, if it's an accident, is it a war crime? I think you both said no.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where is negligence? Is negligence a type of war crime?
Well, no, because then you could do war crime on your own fucking military. Does that make sense? If a soldier was negligent, let's say didn't follow the the rule, what he has to do. Let's say there was like an incident like just a few days ago where soldiers shot at, like, again, they knew that those soldiers were in the area. They shot like 2 rounds. The tanks killed like four IDF soldiers, right? And it was like some form of negligence because they didn't But again, they don't know why they shot the rounds fully. Maybe they were on edge. They saw some movement. They didn't know for sure. They wanted to like save other soldiers' life. They shot it, killed their own soldiers. Is that a war crime now because they were negligent and just so happened to be killed?
Well, is there any
IDF
kind of
soldier?
repercussions for negligence?
There can be if it's like systematic, I think, or
No, he's saying in the IDF army, like punishment for negligence.
oh,
No, I don't mean within. Well, that too maybe, but I mean like in terms of international repercussions or something that would happen in courts. Or...
Well, apparently, a state can be liable if negligence is like a broad problem, but the individual can't be. So a state can violate IHL, but not not an individual for negligence. Yeah.
So it's not out of the question that if Israel keep accidentally killing aid workers, that could be something that is I don't know.
Because I think what people accept is that there's always going to be collateral damage in a war, and there's always going to be mistakes in a war. But I'd imagine there's like maybe the standard is 10% of your strikes being misidentified is probably like the norm, and that's just what you have to deal with, and you can't really prosecute it if it's unavoidable. But if your rate of mistakes is like 50% or 2/3, like Saudi Arabia and shit in Yemen, then maybe that would come under something. They would either come under negligence and the states violated IHL, or it would come under recklessness with the fact that they could have done better, but they chose not to, right?
The thing is, after each such incident, right, and I know that IDF doesn't really punish its own soldiers, but there is an investigation, and there's like, how do you call it? Some conclusions made from the investigation and passed down to the soldier to not repeat the same mistakes. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
This does happen after every incident. So there's like an attempt to mitigate this kinds of stuff, at least in the IDF.
Well, I mean, ideally, yeah.
No, but it does happen. I know it happened.
Where you? Sorry, I don't know the characters on this stream as well.
I'm
what?
A paladin. Level 10.
Wow. Good one.
Oh, well, you're
a paladin.
Oh, okay. I've no idea.
No, I served in the IDF and a lot of my friends.
Well, doesn't everyone have to serve in the IDF?
It did reserve duty in the IDF and during this war, so.
Yeah, I think Lunarbox did too. I think you served in IDF too.
Obviously, yeah. Why is everyone so quiet? What the fuck?
Oh, okay. What's your thoughts on the UN workers getting killed in an airstrike?
What? Yeah, obviously really fucking bad. Yeah, horrible. Cringe, you might say.
Yeah, it was cringe.
Yeah, they passed it. So
Cringe
what happened is they passed
cubed.
information to the IDF, so they did everything right, you would say. But that information wasn't passed down to the unit that was operating and that called in like the drones. The drone operators saw them at night and they saw like a Hamas soldier entering the building where they were located. Again, I don't know if he entered the trucks or not. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know the full information there. But anyways, the 8 workers went into their trucks and the drones struck, I think, 3 trucks. Suspecting that, but again, there was no visual, like you couldn't see visuals from the drone because it was black and white at night, so you didn't see the UN designation, all of that. So it just struck.
Just so you guys know, if a soldier gets sick or wounded or captured, they're hors de combat. You can't hit them, even if they're going to come out and do more shit afterwards. They just pause. They pause their militant activity.
Yeah, and also, by the way, if you get captured, you cannot return to fighting once you get released.
I'd hope so.
No, it's the law, again, also the law, but they do that in Russia. Soldiers that are captured are, as far as I know, at least, I've heard instances where they are returned to fighting.
Okay.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna shoot. Box. You mind if I do like a 10-second summary of of everything? So, seems like there were strikes inside the safe zone. It seemed at least 2 kind of pretty strong contestants.
Yep.
It seems like positions are somewhat easily summarizable, maybe a bit longer than most people's, but it is possible, and some people who don't know you as well might benefit from hearing it. Well, at least that's my opinion.
Just got to do better, yeah.
And sorry, I know it's tough. Because you're the when you have high standards, then you're held to even higher standards, I guess.
Wow.
But then finally treat people like Kevin Logan with like their emotional children, and they might be more receptive.
Golly.
Perhaps.
Okay. Well, listen.
That's me.
I appreciate you guys coming on. All right, and especially you. All right, take care, Lawrence.
Nice one. See you in a bit. Bye.
Spider, Warthongs, do you guys have anything else? Or will I...
Oh, yeah. Just one SLUR course. You said like Israel continued to build these settlements. I don't think there were any new settlements that were built during...
No, but they expanded settlements that already existed. And you know what expanding means, right? They go outwards. And they they connect an outpost that's like a mile away from a settlement to a settlement, which means that settlement just grew by a fucking... Yeah. Rabin knew that. He knew that there was a difference between security and political settlements, and he made a distinction between those to say that like security settlements we're going to obviously value because they have security purposes, but the political ones we're going to hold off on. Barak didn't make that distinction, so it's like, yeah, I don't think Perez did, but I don't know. Netanyahu
and also about the Likud. Likud does not like, I don't know who. They don't have a manifesto. Likud, that was like their... Again, I guess when the party was new, they had like, it's called the Matzab Hirot. It's like what you promise or what you kind of, what you want to be. Yeah, sort of like when you want to, for this election, these are your beliefs, right? Kind of thing. But it doesn't mean that every Likud party from now on will follow these instructions, right? Obviously, in the Oslo Accords, Likud was also there, right? Like, during that. So obviously they do not believe in from the river to the sea, as in the 78, whatever that was. Obviously they don't believe like in a 2-state as well, right? But they definitely, I don't think even Likud wants like to take over Gaza or to take over area A and B.
What do you think Netanyahu wants when he says, I'm not going to replace Hamastan with Fetistan?
Doesn't want to let Fatah lead like the Gaza Strip because he feels like I don't know. Well, the reasoning would be Fatah kind of isn't much better than Hamas. They also like support terror in their own way. But I don't know. I would be much happier with Fatah leading Gaza, in my opinion. But in the Israeli public, Fatah is also, not a partner for peace. Pretty much, they view them as people who instigate.
Is there any like other like parties in like Palestine that's like more democratic, that's like that doesn't support like terrorists and stuff?
Fatah is the best one, I think. I mean, there are other like inside Fatah, there's like people who are even more pro peace, but it's like Fatah is the best alternative. I don't.
What do you think about what are they called? Fucking Palestinian National Initiative, Mustafa's party, Barghouti.
I don't know. By the way, did you hear about Barghouti? He did like a hunger strike and led a hunger strike in jail. He lost a lot of credibility from that. And then there was like a video from the security camera, him eating a bagel or something like that during the hunger strike.
What, Marwan?
Yeah.
A bagel?
Yeah, well, hunger strike's
I don't
hard.
know if it was a bagel.
Intermittent
like
hunger strike.
Something. Yeah. He got a lot of flack from that, and like his wife and everyone said, Israel faked it. I don't know how you can fake somebody eating food. But yeah, there was like Israel, I guess, released those camera footage. He got a lot of flack for that.
Well,
me personally, I don't like Barghouti.
Yeah, I was talking about Mustafa though, not Marwan.
Mustafa. Who's Mustafa Murgri?
He's the guy who does all these interviews with fucking Dershowitz and shit like that. He's like the
this guy.
Mr.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Non-Violence. Yeah, he's like polling quite close to Abbas for presidency right now, actually.
Yeah. I know him. Yeah. He seemed like, at least from his opinion, from what I saw, but how he's interviewed and stuff, he seemed pretty chill. Meaning his opinions are not crazy. In terms of like his even, just I didn't research him or anything like that. He seems like, a possible partner for peace, I think. But that's just from the vibes I get from his interviews. He could be a different interviewer in Arabic, you know what I mean? In English, he seems, fine. But I don't know what he says in Arabic. Or what his views are, really.
Interesting. Anything else, Spider?
Let me see. What's my thoughts on the Israel and Hamas shit? All right, it's pretty cooked. It's pretty much over. I'm pretty much like doomer pilled about it, and like there should be like a DMZ, so like a North and South Korea thing, and I don't know. It's cooked. I don't know. It's like pretty much over. And I'm guessing Speedy Taco wants to join in and shit. So that's pretty much it.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Cool. Take care.
Bye bye.
All right. Bye
Bye
bye.
bye. Hello, Speedy Taco.
Hello. What's up?
Oh, I'm good. Just
yeah. So
circling the drain.
Well, yeah. I feel like you're about to hop off, so I just wanted to ask a funny little meme question. So massive boxing match tonight between Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk. Who you got?
Tyson Fury, because I can say that name back. I know that name.
All right, that's cringe. All right, I
Is
thought
he
you
gonna
supported
lose?
Ukraine.
Okay, I support the other guy. Sorry. Is the other guy Ukrainian?
All right. Yeah. He actually
Okay, I support
served
the
in
other
the
guy.
Ukrainian military.
What's his name?
During Alexander Usyk.
Alexander Usyk. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Should I put
All right.
money on him?
Oh yeah. Put at least, I'd say, like, if you want to be like, frugal, or not frugal, but you want to make some money, put like 5K on him.
Okay.
You're good.
Nice. Is he the favorite?
I have no clue, but he isn't a fat gypsy, so
Wow.
that's good.
Okay.
Unlike Fury.
Cool. All right. Take care, buddy.
All right. Keep up the good work.
Thanks. Bye bye. Put $159.04 on him. That's a strong proposal. I was going to talk to Steuven. This fucking Nimrod guy. Where I get him in here. So many shekels. Fucking Ludwig. Wait, hang on.
Thing I ever heard in my fucking life. What's more beautiful about being an American than seeing someone you don't fucking like, but they're allowed to say whatever the fuck you don't like?
I'm
Curiously,
sorry.
that's
I
not
see it.
Hassan's position, because when he was questioned about this by Ethan, he said we would put them in re-education camps. But good perspective, Ludwig.
It blows my mind.
Why are we taking Mr. Penis Head's joke tweets so seriously? Hassan's literally tweeted a picture of the same 3D printed gun that was used to assassinate.
It's just, wait, hang on. I'm not being stupid, right? Like, these guys have never been seen in the same room, have they? I don't think they've been seen in the same room. Not once. Look. Bear with me. Am I wrong? He's like a fucking... He's like a drained Stifler. A deflated Stifler. Drained. Yeah, as in like no personality. As he doesn't have the fucking loudmouth shit, right? He's just kind of like tepid, half-assed. Staring into the camera and shit. He's the AI version. Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Fucking call Steven, please. Why? Is he crying? Oh, Yambus. Hello. Yambus?
Yeah,
Yambus?
hi.
Hey.
What's going on?
Yeah, I'm all right. Just streaming. What are you doing?
Uh, Trying to not kill myself over schoolwork.
Oh.
Yeah. So did you hear about like Gantz giving Bibi an ultimatum?
Yeah, I saw the 6 points, and then I saw that they were changed and elaborated on a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, some of these points are like mutually exclusive. Destroying Hamas and bringing back the hostages is not, I mean, there isn't a plan to have both of them in like the nearest future. And do you think he'll actually get out of coalition if this doesn't happen?
Do you think they'll leave the coalition? I mean, they would look pretty weak if they said they would, but then they don't, right? So probably. I don't know how the internal politics works, though. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if he leaves, I suppose it would be like a wave. But
Because
a lot of people
if you leave in the middle of or like in the thick of it in a war, that's going to look really bad, right? Like it's going to look like you're sacrificing national unity for your fucking personal politics. Yeah. So maybe they wouldn't for the fear of that, but I mean, it probably seems like a reasonable call because that's been the biggest problem. I think is just like there's so much lack of clear direction with what the fuck Netanyahu wants to get out of this, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a total shit show. I think because Bibi is so like driven by his own interests, I think that Gantz might actually retire, and then they will have like a no confidence vote and actually lose the government. But then they will. I mean, the only thing they could do in this kind of situation is have like an emergency government. So that would probably go to Bibi again. I mean, Gantz is leading the polls now, but leaving would look bad. So if this actually happens, we might get Bibi again, but with like more power and more like urgency, savim, whatever things that you can do whatever you want. You know about the whole recruiting Haredi people, like ultra Orthodox people.
I don't know about them. I know of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a law that was suggested. I don't know if you know this. Like in the beginning of Israel, there were like not a lot of Haredi people. So Ben Gurion did this deal with this very, very big rabbi, Etz Chaim, and they got a concession from the government that people who will learn for their like every day, that go to cheder, that go to school, like their learning is their art, they don't need to go to the army. But since then, they've become like a significant part, like in numbers of Israeli society, and they don't go to the army. I mean, Haredi people, or ultra-Orthodox and Arab people don't go to the army at all if they don't want to, like of their own volition.
Yeah.
So now there was like a big fuss about the army actually needing people because everyone that died, and they like had like huge demonstrations and said that we would rather die than get recruited. We will leave the country if you try to recruit us. All sorts of stuff like that that are really not that intimidating because these are people who don't pay a lot of taxes. So they're, I mean, the reason to leave them here has to do with religion, not with like state success in any way. And now they're trying to promote a law that Gantz tried to pass when he was prime minister. So he needs to like not be against what he offered, but that's like a way more soft law than what they're trying to pass now. That would let them have like basically 1 year in the army, when today it's like I think girls serve 2 years and 4 months and boys serve 2 years and 8 months. So it's gonna go back to 3 years for boys and it'll stay 2 and 4 for girls.
Okay.
It's like tearing everybody apart in Jerusalem. Haredi people, they're really good at going out to demonstrations. They're really good against cops. They know how to demonstrate their shit. So I think this would really harm guns if he loses this thing, like the law that he offered that would give some Haredi people to the army, and also, leave the government. He would lose like his 10 points over Bibi in the polls. Ah, it just seems like there's no way out of this loop.
I think I don't know. It's quite hard to imagine a substantial shift in power during a war. I mean, it has happened. Like people, like in the middle of a war, a leader can lose their mandate and have to stop. But usually, it's like they choose to because they've kind of been like the public has spoken. But I don't know. Like you're not gonna have an election in the middle of this. So he's given till the 8th of June, though, right? Then he's gonna step down.
Yeah, till the 8th of June.
And is it Gantz and Gallant are gonna step down?
Probably. I know that Gantz said like plain and simple that he's gonna leave. I don't think I saw like a proper thing from Gallant, but Gallant, like there was this night that Bibi tried to fire Gallant and everyone got out of their houses. Like every city in Israel had tons of people out of their houses because he tried to fire Gallant, because Gallant said that we need to stop the judicial reform because it's gonna make us look weak and it'll cause like a huge terror attack. Gallant said that like a few months before October 7th. And Bibi tried to fire him and he couldn't because of all the demonstrations. So I think something's going behind the scenes in which Gallant is getting something out of this deal that is more than serving this country, because I think he would have been louder, but maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe he's just like a very old school guy, so he'd rather be there and do the shit and not leave and make a mess. I think he'll leave, but I don't know. I think if he'll leave and he'll have like a substantial way to get back with Gantz, and they would have like a really good plan, which didn't happen last time because Gantz is like a really good-looking guy and has like a good repertoire, but he's less charismatic, like hugely less charismatic than Bibi, and that is, that makes him like not get elected, which is so mind-fucking. Anyways,
that's quite a shame. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. Do you have anything else for us?
Don't think so. I'm just looking like at this. Tons of people who wrote things in this debate group. Super nerdy people. Debate is like the nerdiest thing. You talk to nerds and you tell them you're going to a debate club, and you become the nerd.
You're in a debate club.
No, I don't think I have. Yeah, not really. I mean, in the university they have this thing, and they go to competitions, and it's a whole thing.
Okay. Well, that sounds like fun. Also, respond to your DMs, okay? Fuck.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll look at it.
All right. Take care, okay?
Right the phone.
Bye.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I can't do anything. There's only so much.
Discord is literally full of.
I can't do anything. There's only so much.
Has he just been watching this Hassan stuff? Okay. What a queen, anyway. The Yambas person, not Stephen and Hassan. Bets/chances on Man City losing versus West Ham tomorrow. Well, I'd much prefer West Ham to Man City because I watched Green Street when I was a kid and I liked it. Oh. Okay. I am very hungry. 6-hour stream. Well done, guys. Good job. Reasonable. I have an entire house to clean. So I started today. I started doing fucking dishes. I did my fucking hoovering. I did my laundry. But I just seemed to I did like half the job for every job. And none of it's done. So I have my checklist, and it's like, I don't know why. I just got like 70% through the dishes. And I was like, fuck this. I'm going to water my plants. I'm like, fuck this. I'm going to, yeah. I'm just gonna, so hopefully it's going to be a good, long, it's going to be a very quick completion rate. I'm going to get so much dopamine from it. My life is so exciting, you guys. Okay? Yeah. That means I'm going to spend like 10 minutes finishing the laundry, fucking 10 minutes finishing the dishes, fucking 10 minutes finishing the floor. And then I'm going to be like, yeah. Plants, laptop. I need to order the laptop because I've already I just need 10 minutes to order it because I've already fucking less than 10 minutes because I found the one I want. I decided on this cunt, right? This fuck. Because 16, if you can stream on a fucking phone, I'm sorry, 16 meg will be fine. 16 gigabytes or RAM will be fine, right? I'm not crazy. This is fine. That's what I'm doing. Okay? You have my word. Bitch. Are you a full-time streamer? Yeah. Looks like I'm a full-time streamer now, yeah. Haven't done video essays in a while, even though I do have one project that is in the works. Doesn't Destiny have a spare laptop? I mean, he might, but I'm buying a laptop anyway. That's going to take someone's spare laptop. Okay. Did you check if you can change RAM on that? Nope, don't care. I will live with 16 RAM, okay? If I get really good at my job and I start making double my income, then I'll just get a new laptop. No, I don't know if it's replaceable. There's no sign that it's replaceable. Fuck me. Fuck off with your 32 bullshit, okay? If you can stream on a phone, you can stream on a 16 gigabyte RAM laptop. Stop saying 32. It's illegal. Okay. 64. Yeah, like this beast. Yeah, I'll do the New York Times article on settler violence tomorrow. Nimrod sends super chat. Shut up. We'll keep the travel shill fund for tomorrow because that was a good idea. Okay, listen, guys. 16 gigs will shit the bed. I hate you guys. I actually hate you so much. How can you spend £1,000 on a laptop and it's just going to die? I feel like you're all gamers. You're all playing the latest of the video games. That's a number I haven't heard in a while. Oh, shit. Okay, die, all of you. Bye. Dye your hair. I mean, obviously, video game. Bye.